I would like to welcome on stage some very special and honored guests who are here with us. Shri Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Pleasure to have you here with us. A warm welcome. Maybe have a round of applause for Sir. May we also welcome on stage PT Usha ma'am, a sprinter, Olympian, President of the Indian Olympic Association. Great to have you here with us, ma'am. Also present on stage, Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, Chairperson, the Hindu Group. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. May I also invite on stage Mr. Prashant Chantakumaran, Partner and Head of Sports Sector, KPMG India, and also Mr. Ayan Sengupta, the Editor, Sportstar. Pleasure to have the five of you here with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone else to please be seated, settle down because we're getting proceedings underway. My name is Raman Bhanot, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to PlayCom, the Business of Sports Summit 2025 that's presented by Sportstar in collaboration with KPMG. Before anything else, I would request people at the sound console to please play the national anthem. I request everyone to stand in attention for the same, please. Thank you. पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे गावे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you very much, everyone. I request everyone to please be seated. We've got an august audience here today, some of whom we'll be seeing on stage as we get into our panel discussions later in the day. Over the next few days, including today, of course, this platform has brought together and will be bringing together policymakers, athletes, investors, and innovators, all united by that one purpose to shape the future of sport in India and across the world. And now, to get moving forward, the proceedings that we have for the day, for the lighting of the lamp, we already have five very esteemed people with us on stage. I request another few to join us. Please may I request Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, Chief Revenue Officer, the Hindu Group, Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group, and Mr. Naveen Agarwal, Office Managing Partner for Delhi and NCR, KPMG India, to kindly come up on stage. May we have the lighting of the lamp done, please? And may I request our dignitaries to kindly do the honors, please? As Suresh sir says, hang on, we're lighting the lamp, so I'm going to take my shoes off. As, of course, as Dr. Mansukh Mandviya sir. As is customary, when you're starting something and you want to make it more auspicious, you do that lighting of the lamp. Thank you very much to our esteemed dignitaries and honored guests for doing the honors. And now, to move further, may I request Mr. Ayon Sengupta, editor of the Sportstar, to please come to the podium and say a few words. Ayon, the stage is all yours. Cheers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Sportstar and the Hindu Group, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural edition of PlayCom, the Business of Sports Summit 2025, co-hosted with KPMG India. At the onset, I would like to thank Dr. Manvia ji for gracing the occasion and being with us here today. For nearly 5 decades, Sportstar has chronicled the triumphs, heartbreaks, and transformations of Indian sport. But today, we gather not just to look back at stories told, but to shape the stories yet to come. Because if the field of play is where sport lives, the boardroom, the policy desk, the design lab, and the digital screen are where its future is decided. India's sports economy today contributes roughly 0.63% of our GDP. Yet it stands on the cusp of multiplying fivefold in the next decade. This will not happen by chance. It will happen if we build infrastructure that allows every child to dream, if we harness technology to make performance sharper and fan engagement deeper, if we nurture athletes as professionals with sustainable careers, and if we design government systems that are transparent and future-ready. In that sense, the government's recent steps are crucial. The National Sports Governance Bill Act 2025 lays down a framework for accountability, term limits, and a modern regulatory structure, an effort to ensure that Indian sport is administered with the same professionalism we demand from our athletes. Alongside it, the anti-doping bill strengthens India's fight for clean sports, aligning with the global best practices and reaffirming that credibility is non-negotiable. I must thank the Honorable Sports Minister, Dr. Manvia ji, and the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, a great supporter of sports, for these two landmark government initiatives. Together, these reforms send a message: India is serious about becoming not just a sporting nation, but a sporting power built on trust and integrity. And yet, governance alone is not enough. India cannot build a resilient sporting economy without widening the base of participation. While mega stadiums may serve ambition, real progress begins with everyday access. Football grounds in village schools, hockey turfs in district centers, badminton courts in municipal halls. If every block, panchayat, and municipality offered children a field of play, the pyramid would naturally broaden. This is why we must begin to think of a right to play, much like our right to education, as said by the Honorable Prime Minister. Such a right would democratize access to sport, create a larger economy, a larger talent pool, build healthier citizens, and deepen the fan economy. A child picking up a racket in Coorg or a javelin in Sonipat should have as much of a chance to grow as a cricketer in Mumbai. Once sport is embedded in the daily life, the economics will follow the opportunity. It will be a self-sustaining cycle of participation, performance, and prosperity. Over the next 2 days, you will hear from the Minister, CEOs, federation leaders, sports administrators, athletes, investors, and innovators. From the corridors of power to the crucibles of competition, the aim is simple: to connect the dots, to ensure that when we speak of India as a sporting nation, it is not just about the medals won, but also about the opportunities created, jobs generated, industries built, and communities inspired. I must thank our Union Sports Minister, Dr. Mansukh Manvia ji, for agreeing to deliver the keynote address, and our partners at KPMG. A special word of gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, sports administrators, business leaders, athletes and entrepreneurs who have traveled from India and from the world to be here. I should also thank the Hindu group and the chairperson of the Hindu group, Dr. Lakshman, for being a pillar of strength and support to us. Most of all, I thank you, the audience, for investing your time and attention. The conversations we begin here will only matter if they ripple outward into companies, into policy, into playgrounds. Welcome to PlayCom 2025. Let the conversations begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayon. I love the way you said, let the ripples travel outwards, because that's really what you're looking at. This being the epicenter that drives change outwards and forwards into that sports ecosystem. We're talking about the Indian sports ecosystem. I think we've got lots of people, some of whom are on stage, some of whom are seated here, will be sharing their views and their insights and their knowledge about that much more than me. So I'm not going to talk about all of that. All I'm saying is, as an outsider who is involved in sport, you see the pace at which the sports ecosystem in India is growing. And I'm sure there'll be lots of ideas that will be shared during the next 2 days, which will help broaden our perspective and take us where we intend to go. Ladies and gentlemen, there are possibilities that are fleshed out in athletes, storytelling, fan monetization, platform-led innovation that we're all looking at coming forth in PlayCom, Business of Sports Summit 2025. And of course, it's brought to you by Sportstar and KPMG. Now, before anything else, here's a small video that we'd like to play for all of you. And I'd request our members of the panel to kindly do that. Play the PlayCom AV, please. Thank you so much. Well, that pretty much said it all, didn't it? Let's redefine those conversations that we have. Let's realign. And of course, we've got key decision makers, policy makers all at one platform. And this is going to be an exciting couple of days. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point of time, may I invite Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, Chairperson of the Hindu Group, visionary leader who's guided the Hindu Group with deep commitment towards independent journalism. Ma'am, may we have you here at the podium to say a few words, please? Thank you so much.
Namaste, Dr. Mandavia ji, distinguished guests, patrons and friends. It gives me great pleasure and immense pride to welcome you all to the inaugural PlayCom Business of Sports Summit, an initiative by Sportstar and KPMG in India. This summit is more than an event. It's a reflection of our commitment to the evolving landscape of sport and growing intersection with business, policy and society for the Hindu group. Sports has never been an afterthought for all of us, and the Hindu group has written and reported on sports with depth and passion, recognizing its power to inspire, unite, transform, right from many decades ago. Sportstar, born in 1978 as a weekly print magazine, has carried forward that tradition with a distinctive voice. From its predecessor, Sport and Pastime, to its evolution into a fortnightly print product, to the digital platform launched in 2015, Sportstar has consistently adapted to changing times while holding firm to its core, rigorous, inclusive, and thoughtful sports journalism. In recent years, Sportstar has extended its role beyond reporting. With Sportstar Aces Award, we celebrate not only the achievements of athletes, but also the unseen contributors who shape India's sporting fabric. Our city-based conclaves have sparked vital conversations on building better sporting ecosystems across the country. Today, with the Business of Sports Summit, we turn our gaze to an equally important dimension, the economics, the governance, and the innovation that drives global sport. We hope to foster meaningful dialogue, share best practices, and explore solutions that can strengthen India's sporting future. On behalf of the Hindu group, I thank you all for joining us here in this journey. Together, let us imagine and build a stronger, more vibrant sporting nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring leadership. I'm sure the next 2 days are going to be really something that a lot of us are looking forward to. And at this point of time, ladies and gentlemen, may I also invite to the dais to say a few words, one of India's greatest sporting legends in athletics, Olympian Padma Shri awardee, and of course the Honorable President of the Indian Olympic Association, P.T. Usha, ma'am. May we have you up on stage, please. It's an honor to have you here, ma'am.
Honorable Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Mandavya ji, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is truly a privilege to be here at PlayCom, a platform that not only celebrates sport but also dares to ask deeper questions about its future in India. Let me begin by congratulating Sportstar and KPMG for this bold and timely initiative. Sportstar has been an iconic magazine for decades, one I have admired and had the honor of featuring in multiple times. KPMG too deserves appreciation for developing a mobile application for athletes traveling to the Paris Olympics in 2024, a thoughtful innovation that was very well received. When I look back on my own journey, my mind often returns to Payoli, the small village in Kerala where I grew up. I was just a girl who loved to run. There were no stadiums, no advanced shoes, no scientific training programs. I ran barefoot on uneven ground, driven only by joy and the dream of doing something bigger than myself. That dream, supported by my teachers and coaches, carried me all the way to the world stage. One of the most unforgettable moments of my career was the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics. I had trained for years with one goal: to bring a glory to India. In the 400-meter hurdles final, I missed the bronze medal by 1/100th of a second, just the blink of an eye. To many, it looked like defeat, but for me, it was defining moment. It proved that an Indian woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with the best in the world. It sent a message to every young athlete in our country: nothing is impossible if you dream big and work hard. That is the true power of sport. It tests not just the body, but the spirit. Our sporting history is filled with such moments. Dhyan Chand's hockey wizardry, Milkha Singh's inspirational runs, cricketers uniting the nation, and today's champions in badminton, wrestling, boxing, and shooting. These triumphs are not just medals or records, they are turning points that changed how India saw itself and what it believed was possible. But history alone cannot carry us forward. The real question is, what is the future of Indian sports? I believe the answer lies in grassroots development. Talent is not confined to big cities or academies. It is in the smallest town and remotest villages. A child running barefoot to school, a girl playing kabaddi in her backyard, a boy lifting grain sack in the field. These children already have strength, speed, and determination. What they need is opportunity, proper training, nutrition, facilities, and above all, encouragement from parents and teachers. Sport must be seen not as a distraction, but as a vital part of education and life. At the same time, the global sporting landscape is evolving rapidly. Technology and sports science are now central to success. Data analysis, biomechanics, recovery methods, nutrition plans, all of these shapes champions. If India wants to be among the best, we must embrace these tools and make them accessible at every level. Yet we must never forget the basic hard work, resilience, and integrity. Technology can sharpen an athlete, but character is what makes a true champion. For India to truly emerge as a sporting nation, success must be consistent and widespread, built on a strong system that nurtures talent across all disciplines. Our vision should be see India excel not just in cricket or a handful of sports, but also in athletics, swimming, gymnastics, cycling, and more. That is the future we must work towards together. But for this vision to take root, we need a cultural shift. Sports should not be something we watch only during a big match. It should be woven into our daily lives. Every school should give children time and space to play. Every community should have safe grounds for boys and girls to train. Parents should see sport not as a risk but as an opportunity. When we build such a culture, medals and records will follow naturally. I often say one athlete can inspire a nation, but a nation that embraces sport can inspire the world. My own journey has been filled with high and lows, but the greatest gift sport gave me was not medals. It was discipline, confidence, and the courage to dream big. That is what I want every young Indian experience. As we celebrate our sporting past and look forward the future, let us make a promise that no child in India should be denied the chance to play, to dream, to shine. Let us build a future where sport is not an exception but a way of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for those inspiring words. Yes, sports are a way of life, and if there ever was the best unscripted drama ever to be witnessed, I think we witness it time and time again in the sports arena. At this point of time, I'm going to request Mr. L.V. Navneet, the CEO of the Hindu Group, to kindly come up on stage. We would like to just present a token of our appreciation to P.T. Usha, ma'am. May we have a small little memento brought up on stage, please? May we have a memento brought out for PT Usha ma'am, please. Yeah, the last minute unscripted drama unfolding a bit here as well. No worries. We're still awaiting that. Can we have that little token of appreciation that we have for PT Usha ma'am brought up on stage? Thank you very much. Mr. L.V. Navneet, the CEO of the Hindu Group, presenting that token of appreciation to PT Usha ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Navneet, and thank you so much, ma'am, for being here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, time now to move ahead to the unveiling of the KPMG Sportstar India Business of Sport report. Before that report is unveiled, we'd like you to take a quick look at an AV that's been put together for this, please. May we have a look? Can we play that AV, please? There you have it, PlayCom. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to actually be a part of the unveiling of this KPMG Sportstar India Business of Sport report, we already have some very esteemed guests on stage. I'd request a few more to join us on stage. May I request Kala Anand, Director, Sports Advisory at KPMG India, to kindly come up on stage. May I request Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group, sir, to kindly come up on stage as well. May I also invite on stage Vandana Chopra, Head of Marketing Communication, KPMG India. Ma'am, may we have you up on stage, please? And may I request the presence of Mr. Nilachal Mishra, Partner and Head of Government and Public Services Practice at KPMG India. And may I request Mr. Naveen Agarwal, Office Managing Partner for Delhi and NCR, KPMG India, to kindly come up on stage, please. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With our esteemed guests on stage, may I request that we bring out that KPMG Sportstar India Business of Sports report, please. Can that be brought up on stage, please? And can we have some music and fanfare as well? It's the unveiling, remember, ladies and gentlemen, of this KPMG Sportstar India Business of Sport report. In the distinguished presence of Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, our Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, who's doing the honors. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors and releasing that report. And it's not just one, and I think there are multiple copies of the same. May we have a nice photo up with the copies of that report. One for that photo that you'll look back at when you go down memory lane. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you to our esteemed guests who came up on stage for that. And at this point of time, may I request Dr. Nirmala ma'am, could you please also at this point of time present a small token of appreciation to Dr. Mansukh Mandavia sir as well, please. Thank you so much, sir. It's an honor to have you here with us. And I would request a memento to be brought up to felicitate Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, please. May we have that small little token of appreciation from our side brought up on stage. I'd request Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, the chairperson of the Hindu group, to kindly do the honors and present that token of appreciation from our side to Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, the Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. And sir, the stage is set. Dr. Mandavia, sir, we'd request your presence on the dais because, or if you'd like to speak from there itself, wherever it's comfortable for you. It's an honor to have you join us here this morning. And it's a pleasure to hear your views today. Thank you so much.
Sportstar PlayCom Business of Sports Summit 2025 के शुभारंभ के अवसर पर हमारे बीच उपस्थित हमारे ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन की प्रेसिडेंट आदरणीय पीटी उषा जी, डॉक्टर निर्मला लक्ष्मण जी, श्री आयन सेन गुप्ता जी, मंच पर उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, उपस्थित भाइयों बहनों, मुझे आज खुशी है कि स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्स के द्वारा स्पोर्ट्स साइंस, स्पोर्ट्स गवर्नेंस, स्पोर्ट्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ये विषय पर डिस्कशन के लिए समिट का आयोजन करा गया है। पीटी उषा जी ने अंत में कहा कि स्पोर्ट्स इज वे ऑफ लाइफ, स्पोर्ट्स वे ऑफ लाइफ है, स्पोर्ट्स हमारा कल्चर भी है, स्पोर्ट्स नेचर भी है, स्पोर्ट्स प्रोफेशन भी है, स्पोर्ट्स एंटरटेनमेंट भी है, स्पोर्ट्स बिजनेस भी है, स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्रीज भी है। स्पोर्ट्स का एरिया बहुत बड़ा है और ये देश की डाइवर्सिटी को देखते हुए मैं मानता हूं कि ये देश ये सभी एंगल को अच्छी तरह से हार्नेस्ट कर सकता है। सवाल इतना ही है कि कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव तरीके से हॉलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ ये स्पोर्ट्स पर इंडिया में काम करा जाए तो ये देश वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट स्पोर्टिंग नेशन के रूप में हमारे सामने, दुनिया के सामने उभर सकता है। और मोदी जी ने यही करा। देश में एक स्पोर्ट्स एनवायरनमेंट खड़ा करने के लिए, स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम बनाने के लिए, स्पोर्ट्स एक वे ऑफ लाइफ के रूप में लोग देखे, उसके लिए सोसाइटी में नैरेटिव बदलने के लिए, मुझे पता है मैं जब स्कूल में पढ़ता था तो उस वक्त हमारे माता पिता हमको कहते थे खेलो नहीं पढ़ो। आज स्थिति बदली है। आज पेरेंट्स कहते हैं खेलो भी पढ़ो भी। 2014 में जब मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने तो उन्होंने खेलो इंडिया का नारा दिया, फिट इंडिया का नारा दिया, फिट इंडिया टू खेलो इंडिया। देश के नागरिक के कान में गूंजने लगा खेलो इंडिया, फिट इंडिया, फिट इंडिया। देश को स्पोर्ट्स के प्रति रुचि डेवलप होने लगी। हमें जब देश में कोई चेंज कर लाना है, बदलाव करना है, रिफॉर्म करना है, तो उसकी शर्त होती है रिफॉर्म सीक्वेंस में होना चाहिए और कंटिन्यूस होना चाहिए। एक कंटिन्यूस रिफॉर्म के पार्ट के पहले चरण में देश में फिट इंडिया और खेलो इंडिया की मुहिम चलाई। इंटरनेशनल स्पोर्ट्स में हमारे एथलीट को बेस्ट कोचिंग मिले, बेस्ट संसाधन मिले, अच्छा फूड न्यूट्रिशन मिले। ऐसे एलिट एथलीट को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए और वर्तमान स्थिति में इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन को जीतने के लिए टारगेटेड ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम शुरू करी गई, जिसमें देश के प्लेयर को जो एलिट एथलीट है उसको सब ऑल टाइप ऑफ फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड करी जाए। इस सीक्वेंस में और आगे बढ़े, एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ स्पोर्ट्स को हमें आगे बढ़ाना है तो एक विजन डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करना होगा, उसके लिए एक प्लानिंग तैयार करना होगा। हमने देश के एथलीट के साथ, आप जैसे स्पोर्ट्स के साथ जुड़े हुए लोगों के साथ, स्पोर्ट्स पर लिखने वालों के साथ, स्पोर्ट्स साइंस में काम करने वाले के साथ, स्पोर्ट्स में सारी इकोसिस्टम को जोड़ के बहुत डिस्कशन करा और हमने एक स्पोर्ट्स पॉलिसी डिक्लेयर करी। आप सब लोगों ने स्पोर्ट्स पॉलिसी देखी होगी, जो देश में और दुनिया में बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस क्या है। जरूरी नहीं है कि दुनिया में जो प्रैक्टिस है वही हम एडॉप्ट करें, जी नहीं, हमारा मॉडल हो सकता है। दुनिया में बेस्ट चीजों को लेना है लेकिन मॉडल हमारा बनना चाहिए। आप जब एक बार डिटेल से स्पोर्ट्स पॉलिसी का अध्ययन करेंगे तो उसमें कहा था कि स्पोर्ट्स में गुड गवर्नेंस भी आना चाहिए, स्पोर्ट्स में बेस्ट स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए, स्पोर्ट्स में देश में स्पोर्ट्स साइंस होना चाहिए, साइंस का उपयोग होना चाहिए, देश में टैलेंट नर्चर करने की एक सिस्टम बननी चाहिए, टैलेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन की नर्चर करनी चाहिए, देश की डाइवर्सिटी का लाभ लेना चाहिए। ये देश एक ऐसा देश है जिसमें सेम टाइम यू गो टू हिमालयन रेंज 3000 किलोमीटर, वहां स्नो फॉलिंग होता है। यही समय में, यही डेट में आप यू गो टू वेस्ट इंडिया, वेस्टर्न इंडिया, राजस्थान के डिजर्ट में, रेगिस्तान में 45 डिग्री टेम्परेचर होता है। और यही दिन में, यही डेट में यू गो टू साउथ इंडिया, रेनी सीजन चलती होती है तमिलनाडु में। दोस्तों, ये डाइवर्सिटी है, दुनिया के पास ये डाइवर्सिटी नहीं है। और सभी जगह पे, गांव में भी टैलेंट है, शहर में भी टैलेंट है, ट्राइबल एरिया में भी टैलेंट है। जहां जो टैलेंट है, ये टैलेंट को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले उसके लिए इकोसिस्टम तैयार करनी चाहिए। स्पोर्ट्स पॉलिसी ने हमें बताया। स्पोर्ट्स पॉलिसी के बाद चौथा चरण में, चौथा रिफॉर्म के रूप में गुड गवर्नेंस लाना है तो करे क्या। डेवलप्ड कंट्री में क्या प्रैक्टिस है, ओलंपिक्स काउंसिल के चार्टर क्या कहते हैं, हमें उसकी बराबरी में आना है, उससे आगे जाना है तो क्या करना चाहिए। तो हमने स्पोर्ट्स गुड गवर्नेंस बिल लाए। मैंने देखा आज आप उसके पर भी एक सेशन है, उसके पर आप डिस्कस करने वाले हैं। एक गुड स्पोर्ट्स गवर्नेंस बिल में क्या है, जिस देश के लिए, जिसके लिए स्पोर्ट्स का केंद्र बिंदु एथलीट होता है। आज एथलीट का तो मुझे पता है, एज ए स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर मैंने जब चार्ज लिया और उनके बाद मेरे पास जो मिलने आते थे, मेरे पास शिकायत आती थी, 10 फेडरेशन मुझे मिलते थे तो उसमें से ज्यादातर फेडरेशन आपस के डिस्प्यूट की ही बात करते थे। जिसके लिए फेडरेशन है वहां स्पोर्ट्स सेंट्रिक, एथलीट सेंट्रिक बात कम होती थी। ऐसा नहीं होगा दोस्तों। स्पोर्ट्स गवर्नेंस बिल एथलीट सेंट्रिक है। हमारी 50% सोसाइटी का हिस्सा महिला है। ये महिलाओं को स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशन में पोजीशन पर अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलनी चाहिए, क्योंकि 50% हमारी महिला एथलीट खेलेगी, उसकी कोई समस्या हो, उसकी कोई बात हो, और एक ऐसा विषय है कि वो हर जगह पे नहीं बोल सकती। तो वहां महिलाओं का प्रतिनिधित्व हो, उसमें हमने सुनिश्चित करा। आज स्पोर्ट्स में 350 से अधिक डिस्प्यूट कोर्ट में चलते हैं। ये स्पोर्ट्स को एक डिस्प्यूट क्रिएट करने वाली व्यवस्था नहीं है, वो तो स्पोर्ट्स खेलने वाली व्यवस्था है। लेकिन नंबर ऑफ टाइप के फेडरेशन के डिस्प्यूट, अलग अलग टाइप के डिस्प्यूट रिड्रेसल सिस्टम रोबस्ट कैसे हो, डिस्प्यूट रिड्रेसल इमीडिएट कैसे हो, उसके लिए हमने स्पोर्ट्स गवर्नेंस बिल में प्रावधान करा। पैरा एथलीट हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है, हमारे पैरा एथलीट सेंट्रिक हमारी व्यवस्थाएं बने, उसके लिए हमने स्पोर्ट्स बिल में प्रावधान करा। दोस्तों, गुड गवर्नेंस के बाद हमें क्या करना है? 5वां रिफॉर्म हमें कौन सा करना है? हमें 5-10 साल का और 25 साल का 10 ईयर प्लान एंड 25 ईयर प्लान। जब देश आजादी का शताब्दी वर्ष मनाता हो, तब मोदी जी ने हमें लक्ष्य दिया है कि हमें डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनना है। डेवलप्ड कंट्री में भी मोदी जी ने हमने गोल तय करके दिया है कि हमें दुनिया में 1 से 5 क्रम के स्पोर्टिंग नेशन में आना है। एक गोल को अचीव करने के लिए 10 ईयर प्लान और 25 ईयर प्लान दोनों हमने तय करना है। ये प्लान ऑलरेडी तैयार हो चुका है, वो भी थोड़े दिनों में देश के सामने आएगा। और ये प्लान को इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए नंबर ऑफ टाइप का पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा, नई पॉलिसी लानी पड़ेगी। दोस्तों, अभी मेरे सामने प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुका है, 15 से अधिक पॉलिसी देश को स्पोर्टिंग नेशन बनाने के लिए हमने तैयार करी है। स्पोर्ट्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण पार्ट है। स्पोर्ट्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग देश में कैसे बढ़ाया जाए, कैसे हम उसके लिए व्यवस्था करें, एक इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट करें। लास्ट 10-15 दिन पहले ही एक फुल डेज की समिट का आयोजन करा गया था, मैं उसमें था। कई स्पोर्ट्स इंडस्ट्रीज, एथलीट्स, फेडरेशन, सब लोग उसमें उपस्थित थे। मैं जब सुझाव देख रहा था, उसका जज्बा देख रहा था, उसके लिए जो भी रिफॉर्म, जो भी पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन करने की आवश्यकता होगी, हम करेंगे। दोस्तों, एक वर्क कल्चर तैयार करना होगा। टैलेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन का रास्ता तय करना होगा, और जो भी माध्यम मिले, माध्यम से हमें टैलेंट को आइडेंटिफाई करना है, बाद में टैलेंट को नर्चर करना है। कैसे टैलेंट को आइडेंटिफाई करें? थोड़े दिन पहले मैं मेरे ऑफिसर से डिस्कस कर रहा था। वर्तमान समय में जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, अरे एक देश के ह्यूज डाइवर्सिटी को देखते हुए, कोई ट्राइबल एरिया में, कोई स्कूल में, कोई फिजिकल एजुकेशन के पीटी टीचर को ऐसा लगे कि ये बच्चा अच्छी टेक्निक से खेलता है, खेल रहा है गांव में, खेल रहा है दूर सुदूर ट्राइबल एरिया में, लेकिन उसकी टेक्निक अच्छी है, उसका छोटा सा वीडियो बना लिया और वीडियो मिनिस्ट्री को, स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी को भेज दिया। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक हमारा खेलो इंडिया सेंटर है, यहां से तुरंत ही वहां भेजा जाएगा, जाओ ये बच्चे को ढूंढो, उसमें कुछ टैलेंट लगती है, और टैलेंट है, आइडेंटिफाई हो गई, तो सरकार की जिम्मेवारी बन जाएगी उसको नर्चर करके उसको बेस्ट एथलीट बनाने की। दोस्तों, हमें कई विषय पर काम करना है। प्ले इन इंडिया आप आइए और भारत में खेलिए। भारत में खेलने का एक एनवायरनमेंट खड़ा करना है। लीग आज करने के लिए हम बाहर जाते हैं, दुनिया में जाते हैं, दुनिया आए इंडिया में लीग खेलने के लिए, कर सकते हैं। दोस्तों, हमें करना है, हमें हमारे रिनाउंड एथलीट है उसका उपयोग करना है। हमारे पास 30,000 से अधिक स्पोर्ट्स कोटा से अलग अलग मंत्रालय में, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में जॉब कर रहे हैं। उसको जॉब क्यों दी गई है? रेलवे में किसी को जॉब मिली है, वहां टिकट काटने के लिए उसको जॉब नहीं दी गई है। टिकट काटे, लेकिन उसके साथ उसको खेलना है, उसको खेलने की अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले। उसमें टैलेंट है, उसमें से किसी को हम कोच बना सकते हैं। ये दिशा में हमने काम चालू करा है। देश में एकेडमिक कल्चर डेवलप करना है। अलग अलग हमारे एथलीट जिन्होंने जिसकी एज हो गए, रिटायर्ड हो गए, क्या करें, उसमें खेलने का जज्बा है, वो स्पोर्ट्स को जानता है, समझता है। ऐसे लोगों को, ऐसे हमारे एथलीट देश में एकेडमी चालू करें, देश में एकेडमिक कल्चर डेवलप करना है। हमें देश में लीग कल्चर डेवलप करना है। एकेडमिक कल्चर, लीग कल्चर, खेलो इंडिया, फिट इंडिया, आपने देखा होगा संडे ऑन साइकिल मूवमेंट बन चुकी है। और संडे देश में 1 साल पहले मुझे पता है, मैंने जब शुरुआत करी थी तो फिट इंडिया के डैशबोर्ड पर 250 साइकिल क्लब ने साइकिलिंग के लिए रजिस्ट्रेशन करा था। और लास्ट संडे जब संडे ऑन साइकिल हुई, देश में 8000 स्थानों पर संडे ऑन साइकिल के लिए रजिस्ट्रेशन आया। ये देश में जज्बे की कमी नहीं है, ये देश के यूथ में क्षमता की भी कमी नहीं है। ये देश में ब्रेन पावर और मैन पावर सदियों से था, है और रहेंगे। दोस्तों, सवाल इतना ही है कि उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले। सवाल इतना ही है कि उसको सहयोग करा जाए, उसको आदर करा जाए, उसको सम्मान करा जाए। दोस्तों, आने वाले दिनों में स्पोर्ट्स सेक्टर में जो कुछ बदलाव हो रहा है, हम महसूस करने लगे हैं और हम उसको फील करते रहेंगे। हर देश में, देश के हर नागरिक को न्यू जनरेशन चाइल्डहुड से ही उसमें खेलने का जज्बा बने। मुझे खेलना है, हर युवा खेले। दोस्तों, हर स्ट्रीट खेल का मैदान बन जाए और हर पोडियम भारत का स्पोर्ट्स में परचम लहराने का माध्यम बन जाए। ये दिशा में हमें काम करना है। आपकी 2 दिन की समिट इस विषय पर डिस्कस करेगी। उसमें से जो निष्कर्ष निकलेगा, उसका आउटपुट निकलेगा, उसका भी हम अध्ययन करेंगे। हमें एक साथ में मिलकर आगे बढ़ना है। हमें एक पब्लिक मूवमेंट बनाना है। स्पोर्ट्स एक पब्लिक मूवमेंट कैसे बने, हर व्यक्ति की उसमें हिस्सेदारी कैसे बने। मोदी जी ने सही कहा है कि एक व्यक्ति जब एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ते हैं तो व्यक्ति एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ते हैं। लेकिन जब 140 करोड़ की जनता का कमिटमेंट जुट जाता है और 140 करोड़ की जनता एक संकल्प के साथ एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ती है, तो देश 140 करोड़ स्टेप एक साथ में आगे बढ़ सकता है और तब जाके हम विकसित भारत बन पाएंगे। और दोस्तों, हमारी सोच, हमारा विजन, हमारा संकल्प ये विकसित भारत का है और उसको साध्य करने के लिए, उसको सिद्ध करने के लिए देश के 140 करोड़ की जनता के परिवार के भाग रूप हम सब लोगों का भी जिस सेक्टर में हम काम कर रहे हैं उसको सर्वोच्च स्थान पर पहुंचाने का हमारा कर्तव्य है। मैं स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्स को अभिनंदन करूंगा। आपने इस समिट का आयोजन करा। मुझे बताया गया था इस समिट में भाग लेने वाले लोगों के बारे में भी मैंने डिटेल समझा था। मैंने इस समिट का महत्व समझते हुए, दोस्तों, मैं कल गुजरात था। रात को 11:30 बजे मैं पहुंचा और ये कार्यक्रम पूरा होने के बाद फिर मेरा बाहर का कार्यक्रम है। लेकिन इस समिट का महत्व को देखते हुए मैं आपके सब के बीच में उपस्थित रहा हूँ। आप सबको मिलने का भी अवसर मिला। आप सबको मेरी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका सर कि आपने समय निकाला और आप आए इस सेशन का हिस्सा बने, इस इनॉग्रेशन का हिस्सा बने. बहुत बहुत आपका शुक्रिया और आभार हम सब की तरफ से आपकी ओर. Sir, at this point of time, I will request that you also please inaugurate the expo. Please, we're all waiting for this moment. और आपसे यही गुजारिश है कि please inaugurate the expo and declare it open for all the attendees over the next couple of days. Thank you so much, sir. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. We're requesting the Honorable Minister to inaugurate the expo, declare it open for all attendees. And once this is done, we head into our panel discussions in a short while. But once again, we're extremely honored to have the Honorable Minister here with us, the Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, who's graced us with his presence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here this morning. We'll head into our panel discussions for the day, starting with the first panel discussion in about 5 to 7 minutes from now. So do join us back in the hall then for the same.
check.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd request everyone to please be seated. We'll now head into our panel discussions for the day, starting with our first session in just a few minutes from now. So I'd request all our esteemed guests and dignitaries to please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this is going to be a platform for a lot of networking that will happen, catching up with old friends and colleagues and peers from the industry. And I'm sure the conversations will flow well beyond the confines of this hall. But we're now going to move into our panel discussions, so I'd request all our esteemed guests to please be seated. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, since we're running on a clock and tight on time, so we'll move on with our first panel discussion for the day. India in a league of its own, how India shapes global sport is our panel discussion. So I'd request everyone who's in the hall to please be seated as we get our panel discussion underway. We've got some wonderful speakers coming up on stage for this. Thank you so much. Right. So we head into this panel discussion, India in a league of its own, how India shapes global sport. And to share their views and to hear from our eminent speakers, let me invite them on stage. May I request Arun Dhumalji to please step up to the plate, please. Sir, pleasure to have you here with us. Chairman of the Indian Premier League. And the league's grown and gone from strength to strength. We've seen him in various capacities as a cricket administrator. Sir, request you to please be seated. Of course, prime seat in the house. May I also request on stage Mr. Anupam Goswami, Business Head, Mashal Sports and Chairman, Pro Kabaddi. Please, sir, can we have you on stage? A veteran in this industry who's transformed Kabaddi into one of India's most successful sporting leagues and reshaped its popularity worldwide, not just nationwide, let me remind you. May I invite on stage Mr. Raja Chaudhary, Head of Strategy, Asia Pacific and Country Head, India NBA. Sir, pleasure to have you here with us, requesting you to join us on stage. He's driving NBA's vision of making basketball India's second biggest sport in the country with a focus on technology and fan engagement. Pleasure to have you here with us, Mr. Chaudhary. May I also invite on stage Vita Dani ma'am. Pleasure to have you here with us, co-owner of Chennai NFC, the football club in the ISL, and of course, chairperson of Ultimate Table Tennis. She is a sports entrepreneur and philanthropist, deeply invested in grassroots development and community upliftment through sport. Pleasure to have you here with us, ma'am. And of course, to moderate this session, may I invite Mr. K.C. Vijay Kumar, sports editor of The Hindu, with 3 decades of reporting across World Cups, Olympics, and of course, global sporting events, bringing rich perspective to today's discussion. It's over to you, Vijay.
Morning, everyone. Absolute pleasure to be here with these dignitaries on the stage. I just want to take you guys back a little bit in time. 2008, April 18, Chinnaswamy Stadium, Bengaluru. A bunch of cynical journalists, sports writers, cricket writers being in the press box, not having a clue about how IPL will shape out. And we were there, and all of us in a state of confusion, not knowing what to expect. And then Brendan McCullum launches those sixes, threatening the clogged roads of Bengaluru with its traffic, and friends and lovers in Cubbon Park. And then we realized that we are witnessing something extremely special. And here we are 17 years down the line, one of the biggest leagues in the world, also has inspired multiple leagues, cricketing leagues across the globe, Australia, Sri Lanka, you name it. Everyone has a league which is kind of mimics the IPL. So first up, I would ask Arun about, at that point in time in history, 2008, did you expect the IPL to shape up the way it did?
Well, first of all, good morning to everyone, and I would like to compliment Hindu and Sportstar for this amazing summit. I'm sure when we are eyeing to host Olympics, this augurs well for the sports, and it will create a platform for that discussion to happen and to be amplified till we host that Olympics and have Olympians in our country. As far as IPL is concerned, we think of IPL being started in 2008, and when we are discussing that how we are going to start more leagues, I think the backdrop for that has to be that was forward integration of the pool of players, pool of cricketers that had happened eventually starting from 83. I see that as a transforming movement, and then the continuity of all the sports icon that BCCI created over there, whether it was Kapil Paji, then Sachin Tendulkar, then Dhoni, Virat, Shubman Gill. That flow continued for years altogether, and the kind of leadership that we have had in BCCI to nurture that. Why it would happen is because BCCI on an annual basis conducts more than 2,500 games for different age groups at various categories for men, women, and the kind of talent pool that we have when we start that league. So you have competitive game, competitive cricket happening. So there has been no gap from Brian McCullum in the first inaugural game to Vaibhav Suryavanshi in the last edition, wherein a youngster at the age of 14, he is getting his first ball to play and he's hitting that ball for a six. So that continue is what has led to the success of IPL, and if we have to start with other leagues, cannot be done on the drawing board. It has to be done on the sports field. Create a talent pool of all these sportsmen in the different faculties. Then we can think of having equally successful leagues in the other sports.
Mr. Goswami, Kabaddi has always been a fabulous sport. It's seen as a rural sport. Some of us have played the school level, and it's got a huge market, and it's kind of shown in the TRPs, third most watched league uh, within the country and abroad. Uh, how do you see it panning out?
So it's a privilege to be at this before this gathering and before at such a distinguished platform. Sportstar and Hindu are among the strongest supporters of Pro Kabaddi, and thank you so much for that. The opportunity and challenge will always be compared to the biggest league in town, and we are a strong second, but there is a stratospheric level above. How do we see it panning out? I think Arun just spoke of a very the key crucial element that defines success and failure for all sports around the world. It is the amount of competition. And when you go in for a league, a sports league, as a modern business construct, one of the challenges would be the the scale of the sport on ground. He just now said 2,500 matches. It's I think my sport would be less than one thing. It would apply for almost every other sports trying to do league. And so, how do we see it panning out?
So can you hold the mic a little up?
We'll have to a the the scale at which the sport is played, the threshold at which it is played. We have to do much more of it. Then, because we have the deficit, we'll have to look to the drawing board. And there will be four things which will be very important. One, your fan, because you're recreating, reinventing the sport. Your focus on fans has to be uppermost, and whatever it takes. Second, the quality of competition. A good league, the fundamental promise has to be just like IPL, that it offers the best level of competition in that sport to the fan. In order to, the third part from for following will be the Tyre pipeline. Again, we'll follow their and try to emulate what they've done. And lastly, the fourth one, it has to all come together in a scheme of governance, which will be able to give you sustenance as well as other areas of strength, drive other areas of strength which are needed for sports to grow.
In India, as far as sport is concerned, I mean, there is an audience that watches sport in the grounds, in the stadia. And there's a huge, probably a bigger audience that consumes sport on television. And when you speak about that, you speak about European Football League, you speak about Grand Slam tennis, you speak about F1, you speak about golf, and most importantly, you speak about NBA. It's an extremely niche audience and a niche sport. Uh, it's coming to you. I mean, how do you see this particular audience? How do you broad base it? How do you widen it, and get the reach on a larger scale?
Yeah. Firstly, thank you for having me on the panel and having such esteemed panelists. So, I think for us, we're obviously in a very different situation as the NBA, as an American league versus the domestic leagues here. And as you say, the NBA is niche. I don't think basketball is niche in India necessarily. Basketball is a very popular sport at the young youth school level. A lot of kids play it. Unfortunately, we haven't really had a sustainable domestic league in India previously, and so that's been a challenge. But for us, it starts really with grassroots efforts, and we've been doing grassroots efforts to get a ball in kids' hands for 13, 14 years now in India, and we've continued to do that through our junior MBA program, which has reached over 15 million kids across the country in 35 cities. So we'll continue to do that. I think the other one, to your point, is around broadcast and accessibility. And that's always been, for us, a big priority. This year we partnered with YouTube to try and put games out there for free so that people can actually watch our games. Our time zone in India is challenging for the NBA, for live viewership. But increasingly what I think we're seeing with youth these days is shorter forms are where everything is at. So the nice thing about the NBA and basketball is we can package it in smaller packages. And you're seeing a lot of consumption through social and digital forms now. I think the last one for us is also just giving people access to the sport and the game and the brand through other means. It's not just about everything on court. And I think that's where the NBA is quite unique. The NBA is not just the sport of basketball. The NBA is many other things around the culture and the lifestyle and sneaker culture and all these elements, hip-hop music, all these elements that come to bear. And I think the NBA globally has become a phenomenon in that regard as a cultural brand. And that brings people back to the sport, but they come at it from different angles, not just having to play or watch. So we're excited about the opportunity in India. I think we need to do more work, obviously, to continue to grow the game here, but there is a growing fan base that we're excited to service.
Could we expect a spin-off here in terms of a league? Could we expect a spin-off?
Sorry, what do you mean by a spin-off?
In terms of, probably a version of an Indian NBA.
Well, look, we're excited by, I think, some of the developments we've heard about in the country. We're aware that BFI and ACG are now in partnership to develop a domestic basketball league. We're monitoring that. We're excited about that prospect and seeing how we can help to build the ecosystem there.
Coming to you, ma'am. Obviously, he's got the first mover advantage, IPL in 2008 at massive, stratospheric levels. So you linked with Chennai FC and Ultimate Table Tennis. How do you see these multiple leagues functioning together? In terms of, is there a sense of viewer fatigue or consumption fatigue from the fans, or how do you see it panning out?
For us to be a successful sporting nation, multiple sports will have to coexist.
Yeah.
So I don't see this as a competition.
Yeah.
I don't see it as a first mover's advantage. But I see the needle moving. Sorry, Mr. Dhumal, I know it is moving away from cricket, but all of us have to ensure that the new generation is involved in some sport or the other, be it cricket, be it football, kabaddi, table tennis, basketball, whatever, it doesn't matter. And that is the only way we will be able to create talent. We'll have to go down to the grassroots. It's not only the top-down approach where we say that we will promote leagues, but the reason why cricket is successful is because it is connected to the communities. It's really down to the grassroots level, and that's where the talent is coming. So if we follow the same model systematically across sports, we will certainly become a nation that we are striving to be. And it is possible because we do have multiple talent. Like, I can give you example in table tennis. 6 years ago when we started the Ultimate Table Tennis League, we had 2 players in top 100. Today we have 13 in 6 years. And this is with effort of only one individual. So if we do this across the country with multiple stakeholders, I'm sure we can talk a lot more about the success and the talent that we can create.
Just to add one more query to this, I mean, you have Chennai and FC, and then you also have CSK, and there's a huge Madras Chennai connect. How do you see this ecosystem of a city loyalty towards a particular franchise, be it football, be it cricket, and then also having these fans across the country?
I have to say, Chennai fans are the best. Hey, where are the Chennai guys here? Where's the noise? You guys are quiet. Come on. So, and I'm sure many of us at the panel would agree that Chennai fans are really something else. After that is Mumbai. And I think it doesn't matter what sport it is, it's a fan base that is created with regional affinity, and it will continue to be so. And I think more successful a franchisee is, stronger the fan base. So that's the way forward. And when we started football, I didn't see a very big culture of football in Tamil Nadu for sure. But systematically and gradually, we have been able to create a good fan base, and it's only growing. So it's only going in one direction.
Um, there's always this talk about club versus country, and our players or athletes spreading themselves too thin, playing for clubs and then not able to expend energy while playing for their state or the zones or the country. How do all of you look at this? I mean, I'll start with Arun. Uh, is there a conflict or is there a synergy?
No, club can definitely give you money, but representing for your country, the kind of honor that it would give you, no club or no money can give you that. I would like to supplement what ma'am just said. We need to engage our youth with all kind of sport. Cricket cannot engage everyone for that matter. Cricket is a different sport. It has to be played on natural grass. The kind of equipment that you need to play cricket is quite expensive. If you have to take up a sport like table tennis, you can start with every school. Same with basketball, you can do that. I mean, kabaddi and wrestling has been played in India for ages. Cricket was introduced to us by Britishers. So we have to have a different game plan for all these different sports. And all these sports stars, the icons in the making, would come from rural and semi-urban background. From urban air-conditioned schools, you will have gamers, but sportsmen would come from that background. We have to do that. And why sports is important, because we've seen over the last 3-4 decades with this no-fail policy, our youth has grown up with the attitude that even if I won't do anything, I'll go to the next class. Because the underlying principle of our education has been nobody should fail in school, let them fail in life. It should be the other way around. Even if you fail in school, you must make it in life, and it is sport which teaches you that, which trains you for that. Failure is integral part of our life. We need to understand, even if I will do 100%, I might fail, but I have to live with it, be strong, rise up again, and go for the next win. We have seen what happened with 23 World Cup. We played some phenomenal cricket, but in the finals we lost it to Australia. But we never gave up. We have to back ICC trophies after that. So that is what sport teaches you.
Mr. Goswami, how do you look at this?
So, in all sport, Team India in our country is the epitome. So there is no doubt that country is very, very important. But as a representative of a league, and that is, it's the challenge is that the league is still a drop-down concept. It's being grafted onto an opportunity set. So in kabaddi, I think one of the reasons kabaddi has done well, the league has done well, is the set of investors who have backed the sport and have backed the management of the league. And for sure, the inputs of modern sports science, modern sports organization, the creation of playing opportunities, and the driving of stature of kabaddi athletes in their communities. The role of the PKL clubs is very, very important. I mean, kabaddi athletes will tell you, seniors in the kabaddi ecosystem will tell you, they would return from winning the Asian Games gold, but nobody knew that there was kabaddi at the Asian Games gold, and nobody would be there. So The role of, to use the technically correct word, franchises in a league economy is very important. But I think including for all Indian sports leagues, our franchises have to travel a distance to become genuine clubs where they start having legacy uh, value propositions. That growth we have to see.
How do you look at that? Because NBA has got a massive legacy, right?
Yeah, I think very different perspective. I can give more of a US lens, but I think it's a good reference. All the way back to the Dream Team, when they played in the Olympics for the first time. It's, like Aaron said, there's no replacing that playing for your country. And if you look over the last 30, 40 years for NBA players, it's something special for them. Even the most recent Olympics, you saw LeBron and Steph Curry playing for their country, taking it seriously. I think the interesting thing for the US team and the NBA players is the rest of the world has caught up. And I think that's a really interesting dynamic now, where the US was so dominant both in the NBA and WNBA, and you've got the international teams catching up now at the at the Olympic and World Championship level, and a lot of that is actually tied back to the NBA league. 25% of the NBA now is international players, which is a huge change from 20, 30 years ago where it was predominantly American. So I think as leagues develop, as they internationalize, I think it creates an interesting dynamic depending on where that league is based for the national team discussion as well.
Ma'am, your take?
I'm sure everyone present here in the room will agree with one thing, that there's no greater pride than having a Tiranga on your jersey. So that comes before anything else, be it club, be it franchise, be it league, be it anything. As far as table tennis is concerned, we started with 6 teams. We've gone to 8 teams, which we are very happy about. We started city and state-based leagues here. If you look at globally, there are many leagues that are in existence for decades now, be it Bundesliga, French league, Croatian league, name it. I mean, lots of European countries. But the good part is that our league has become like a benchmark. The innovations that we are bringing about are now being adopted in other parts of the world. And I see that as more of an encouragement than anything else, because we are doing something right over here. This is also now being adopted internationally in the calendar or in the international events by the federation. As far as the table tennis calendar is concerned, we have over 120 events happening annually. So if one decides to follow, you can be busy throughout the year. So I see it as a complementing system where one is important and for the existence of the other one, and you gradually climb up, like how it is there in tennis, like the ATP system. That's what we have in table tennis, and I think it's a great system to have. It not only brings the fans together, you play with one another, you play against one another, and I think there cannot be a better exposure than that.
I remember when IPL was launched and back in 2008, there was a bit of the auction and all that, and there was a bit of skepticism. Like Adam Gilchrist said, he felt like cattle in the auction, and then much later, Rahul Dravid said it is a domestic tournament with an international flavor, right? And then obviously that gained depth, gained heft. Uh, it's visible, but there's also this talk. I mean, and all of you could answer this. I mean, there's always a talk that there's a balance between backing homegrown players, national players, and also getting more international athletes into the mix so that the intensity goes up. So now in IPL, for instance, only 4 foreigners can play in the 11. Would there be a future in which probably it's much more flexible, wherein the captains could probably fix it, play more foreign players in the 11, and or is it a kind of a confusion there about that? And it's a question addressed to all of you in terms of striking a balance between your own players and the imports.
See, that structure is already there. You can't play more than 4
Yeah.
international players in the IPL team. And rightly so, it is being BCCI's domestic tournament. You have to give the platform to guys like Vaibhav Suryavanshi, Yashasvi Jaiswal to come and share that platform with the best of international cricketers in their dressing room and opposite them. So definitely it has to be there since it is primarily BCCI's tournament, so that curb has to be there. So I don't think so there should be more flexibility into that. That is good enough for the time being because we have an amazing pool of players in our country. In a country of 1.5 billion people and the kind of craze that we have for cricket, you don't need more flexibility that you need more international cricketers. There have been many seasons wherein few of the cricketers they couldn't make to that IPL season. But despite that, our Indian cricketers they foot the bill. The kind of inning that you would have seen from somebody like Rinku Singh, Yashasvi Jaiswal, it was at par with any of the best international batter. So I think it is working well for us. But with regard to other sports, it could be different. We might not have that kind of talent to begin with, but you need international icons to come and play to create that interest. See, leagues would happen when you create quality sportsmen and they have the followers or fans backing that up. That would eventually work out for the whole ecosystem, keeping in mind the sponsors and broadcasters. So how you do that is very, very important, whether you have depth of pool of players in your country for that particular sport, or whether you would want someone to come and inspire billions of fans to engage with that. That is what remains to be seen. It all depends on different sport because I would say one size won't fit all.
Could the others add to it?
So I walk in a wake, but I take a few different steps also. Uh, for kabaddi, the challenge was different. PKL had also to drive the growth of the sport uh, across the world. The biggest strength for kabaddi when we started PKL, it was already a medal discipline at the Asian Games, and one of the then one of the concomitants is that you have to allow other countries to win sometime. Otherwise, it's not in the Asian Games for India to win again and again and again. When Iran beat India in the kabaddi event at the 2018 Asian Games, many people said it was pro kabaddi which was responsible. Okay. Because Iranians are our biggest flock of overseas players and they are very, very talented. But I guess what will be important is one of the things, if you allow me to reiterate what I said some time ago, the fundamental premise of a successful sports league has to be that it offers its fan the best level of competition in the world. And for that, you have to enable the best talent in the world to be present before the fans. And once again, so cricket does it brilliantly. We try to do it. We are good at it, but we seriously believe that there should be some more countries who should be more strongly represented, and we are very assured about the impact that PKL has had on the quality of Indian players. Some of them are absolutely astounding, and in fact, the entire Indian team, senior men's, which will play for the next year's Asian Games. I don't know the team, but it'll be out of the PKL system. So we have done okay in that.
I don't have that much to add. I 100% agree with Arun that it's very dependent on the sport, and specifically within that sport depends on which country you're talking about. India's lens in basketball is very different to a US lens for basketball. So, just coming back to my point earlier, I think the NBA is at such a high standard, which is the point that Sir's making. It almost doesn't matter if you can bring in as many international players as you like, and it's only going to strengthen the sport and make the product better. But that's, you know, a very mature sport in the US. It's different if you're younger as a sport in a country where maybe that sport is not so popular. Then you have to take other interests into account a little bit to try to help develop that sport in that country. So I think it is very much horses for courses.
Ma'am?
I mentioned earlier how we as a country have done significantly well in table tennis in last 6 years. This year at the Olympics, we were only one game away from the medals. I'm not disappointed that we didn't get the medal, but there is a lot of hope that we can do it. If you look at Olympics this year, while gold went to China, silver went to Sweden, bronze went to France, and fourth number place was with Brazil. So there is a lot of diversity, there is a lot of hope for us as a country to do well. I have an added advantage over all the men here. That is that if you look at cricketers, you look at kabaddi players or basketball players, they all play table tennis. So that really helps to the popularity of the game, be it Dhoni, be it Sachin, be it lots of players. It's endless, the list. And if you look at our young talent, we have Divyanshi, who's also one of our talent, identified by us. She is world number 3 under 15 now. We have another boy who is also in the top 15 in under 15. So there is a lot of hope. And if you look at 2036, then we will have a lot of talent that can show promise and that will be able to make our country very proud. So talent is not a problem. It's a question of nurturing it. It's a question of supporting it. And it's a question of ensuring that they have the right platform to shine.
I just want to ask about this interesting phenomenon. We all agree that the nation is supreme, but in terms of fan loyalty, when it comes to regional loyalty, there's this huge dichotomy wherein, suppose say a Karnataka is playing a Ranji Trophy game at Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore, or Tamil Nadu is playing a Ranji game at Chepak, or Mumbai is playing a game at Wankhede. The crowd that turns up for that is minimal vis-a-vis the same crowd that turns up for a Mumbai Indians game or an RCB game or a CSK game. I guess it's the same with even football too. Earlier HAL and ITI clash in Bangalore Football Stadium would get the audience, but it's slowly shifting. So do you think that in terms of the sporting spectrum in India, the nation comes first, and then the second rung now is all the franchises put together, and only then the state and the zones come into play in terms of fan loyalty, in terms of turning up the stadiums?
I think doesn't really matter. For a India bilateral game also, you would have fans shouting RCB, RCB,
Yeah.
RCB or CSK, CSK, but at least they are coming to the stadium. That is most important. A sportsman would like to give his best when he sees that crowd cheering for him. I would like to compliment all my franchise owners who have created that kind of fan base, and they need to be complimented for this. They have done amazing job with regarding to creating this fan base around whatever city you would go, whether it is 23 IPL, 24 IPL, a game of say Mumbai Indians versus CSK, the entire stadium would be yellow. In Delhi also, you would have more CSK and Dhoni fans than maybe Delhi Capitals. So thanks to all these icons that have been created over the years because of the kind of passion that they have shown in the ground and the kind of commitment and sustainability that has been shown by all these franchise owners to hold these fans. So it augurs well for the game as long as these fans are inspired to go to the stadium and cheer up for their leaders.
वैसे तो सच है कि प्रो कबड्डी के बैंगलोर मैच में भी फैन आरसीबी आरसीबी कहते रहते हैं तो वो that is the you know the scale at which your franchises have worked. Some of us, the real reason why you would see this difference between a federated state level competition versus a league competition is franchises on the way to becoming sports clubs have a more explicit fan first approach. It's sort of, there is a connect, and there is also a direct engagement in the stadium itself for the matches. Uh, but again, I think it's also to do with the fact that there is a fundamental promise that the level of competition and the level of spectacle you will consume with the league franchise would be consistently a little bit elevated. It doesn't mean that you don't see good cricket or good kabaddi at the state level. You see fantastic stuff. And some of the stuff you see, for example, bowlers do in Ranji Trophy matches is absolutely amazing. But it is just a fundamental premise and a fundamental promise which is work out over there. That is what shows up for attendances for leagues.
I think it's about community ultimately, right? It's what does the franchise represent? It represents the community that wants to gather and support a specific team. I mean, sometimes it's just a color or a logo, but what does it really mean? It's we're coming together to support something. And so I think to the point, it's leagues can offer maybe a more elevated experience in that regard, not just from a competitive standpoint, but I think more importantly from a community standpoint, because if there is more investment and funding behind it, there's more marketing behind it, there's more power behind it almost that generates that community and allows people to come into that community in different ways, which maybe is not available in other formats.
I must say that IPL has done an exceptional job with fan base, and the rest of us have yet to catch up in India. But I have a little different of view. Is that how do you use these heroes to leverage their brand to make the game popular? Like if I give an example of Dhoni and Abhishek, they come from two different backgrounds. They bring to table two different values, but they still promote a sport to which either of them are not affiliated. So how do we make these heroes, use rather these heroes to make the game more popular? And that in itself will bring the fans, because they are fans of the individual. They are not necessarily fans of only that game. We have CSK fans, we have Bachchan fans, we have all sorts of fans. Anybody who plays table tennis, they are our fans. Anybody who plays football, they come and support us. So it's how you use the brands is more important, according to me.
Just to wind up, I mean, in the popularity of the leagues, I mean, there's enormous pressure on Ion and me whenever any league comes to town. Could be IPL, could be ISL, could be table tennis or PKL, to just get passes. There's extreme love and affection, directed towards us to get those passes. So obviously the leagues are doing spectacularly well. Thank you for this wonderful conversation. I think I'll throw the floor open for a few questions. Could the mic be passed around, please? Anyone? Yeah.
Check. Hi, my name is Bajnath Pandey, and this is to all of you. So when we're talking about these leagues, we've got regional names like Chennai Super Kings, we've got RCB, Bengaluru, right? So don't you think when you've got a provision for certain players from international level, right, and certain numbers from India, you should also have certain local players reserved from that particular state. That way you will be actually uplifting the sporting level of that particular state. This is to all of you. Thank you.
So you would want Indian domestic players to be participating in other leagues. Is that the question, if I get it right?
No, sir. My question is that there should be certain number of players reserved for that particular state that the name is being taken. So if you're saying Lucknow Giants, or let's say Chennai Super Kings, there should be certain players from Tamil Nadu reserved in that particular team.
See, it is up to the franchisee to have the best mix of competitive players. When we are giving him the freedom to choose from across the globe, why should we restrict him to keep it at that state level? He has to pick up the best talent, and that is what has resulted in IPL becoming so competitive. So much so that you had 16 games going into the last over in 23 IPL tournament, and 24 games in 24 went to the last over, and many of them to the last ball. It is the competitiveness of the tournament that is most important for us and for the broadcaster for that matter. If you have to look at the ecosystem, the competitiveness of the game is more critical. So franchisee has to keep in mind that his team has to sustain till the playoffs and make it to the final. So for that he needs to pick up the best talent. If that player is missing out from being part of CSK, he would be, if he is good enough, he would be picked up by Mumbai Indians or Punjab Kings for that matter.
If I may say something here, we started a table tennis league with 4 foreigners and 8 Indians, sorry. Today we have cut down our foreigners to half. We said that we want the Indians to really excel. We are doing all this so that India goes ahead, not for anybody else. So that we have already put in practice. And second is we also have equal representation of men and women. So that's a step ahead of your question, sir. That why only men? Even women should have equal opportunity. And then within that, as Mr. Dhumal said, that the right talent has to be promoted. You cannot say that just because I come from a state, I have an added advantage over somebody else. Because as a franchisee owner, you want your team to win. So at that time, you want to look at the best talent and not necessarily a regional or a local talent that is available.
We just have time for one final question. Anyone? Yeah, the lady here.
Hi, I'm Leher. I'm a consultant with the Cycling Federation of India. How would you think the playbook will change for a non-stadia sport like a road cycling league? What would your advice be from a conventional stadia sport to if you want to promote a non-stadia sport like a road league, road cycling?
There's one MTB being conducted in Himachal for many years now. That's a private initiative and the guy has done a phenomenal job. You just have to have that passion and drive to make it that I would want to make it count, and you'll be successful. I'm sure there are many people who have taken up cycling as a passion, as a sport. So you have to have that wherewithal and passion and that willpower to make it do well, and I'm sure sky's the limit.
I think you can take marathon as an example. How marathon from a sport has actually become a movement, more like a festival, if I may say so, across countries, across continents. Like that, if you involve the community, as Mr. Dhumal said, then you will really be able to get the masses involved. And that's how it will become a movement. That's how it will become like a regular feature in everybody's life.
Yeah, I would echo that statement. I think in this day and age, it's about community and festivalization of sport just as much as the on-court or on-ground product. To give you an example of what the NBA has recently done in India, even though we don't play our games here in India, a few months ago we held an event called NBA House in Mumbai in partnership with Budweiser, and that was a festivalization of all the things around the sport. It was sold out, attendees who aren't coming necessarily to watch a stadium sport, which our sport is, but they're coming to participate in things around that sport. So I think that's a newer way of thinking maybe about sport as well.
Thank you very much, and that concludes the session. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Thank you. Pleasure.
Oh, this has been very informative, very interesting as well. And of course, that last question was Another interesting aspect to this discussion. Before anything else, may I request Mr. K.C. Vijay Kumar, sir, to please present mementos to all our speakers, please. May we have a big thank you for our speakers, and of course, can we request you to please present a small token of our appreciation to them. It's interesting. You know, you're talking about cricket, kabaddi, NBA basketball, we're talking about table tennis, and of course, a co-owner for a team in the ISL as well. Interesting to see other leagues coming up. There's rugby, there's volleyball that's come up. Let's talk about something to do outside the stadia, like a road cycling event. That's an interesting conversation. A big thank you to our esteemed panelists for joining us on stage, and thank you, Vijay Kumar sir, for doing the honors. Thank you. Interesting perspective for an outside stadia piece mentioned by Ms. Vita Dani about looking at marathon as a parallel for that. Very interesting and intriguing. Let's move on to our next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. It's an action-packed day. But before I invite our panelists for the next discussion, I'm going to have a quick reminder for all. Please make sure that you don't lose your lanyards. I know this is a day of networking, interacting, and of course being here on stage, but please kindly make sure that you keep your lanyards with you. Right, we move on to the next panel discussion. This is going to be very interesting. Breaking down the National Sports Governance Act. Let's talk about breaking down the National Sports Bill, understanding it a little better. I'm looking forward to this discussion. I'm sure a lot of you are as well. I'm going to request our next set of panelists to kindly come up on stage. May I request Sri Kunal, Joint Secretary, Governance, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sport, to kindly come up on stage, sir. He oversees governance of national sports federations, sports science institutions, and talent development programs, playing a central role in shaping India's sports policy and ecosystems. Pleasure to have you here with us, sir, and thank you for being here to share your insights. May I also invite on stage Vidushpat Singhania, Managing Partner, Creda Legal. Pleasure to have you here with us. One of India's foremost sports lawyers. He's helped draft landmark legislations, including the National Sports Development Bill and National Anti-Doping Act. Advises federations and leagues and athletes on governance and regulation. And to moderate this session, may I invite Ayan Sengupta. Ayan, come up on stage. Editor of Sportstar, seasoned journalist, reported global sporting events like the FIFA World Cup. He's led Sportstar's digital and print growth. It's over to you, my friend.
I think we heard the minister in the morning, and a lot of things is going on in Indian sports. Very promising. The new act which has come, we believe that it's going to revolutionize Indian sports. It's going to bring in transparency, good governance, and without wasting time, I would want to get into the questions with these two wonderful gentlemen who were instrumental in actually ensuring this, drafting this bill, and then of course getting it passed in the parliament. Kunalji, my first question is to you. The National Sports Governance Bill introduces term limits, age caps, athlete and women representation, and of course the National Sports Tribunal. What are the core issues this act is designed to address?
Thank you. I would like to draw the attention of the audience on the speech of Honorable Minister that this bill is essential to address the complete ecosystem of sports. And when we see the issues which are plaguing the sports ecosystem, which hinges on the development of sports as a driver of economy, as a social change, is the good governance framework. This bill, and now it has become an act, is built upon the three core pillars: athlete centricism, good governance, and global alignment. So it is holistically addressing the core issues which are required for successful functioning of a federation, successful participation of athletes, proper development of the sporting pyramid from the top to bottom, and adhering to the Olympic Charter and international rules and regulation. So this bill is bill now, sorry, act is holistically addressing all these issues?
I'll maybe add to what Sir has said. No, there are two aspects which Sir has actually worked very hard on, is grievance redressal and elections. If you see most sport federation and whatever is happening in court, as reporters, maybe that's something that you've actually done an analysis on, is disputes are election and selection. Rest all disputes actually get resolved amongst discussion between the federation members, mediated between the athletes and everything. So they are really not beyond that. Most of the disputes that actually go, which are contentious, are election and selection. And what happens, and bad for lawyers sometimes, good for lawyers sometimes, is you file an application, it goes to court. The courts are already burdened too much with so much litigation.
But Vidush, was good for lawyers because more billing hours, right?
Yeah, good for them. Yeah, good for lawyers in the court, but maybe better for us when we set up a sports tribunal. We at least have a dedicated panel where the disputes will be resolved. And I think that's what I was building up to. What happens is the judges are already overburdened. You get 5 minutes or 10 minutes to address an issue, which is has so many layers and so many complications within it. The sporting eco rules, what exactly has happened. So a lot of times what happens is they go by a emotional mandate and they pass a decision, which has lot of implications going down because international federations are also involved and so many other athletes are also involved because you pass a decision saying, okay, X is eligible to play. What about the Y person who you made ineligible immediately on that? And then the Y person does not have enough time to now come to court. So I think that is the reason why I think the sports tribunal has been set up so that they can actually educate on this in a matter where they are relevantly and regularly aware of all these issues and able to address these issues on a longer hearings and on a day-to-day basis rather than one date coming now and then one date coming 2 weeks down the line. Second, elections. Everybody who is fighting elections, I think the election season, as soon as the federation starts or the RO is appointed and the electoral college has to be made, the disputes start. Good, bad, ugly, the disputes immediately start. Whoever and the politicking starts. And therefore, an independent election panel comprising of people who are the national and the state level, rostered by the government, is an excellent step. One, because the panel is there. They are aware of the rules and regulation and they can continue to do elections on a regular basis. B, which is something which is aligned with the election, but not there in the election, but in the sports board, is that all affiliate units, which is a state association, have to be registered with them. It's a standard practice and you see it across federations. As soon as the election is announced, if the people or the office bearers who are going to stand, or who are actually in position, if the state unit is not supporting them, most likely there will be a dispute created among the state units. One of them will be kicked out and the other one will be affiliated and then they will be a part of the electoral college and then the dispute will go to court. But if your affiliated unit is registered with them, in order to disaffiliate them, you will have to actually disaffiliate, the complaint will go straight to the sports board. And that is not going to be easy. So disaffiliation is not going to be easy. So there is going to be more stability in the federations and which is I think the major requirement, especially if we are going to bid for major events like the Olympics, the Commonwealth and even the World Championship. You need stability. Even the leagues which are there, they need stability.
But Vidush, I mean, there's also this talk, everybody keeps talking about autonomy of federation. The Olympic Charter says that national sports federation, national sports bodies needs to be autonomous from any sort of outside interference. So as a lawyer, I mean, what do you think? Is there a chance of the international bodies seeing a bill like this as an interpretation of outside influence?
So I've had the chance to deal with the international federations regarding sports governance in India and this autonomy question. And this is sometimes a googly that is thrown. The sports governance standards have not been come in today. They have been in existence from 1975, right? These standards of age, tenure, having a proper grievance redressal system, having athlete representation has been there from 1975. It got imposed in late 2000 and then finally through the National Sports Code in 2011, it was more mandated and the courts have also imposed it.
At no time has the International Federation really said that, oh, imposing good governance norm is bad for Indian sport. At no point of time. In fact, they have said good, you cannot, what their issue is that the government cannot elect somebody on the sports federation board as a EC member or determine who are the people who are going to be a part of it. And they should not directly interfere in how they are functioning on a regular level. Imposing good governance standards is there world over. Somebody has higher standards, somebody has lower standards, but they are imposed worldwide. Even registration systems are imposed worldwide. So I think this is just a googly in a large sense a lot of people throw. I do not think the international federations object to imposition of good governance standards. Sir has been a part of the discussion. Sir may throw some
In
light
fact,
on
I would like to add on that if you see good governance norms, in fact, even International Olympic Committee has come out with the principles of good governance. It is now part of the code of the ethics of the International Olympic Committee. And when we were framing the bill, we had extensive discussions with the major federations worldwide, and also have seen the international practices. That way, this act is putting a framework. It is nowhere hinging into the, I would say, autonomy aspect of the federations, but only mentioning the broad principles, how the federations will be run, how their disputes should be resolved, and how there should be smooth transition when it comes to the elections. Again, a democratically elected body is very well part of the principles of good governance of these federations internationally worldwide. And one can say about the ad hoc procedure which we have adopted. So there the National Sports Board is very well mandated to have a consultation with the world body. It is not that the board itself will appoint an ad hoc administrative body in case of governance failure. So everywhere proper safeguards have been built in to safeguard the autonomy. But side by side, the act is putting the responsibility also. There can't be autonomy without responsibility, because again they are performing state-like function. They are selecting the team India. When India is represented, so it should be represented with the players who are credible, selected properly, with the due process of rules regulations framed under the law. So that way this act is a fine balance between autonomy and accountability, and proper ensuring that the structures are in place and should not be hijacked by a particular sets of people or particular person.
Kunalji, the minister was also saying that while we are looking into the global best practices, we should create system, create laws which are which are enshrined to our values, our systems. So, I mean, we know that if you look at national sports bodies worldwide, the US Olympic Association gives affiliations to national sports federations under the Ted Stevens Act. Then in Australia, obviously, we have a similar tribunal like that in India. So when these drafts were when you guys were drafting this bill, I mean, did you look at best practices, what was happening worldwide, and how did you ensure that you get the best out of there and you then make an Indian law which can serve the Indian interest in sports the best way?
Yes, when we were framing the bill, at that time the first and foremost was the International Olympic Committee's Olympic Charter and Code of Ethics. The good governance principles of good governance was the broad framework under which we had functioned, and we had also seen when the draft constitution of Indian Olympic Association was formed under the direction of Supreme Court, that also served as a good example, good base for framing the our draft bill. And side by side we have seen the international practices like US system, then Australia is having proper act, then UK is having a code of sports, France is having code of sports. So these all international best practices have been thoroughly studied, seen, and our own sports code, the beginning of which was made, as my friend Vidushwat said, in 1975, and proper sports code was brought in after amalgamating all different good governance order in 2011. So its own functioning, different court orders, everything has been studied deeply, and after due consultation this bill was framed.
I'll just add to what Sir has said. The Indian Olympic Constitution was discussed with the IOC before it was finalized, and the government was also involved. Everybody was involved. And the IOC had no problem even then saying that you can put that all federations need to comply with the national sports code, and it is there in the constitution, and they had no problem with that. They said till the time that is not against the Olympic charter, we have no problem that you have additional good governance guidelines, and I think that is what the act is doing. They're just taking the step forward. So IOC is completely, and even the international federations are completely aligned that if you have good governance norms which are transparent, they have no problem with that.
And Vidushpat, I mean, we were also talking about sports in India being a state subject. I mean, how do you think this bill, how do you take it down to the state level and state associations and all of that? How do you bring them under the ambit of the act? And how do you think this will impact the sports governance at the state level? And Sir was earlier saying that how disenfranchising state associations all would be much more difficult once this comes, because there a lot of times the dispute actually comes from the state associations when we see elections happening at the national body. So how do you think that this bill can address that, or this act?
I think the act is very balanced in the sense that they are not trying to interfere in the autonomy of the state governments. They are simply, the act is only laying down the broad guidelines on the international federation, and only for the state unit I have only found one provision which is saying that the affiliate units have to be registered with the National Sports Board. I have not seen anything other than that in the interference in the state units. Each state government will then, taking this as a mandate or taking this as a guideline, will come out with their own norms. Rajasthan has a sports act, Gujarat is like to come out with a sports act, Haryana has a sports act. So they will all take this as a base and amend their own acts and rules, where probably they will talk about accounting standard, district associations, panchayat level, how a director will be governing or at least be overseeing those aspects, how games have to happen at the state level. I think those all aspects will be determined at the state government level. So there's enough, as I said, a broad canvas has been provided, but there's enough to paint at the state level and then take it down to the district and panchayat.
And in fact, I would like to add that when the subject becomes beyond the boundary of the state, like National Sports Federation, no state law can cover the National Sports Federation per se, and especially when is National Sports Federation is selecting Team India, like they are going for a world championship or participating in Olympics. So that way it becomes part of India's international relations, which is very well covered under the union list. So that way this act is a fine balance under the constitutional provision and scheme of the country.
Kunalji, also, in case where federations fail to conduct elections or publish accounts, the National Sports Board will have the power of inquiry. What are the due protections that the federations will have before, say, they are getting suspended or de-recognized?
Here, if you see the act, it very well from the beginning it is saying that this act respects the Olympic Charter and international statutes. So whenever there is a governance failure, these are one major aspect of governance failure if elections are not properly conducted or conducted in time, or the accounts are not published, then this matter, see, there are two sets of accountabilities. One, that federation is also accountable to their own international body. They have to follow the international statutes. They also mandate such kind of activity that they have to conduct regular election. They have to ensure that their accounts are properly managed. So that way it is a joint responsibility of the sports board as well as their own international federation. And when it comes to addressing the governance failure, the act clearly provides that the sports board will discuss the matter with the international federation, and for the Olympic discipline it will recommend the Indian Olympic Association to discuss with the international federation for formation of an ad hoc administrative body. So that way a proper foolproof mechanism is provided that athletes should not suffer in case of governance failure. There will be an alternate body to manage the federation in case there is a serious governance issue, which we feel that the kind of structures the act is providing should not happen.
Okay. Vidushpatji, I mean, we know for a fact, I mean, because we keep seeing in the sports pages, I mean, while we write about the success of Indian athletes, there's also a huge amount of space that we have to give to all the disputes and all the legal cases that are going on among most of the federations. I mean, take the example of football itself. I mean, the game is in jeopardy because a case has been going on for a very, very long time regarding the constitution and all of that. How do you think the tribunal would address these issues? Because, I mean, what the Honorable Minister earlier said, 350 cases regarding national sports federations are going on across various courts in India right now.
As I said, the courts are very stuck with time, right? Judges don't have the time to hear the matters, understand it, and then deliberate and give judgment because there's so much happening. So a specialized tribunal A is going to hear the matter regularly on a day-to-day basis. B, because there's a specialized tribunal, they are going to be aware of the sports rules, regulation, international decisions. As lawyers, we'll also be bringing that forward to their attention. So once you brought it forward, they remember it. The next matter, the next matter, the next matter. They just enhancing the knowledge.
Is this the practice world over in most of the developed sporting nations? If you talk about US, Australia, I mean, how does their sports governance issues work out?
So that's a very good question. Now depends on where you're talking about. Like in America, they have a AAA, which is the arbitration tribunal, and all sporting disputes, be with the arrangement of the US Olympics and everything, end up going to that arbitration tribunal. So it's a specialized arbitration tribunal for that. Same is with Qatar. In Kenya, there is a sports tribunal, like a government mandated sports tribunal. In UK, it is a sports resolution, where again all the disputes, it's an arbitration tribunal. So they have tried to take an arbitration approach, and then some jurisdiction like Kenya have taken a sports tribunal approach, which is a structured court. So, but yes, your question or the answer to that is there's always a specialized sports tribunal or a body or adjudicating body which is deciding the dispute because they have the specialized knowledge and they have the wherewithal to do this on a quick and a fast manner. Because in sporting disputes, if somebody has to go for an event or participate in 48 hours, then you can't decide that the issue after 1 week.
Absolutely.
And I would like to add further to it that our act also provides that every federation will have a dispute resolution committee within the federation and ethics committee. Only after going through that step, it will go to the tribunal and then finally to the Supreme Court. So our act is also focusing on internal resolution
dispute
of the
mechanisms.
Disputes. Yes.
Yeah. Kunalji, safe sport policy mandates grievance redressal for athletes in case like harassment complaints against officials. Will investigation be handled independently? Because you were talking about all federations will have their own dispute resolution mechanism. Would be handled by the federation, or there also the tribunal will have a role to play when these sort of things come?
Initially, if you see the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act, it talks about setting up an internal complaints committee. So this code of, I would say, ethics and safety, safe sports policy, they are all hinging upon the framework which is already provided in the law, and then building upon that, considering the uniqueness of the sports, and definitely once these mechanisms are, disposed with, then tribunal definitely will have a role. But primarily we are looking at the internal capacity of the federation to address these kind of issues.
Okay. I think we had a wonderful discussion with these two gentlemen. They have immense knowledge on sports governance worldwide, and I think they have come out with a wonderful bill. I would now like to throw it up for the audience, maybe 2 or 3 questions if you're going to have them from, yes, the gentleman in blue. Yeah, if you could get him a mic.
Warning, the gentleman in blue is a lawyer as well.
It was a wonderful session. My question is directed to Videshwar. As you're aware that we've always had specialized tribunals of late in this country. A lot of work has divested from the High Court and gone to specialized subject tribunals. But as you're also aware, a lot of specialized tribunals haven't really made a mark. Do you expect that, while you're optimistic, there's a new bill, new Act, Sports Act now, would this specialized tribunal be a better system as compared to other specialized tribunals which have not really taken off? Tribunals generally haven't worked very well. So what would be your thoughts on that?
I think so. Proof of this would lie in exactly who is appointed on these panels and what are the kind of processes that are set up to administer these panels. If you ask me at this point of time, there's only an act in place.
I know it's premature, but
only an act is in place, so the step is absolutely in the right direction. But then everything, you can make an act or you can make the best intention, but then how it is enforced or administered also is equally important. So who are the people who are appointed on this panel, how they function, and what are the administrative backing behind them will also determine that part. I completely agree with you, but at this point we are sitting at the act, and I think it's a very good step.
I would like to add to it that the sports disputes are a niche area. So if we have seen that when these disputes go to the constitutional courts, this take time. And internationally, if you see how many our the international tribunals are filled with the judges who are expert in the sports law. So this tribunal will also act as a gateway to have experienced judges or arbitrators who are having well experience in the sports law to move up to the world level also.
No, thank you. I know Vedashpat is a specialist in this area. We come from the same school. So that's the reason I asked him this question. Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? Anyone else? Okay. I think you have a question? Yeah, right at the end. Then white blazer, if you could have the mic to him. Yeah. Yeah.
Just one simple question. What is the idea behind getting this bill? The idea is to regulate sports federations or facilitate sports federations?
Idea is to liberate the sports federation.
That's well said. We can take one more question. I think someone right at the back had raised. Yeah. If you could get a mic to him.
Hi, my question is regarding what sports are looking to be notified under this act. I understand all the physical sports that are already under federations, but is esports under consideration also?
That only time will tell.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I think it was a wonderful. One more question? Okay. Can we get the mic to the gentleman right at the left?
Good morning. First of all, thank you so much for coming out with this, act, because it was a long pending demand of industry. Because I mean, so many courts are there, so many cases are there at national level, at the state level. I was just wondering. I mean, India is a huge country. Are you planning to take benches of this tribunal to regional level and state level, or it will be just at the center level? Because thing is, it. I mean, the economic, issues related to the sports persons and even state body and district body, you don't expect them to come to the central body, coming to the central tribunal for everything.
In fact, with the advent of modern technology, the distance is just a number in kilometers, but instantly one can connect in microseconds. I don't foresee with the modern technology the distance is any barrier. And secondly, that act provides for internal dispute resolution mechanism. So that way, either it is election dispute or selection dispute, the first point of grievance redressal is within the federation itself. Only at the second level, these are going to be in the tribunal. So that way, we are expecting that slowly the governance will rise up to such a level that these all issues will be solved internally. And in case it comes to tribunal, definitely with the modern VC system, you don't require physical location of any kind of a dispute resolution body. Very well, you can handle it from sitting from any place in the country.
I think we will take what Kunalji said. The sole purpose of this act is to liberate the national sport federations from the multiple disputes regarding governance which end up in long judicial processes and to let them run sports and to ensure that all of our athletes gets the best possible facilities and the best support from their national sports federations. That's the main purpose of this particular act. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kunalji. Thank you so much, Vidushpatji, for this wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Commending the intent and looking forward to the execution, I think is the way to sum that particular thing up. Ayan, I'd request you to do the honors and please present a small memento of our appreciation to our two wonderful speakers on stage who were a part of this panel discussion. Thank you so much, Shri Kunalji, for being here with us and sharing your thoughts. And a big thank you to Vidushpat Singhania as well. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I thought this was one discussion where the questions would never end, but that's quite understandable given the topic and the sensitivity itself of that topic. But we're running by the clock, ladies and gentlemen, so we've got to adhere to that time slot. We'll move on to our next item on the agenda. And of course, this is going to be a presentation, the KPMG Sportstar India Business of Sport Report. And for this focused presentation, time for me to invite a very special individual. Prashant, come up on stage. Prashant, the stage is all yours. Everyone knows you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a pleasure to be here addressing all of you. The place looks ideal for playing football or cricket, that big it is. And those who want to try out any other game, pickleball or anything, can go to the other place, the expo side, that is also covered. So I think the short presentation that I have, I'm going to cover about the report that we have published in the morning in the business of sports. What are we trying to do in that? Just as a background, I know Sportstar, everybody knows. KPMG also, most of you would know that it's an accounting firm doing consulting. But in the sports side, we have been in India for about 33 years right now, and we have been consulting hundreds of organizations on sports-related areas. So it was important for us to look at this industry in its emerging phase and what are we seeing. And anything to do with KPMG, we'll all have some numbers as well. So in terms of what do we see from the sector and what do we see as growth. So just as a quick snapshot, okay. So sports from a KPMG lens has got 4 elements. One is playing sports. We feel that in India, at least only about 5% of people play sports or in fitness. If that number is 20% abroad, 70 in countries like Japan. So how do you get a lot more people to play sports? That is one part of the sports ecosystem we see. The second one is viewership. Viewership is very important because viewership drives the engine. You have sponsorship coming in, you have media coming in. From there, the money flows, and that's how the sports ecosystem develops. So that is the second one. Third is about the organization. I think we have done Asian Games, we have done Commonwealth, ICC tournaments. So how do you continuously do that in a very, very organized manner? Not to get into any news around it, but especially well structured. So that's the third element. Fourth element is about getting people getting high performance in Olympics. And this is not an area where we have done extremely well to say, but I think this will also propagate sports because you create icons and then you generate a lot more people playing the sports actually. So this is the way we see the 4 ecosystem of sports across, not just India, globally. And from a milestone of the Indian sports itself, just to give you a quick snapshot, I think we have come a long way in sports. I think winning the 1983 World Cup was one pivotal moment to propagate sports in India. And since then, cricket took off. But back of it, Prakash Padukone winning All England, many other things that happened in sports ecosystem really helped. The big other thing in the Indian system is when we launched IPL in 2008, that was another pivotal moment for Indian sports because the leagues took off in a big way, and now many other leagues are trying to replicate it. So you look at Kabaddi League or Pro Panja. There is multiple leagues in India, and that is the emerging economy that we are seeing. Okay. So what we see is sports is 16 subsectors. So sports has been divided into 16 subsectors. That is the one that cumulates to the revenue, like manufacturing. Then you have athlete economy. GCCs as another one. So this is the way we have segmented sports. And what we have also done is to calculate the revenue for each of these segments. So that's the way we went about. And the report has these details about the 16 subsectors, and also it is divided in that manner. Each of the section covers that subsection, which can be very relevant for you. For example, athlete economy. We see a lot of things around nutrition, psychology. Those industry also emerging. So how do you kind of connect with that and put a cumulative term? So this is the way we have divided it. What we see is sports in India is about 19 billion USD at this point of time. So our calculation, we did a very, very ground up calculation. So it is 19 billion USD at this point of time, growing at 10 to 12%. So that's the number we see. I think 18.72, we had to round it to 19, just that we need a figure. Obviously, there are tolerances of error here. About 10% or so, but this is the industry size that we see from KPMG side at a very minute level. What we did is we went to 2-3 levels, calculated, take manufacturing for example, what is Nivea's revenue, Decathlon revenue, and did that calculation. So this is about 19 billion at this point of time, growing at 10 to 12%. So when we say 10 to 12, it is almost double the GDP growth. India is growing at around 6%. So it's double the growth of India. So you can see that energy in sports sector. We see sports as something that software industry did some time back. It can be another segment which can really propel the Indian industry. The four big sectors in the sports are in manufacturing, which is almost like 7.1 billion. Then we have infrastructure. The next section is on infrastructure. So that is the second one. We have media, which drives sports. That's the third one. And then we have the government and state. So significant investments that have happened in the government and the state. In India, sports is a state subject. So there is significant investment from state. And obviously, the government itself pumps in almost like 4,000 crore into the sports ecosystem. So that's the total size that the big four segments that we see. So where do we land up in? So we expect sports to be 50 billion by 2030. So even if we take 12% growth, we would be hitting around 48 billion. But what is happening is maybe the Commonwealth coming up, Olympics investment, few of those can propel growth at a much slightly higher. So we project sports to be around 50 billion by 2030. Obviously, we can put another projection if we get Olympics in 2036. But this is the figure we have. It will be 50 billion by 2030, and one of the significant contributors for the Indian economy. I think we also see sports as the next leap, sports 2.0. I was just speaking to the Union Minister before he came in and addressed. I think there is tremendous energy he has put into the sports ecosystem, and with the national sports bill coming up. So then multiple leagues that are coming up. So I see an emergence not just for cricket, but also all other leagues that are coming up. They need to be profitable and they need to get the the regulation around it correct, but that's the way we see. So this report, we have published it. We just kind of releasing it online in a while with some infographics. So you will all receive the report, and feel free to get back to us if you have any feedback. I think there have been major contributors for this report. I think many of people in this room I have spoken for getting the feedback. I think you should give a big hand to a lot of people who have contributed for this report. We have KPMG team, but we also worked in unison with the industry leaders to get the total figure. That's the way we did it. Always feel free to reach out. All the photos in the report are courtesy Sportstar. I want to thank them because it is very nostalgic to see Sportstar photos. So in my time, I used to go and buy, walk almost 2 kilometers to buy a Sportstar and then the middle poster. There is no center spread here. It is just a 16 subsector as the middle poster. But I think everybody knows Sportstar, and thank you very much for all that contribution in terms of. And so that's just a quick snapshot of the report. Feel free to reach out to us. We see sports emerging big time in India. The energy is already there, and we see this to be a 50 billion industry in about by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prasant. Of course, we've had the presentation. Now we need a panel discussion on this as well. Fantastic. Because Prasant here, who's just done this wonderful presentation, is now going to head into the next session that we're going to have, which is building the arenas of tomorrow, sports infrastructure. We know who's going to be moderating this. So he's already here on stage. Prasant Santakumaran, the partner KPMG, also leads KPMG's sports sector practice here in India, advising federations and leagues and corporates on technology, infrastructure, and the business of sport. May I also now invite for this discussion, Mr. Ram Kumar Subramanian, please. Director, Collage Design, can we have you up on stage, sir? Mr. Ram Kumar Subramanian, if he's here, sir, we request you to join us on stage. I'm going to invite the other panelists meanwhile. I hope he's going to be here. May I invite Rushdie Warli, please, high performance sports consultant. Can we have Rushdie join us on stage, please? With 20 plus years in South Africa, New Zealand, and India, he's worked on talent development and strategy. It's great to have him here because in his journey as CEO of JSW's Inspire Institute of Sport, he had developed athletes and helped them achieve success at the Olympics and other major sporting events. We're also joined by Mr. Ramkumar Subramaniam, who's here with us, Director, Collage Design. May I also invite on stage Mr. Shant Pardesi, who is Director, Infrastructure, Shiv Naresh Sports. Can we have you join us, please? So Shant Pardesi ji, please, can we have you on stage? Here he comes. Director, Infrastructure, Shiv Naresh Sport, with over 2 decades of expertise. He oversees design and delivery of athletics tracks, courts, fields, and sports complexes across India. Pleasure to have you here with us. And may I also invite Mr. Manindapal Singh, Secretary General, Cycling Federation of India, a dynamic sports administrator who's contributed in modernized Indian cycling, contributed to Khelo India, served as a Deputy Chef de Mission at the 2022 Commonwealth Games, and holds leadership roles in Asian cycling bodies. Pleasure to have you here with us, sir. And of course, it's over to you, Prasad.
Oh, thank you. I think this session is a very important session from an India macro viewpoint itself, because if we have to be a leading sporting nation, I think we did a survey, and the number one point that people mentioned is that we need to have good infra. So that is one part of it. But also, I think what we see from our side is there is good infra, but underutilized sometimes. So I think we need to get both the perspective of how do you build good infra, and secondly, how do you use it as well from an India standpoint. So we have a very eminent panel here, and just to discuss this in different angles. So I'll start off with Ram, who is part of Collage Design. He's an architect. In fact, they are the leaders in this space in the whole of stadium design, across, and they've done some marquee project. In fact, Bangalore is building one stadium right now. He was telling me that that's going to be done by Collage Design. So Ram, just to start off the discussion, how do you build good infrastructure in India right now? So what are the components of it? If you can just narrate, that will be good actually.
Sure. Thanks a lot. So, as sports architects, we deal with in delivering a project, we requires various aspects of the project, starting with the athlete. I think the athlete is the most paramount, and the field of play becomes the most important. So, when we look at the way infrastructure is being built or was built before, there are a lot of lacunas in terms of how the technically it is being built correctly. So now with people like Shashank, with whom we work to make sure that there is proper compliance, there's no injury to the athlete, becomes very crucial and almost the core of a sports infrastructure project. It's all the glamorous aside. It needs to be absolutely accurate. Then we start to work with people like Rushdie to make sure that the athlete requirement is met. A requirement for an aquatic center is different from a requirement for an athletic center. So it's not one solution fits all. So understanding how each project has its very specific nuance and dealing with that specifically and technically correct becomes very important so that we can deliver medals and deliver the glory. And we work very closely with the state government, central governments, because they understand the program which is specific to that location, to that state. So working with the governments become very crucial for us to cater the plans, cater the requirements, cater it to the budget, make sure it is financially viable becomes very important for us. The spectators is the most, what you would say, the outsider who comes in needs to have a very good memory of the event. So safe stadiums become crucial. So just case in point, what I'm trying to say is that as architects, we need to deal with everybody in this room, whether it's a press reporter reporting for the game or a spectator coming in or the government becomes very crucial to understand that it's a very complicated space, which requires a lot of nuance to be done.
Thanks, Ram. That was a good insight in terms of what's happening. Maybe I'll later ask you about the trends that's also happening in the infrastructure space. Maybe more to Rushdie. I think good to connect after some time. Rushdie, I think you have worked in high performance centers. So that's an enigma for many people as to what is happening there. And we personally feel that India needs at least about 200, 300 high performance centers. So if you can just break out what is a high performance center, constituent, running it in a quick way, because time is also a factor. So it'll be good to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks. Great question. And for us, the development of high performance centers is very much along the same lines of what Ram just spoke about. The athlete is at the center of it, and the athlete and the support team, the coaches, the sports science team, creating an environment which I would often refer to as a daily training environment that has world-class elements to it. So everything around the facility, whether that be the technical playing fields, whether that be the accommodation or the cafeteria, everything needs to be world-class. And it all needs to fit together. I think, when you have an environment like that where, and we'd always go back to a reference point to say, our athletes need to feel like they're training anywhere in the world, or when they go anywhere else, when they go to a competition in Europe, when they go to a competition in Australia, they need to not feel intimidated by the environment. They need to feel that, we've got exactly the same. They don't need to feel that there's any level of inferiority. We look at how it is that we take the excuses away, so that when they're there, there's no feeling of, we don't have this in India, we don't have that in India. In fact, the spaces that we create need to be at the same and better than anywhere else in the world. But as importantly, the soft elements of it, the soft spaces, how it is that you create an environment where the athlete feels comfortable is as important. And it does boil down to architectural nuances. It does boil down to green spaces. It does boil down to recreational spaces. So it's not only the technical elements. You're looking at the athlete as a whole. You're looking at how that athlete recovers, and accordingly create the environment, and which on top of which you can build a culture of performance and a culture of excellence. So creating, a world-class feeling where athletes know that all they need to do, athletes and coaches and support staff, they need to rock up. They need to have what is at their disposal in a manner that is safe, that is enjoyable, that is comfortable for them, is critical in the development of high performance centers. And when you're in that environment, I think what happens is you can accelerate performance faster in that particular incubation than anywhere else. So it does give you the opportunity to increase the rate of performance as opposed to just in your regular club.
Thanks, Rashid. So I think you've built multiple high performance centers, and hope India does like a lot more. And I just wanted to maybe a little follow-up question in terms of how many high performance center need to be there. And you had a landscape of working in New Zealand, South Africa. So what is India doing compared to? But I'll come later to you, Sushant, for your perspective. I think Ram does the design part of it. You do a lot of the actual work in terms of the infrastructure build-up. We see that the growth is tremendous, both from private and public at this point, sometimes attributed to 50% growth in the private side. So what trends are you seeing from the infrastructure development in India from a growth perspective, and what areas are, what is the kind of stadiums that are getting built?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. And to answer your question, we do see tremendous amount of growth in setting up new infrastructure, modernizing the existing infrastructure, especially in the past 5 years, I would say. And at the moment, as we speak, government by far is the largest spender.
Okay.
The private spending is yet to come, but we do see some trends that are leading up to there. And we can see that the center as well as the states are extremely serious about this subject for the need to have those facilities. And I'm sure that they see that there is still, there continues to be a gap, a huge gap rather, about how many facilities we have and versus how many facilities we should rather have. The government, of course, is doing the best that they can, and we've seen them as a company who bids across various projects across the country. We are seeing a very good trend, and there is a nice trajectory that has formed.
Okay. Okay. Yes. You're seeing good uptick and a lot more from the government side than the private side, actually. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Maninder, over to you. I was having a short chat with the union minister before he walked in, and I asked him, what sport do you engage in? And he said he does cycling. So, I think it was interesting to know that he is into cycling. And from cycling perspective, can you give us a landscape, because that requires velodromes, which are specialty infrastructure that needs to be built, and how do you kind of maintain it? So maybe cycling as an area that, if you can cover.
Yeah, thank you, Prashant. When we talk about cycling, the first thing that comes to mind is road cycling, correct? However, there are two different layers of cycling. One is the competitive cycling, which of course is very technical, and then you have the mass movement cycling, what we see every day. Now, that transition from being a regular cyclist to being a professional cyclist will involve infrastructure. You cannot just be riding a cycle and be in the league of the Olympics, of the World Championships, or the professional leagues. Now, to understand that, like this gentleman just rightly said, that we still in India are still dependent on the government for the infrastructure. Yeah. The majority of the infrastructure is either owned by the central government, the Sports Authority of India, or the state governments. Of course, there are a few universities who do have that. You look at countries like Japan, which in terms of the volume is so less, but they have 64 velodromes in the country. You have Australia, which has again 60 plus velodromes in the country. India has 17. Now, why is that? The primary reason is, you rightly mentioned that word, underutilized. When I say underutilized, it is mostly for the commercial aspect of it. A government can make a facility, but somebody has to run it. There are a lot of models available where these stadiums have been financially sustaining themselves, primarily through clubs, through recreational activities. You have, because the entire structure of the velodrome is such that the track cannot be used for anything else other than cycling, but the 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 shape is such that you have a lot of rooms, you have a lot of spaces that can be used for just about anything without even disturbing the actual FOP. So with that challenge also comes these opportunities. Of course, we as a federation need to come to such platforms, explain to people that there is a huge opportunity in utilizing these infrastructure. Uh, there are models available. It is not something that we are going to start up afresh. There are models available. Yeah. We need to pinpoint and start working towards it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Ram, you want to add something?
What just said is correct. The cost of building a sports infrastructure is, if it's X, the life cycle cost of maintaining it is 3X. Oh, okay. So when you look at that at a very simple number, so we do budgeting for X, we never do budgeting for 4X. So for any project to be long-term sustainable, it needs to have a business plan in place from day one. I think now, over the at least last 5 to 7 years, we're seeing the trend changing, that we're understanding that facilities need to be built to be used. And to use it, it costs a lot of money because you have so many ongoing bills. So unless and until you are able to operate it for 16 to 18 hours a day, it's not going to be viable. So you have to program facilities for it to become multi-use facilities. Like what is rightly said, there are a lot of spaces which are non-technical spaces, but to run that requires professionals to run it. You need agencies who can create business plans for the place, make sure, even like where we are sitting right now, Pragati Maidan is a government-owned facility, but it's privately run. And because it's privately run, there are events like these being scheduled. So it requires a very engaging a lot of different agencies to make it financially viable.
I think the PPP model as well. I know people are directing me for time as well, because that's fine. Rashti, I just wanted to ask you, you have worked in New Zealand, you worked in South Africa, and you have seen the infrastructure there. And what do you see? India can replicate some of this from an infrastructure viewpoint. Just give us a perspective of what's happening in some of the places where you worked before coming to India. And I think you like the Indian food very much, so you've been here a long term right now. So maybe just
I've been very fortunate to be able to work in those countries. But the fact is that a lot of the institutes within South Africa, for example, would be located within a university. So it's underwritten by the university, but they still have to find some kind of financial model in order to make it continue to make it sustainable. Similarly, in New Zealand, if you're looking at the facilities, the rowing facility, the yachting facilities, the velodromes, those are all government-run facilities, government-funded facilities. I think there's really, if you look at, I've been fortunate to go to quite a few centers in India, and you can see that the bones and of the facilities, the size centers, there's some really good bones there, but it's about how it is that you maintain those facilities and utilize it in, create the utilization, the environment whereby athletes want to come to those facilities. In India, with a population of 1.4 billion people, I think, we do need more facilities like that. And in order to extract the best potential that you want, provide athletes with the best opportunity to extract their potential, you need more of those centers where athletes can go to accelerate their performances. And I think, having more centers also gives you the opportunity to bring more people into your pipeline. It doesn't become one-dimensional. Athletes can go and work with different coaches, which are more suitable to their personality, towards the discipline that they're looking at. So, I think the opportunity to create more centers, if that is there within India, is certainly something that must be taken in order to grow the pipeline of talent. The more athletes that we have competing, the better possibilities we have in terms of return on medals.
Yeah, I think we have 2 minutes, so I want to ask any questions from the audience on anything pressing matter in the infrastructure space. Anybody?
May I please?
Yeah.
Yeah, this way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Brigadier Vibhu Naik. I'm the director for the National Center for Sports Science and Research. My question to Mr. Ram will be, you have been working extensively in the field of sports infra. And what is your vision with regard to establishing the high performance center with regard to sports science?
I think today the way the evolution of high HPC is, we did a couple of projects with Rashdi also. I think the simplest answer would be future proofing. We still don't know what is going to come. It is just that each space needs to be adaptable. We need to constantly be engaging with these domain experts. As architects, that's the most important thing for us, to create a blank canvas for the athletes and all their support system to work. So we always work towards future-proofing our buildings, would be something.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe one more final question. Yeah, the back side. Yeah. I think you can give a mic there. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Pratishta. My question is regarding infrastructure. With AI, how are you integrating AI in your infrastructure?
I think yeah, maybe I can answer that. No, the AI in infrastructure, I think a lot of stadium modernization is happening. And when you do fan engagement side of, let's say you go to a match and then you want to get live feeds which are relevant for you, those things are where an interactive way to do it. So if you've gone to Paris Olympics, they'll focus on you, but immediately the AI will pick out images from the other side and bring it. So there is a lot of those in the stadium modernization side that can be addressed. But otherwise, AI is mostly in the other side of like athlete management, and that's where a lot more AI is coming in. I think anybody else? I just thought I'll take a stab because.
Just on the AI thing, we just signed a MOU with the Maharashtra government for hosting one of India's biggest ever events, just a notch below Tour de France. So that's a road event. So a lot of road infrastructure needed to be done, and it's a very different and a very difficult landscape. So they actually had AI, just to answer this lady's question, that they used a lot of AI supported apps to see how it will eventually look when we have an event on that road. So they actually did that. So just to answer that. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we have run out of time. Thank the panelists. We had a wonderful session. What I see is that infrastructure is growing big time. Both a lot more from the government investment. Private is also coming up, and some people peg the private investment at almost 50% growth. So it has to be seen. But thank you very much for all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. Thank you so much to our esteemed guests. I'd request a quick presentation of mementos to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed guests on the panel. Thank you so much. We had Mr. Ramkumar Subramanian, Mr. Rushdie Wali, Mr. Sushant Pardesi, and Manandapal Singh ji. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was an enlightening discussion. And I'm sure we could have gone on, but for the paucity of time. Thank you so much. And this the way the day's been structured today is very, very interesting because we talked about infrastructure and stadia and that the role of the government and what the private institutions can do for it. Let's head into our next panel discussion because we talked about infrastructure and stadia. Now let's talk about stadiums without walls, building the next fan universe. This is going to be very interesting. And I'd like to invite the next set of panelists on stage to talk about this. Starting off with Mr. Siddharth Sharma, Head Viewership and Monetization Initiative Sports GeoStar. May I have the pleasure of Siddharth's presence on stage. Thank you so much. Of course, 15 plus years across Star, Z, ABP. He shaped the broadcast vision of Pro Kabaddi. We talk about IPL in terms of the number of language feeds that have been added, 25 plus IPL live feeds, and of course, the AI tools that drive today's content. Great to have you here with us, Sid. May I also welcome on stage Mr. Veer Damaraju, EVP Technology, DAZN India. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. A tech leader with 20 plus years of experience. He heads DAZN India and has driven digital innovation, large-scale engineering. And of course, there's a whole lot of AI and blockchain adoption that happens. Thank you so much. We'll hear you talk about that, sir. May I also invite on stage Mr. Anish Madani, ex-IOC Partnerships and Innovation, recognized at the Leaders Sports Awards 2023. He led digital engagement at the IOC, delivering record fan interaction for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, and earlier built X, which was formerly Twitter's global cricket strategy as well. Good to have you here with us. May I invite on stage Mr. Nikhil Bansal, Head Gaming and E-Services, Google India. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Bansal. A digital leader with 20 plus years in Google, PwC, KPMG, and Nestle. He spearheads sports and gaming initiatives, co-chairs IAMI's Digital Gaming Committee, and launched India's Think Sports report. Thank you so much. And of course, to moderate this session, may I invite Mr. LV Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group, with leadership roles across media and entertainment in India and Southeast Asia. Mr. LV Navneet brings deep expertise in markets, brands, and change management. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and I know we are between lunch and all of you. We will finish the session in 40 minutes. So please bear with us. We'll dive deep in. The topic is there on the screen. Nikhil, if I could start with you. How can sporting federations, leagues, and teams leverage the digital ecosystem to create interactive and personalized fan experiences?
Sure. No, first, thank you. And thanks. I mean, it's an esteemed panel. Thank you for having us. And of course, the audience over here today. And again, apologies. We were discussing this backstage that we're actually holding you from your lunch. So bear with us for another 30, 40 minutes. I think before I answer your question, right, if I just step back, I mean, everybody would agree in this room that sports as an ecosystem is significantly transformed, right? I mean, over the last so many years, and we've seen stats, of course, from KPMG, and we've seen a lot of speakers today talk about it. And you look at it that every form of sports as an ecosystem is evolving, right? You look at the fans, you look at engagement, you look at leagues. But I think today, if you really put the user first, because we're talking about fan experiences, I think the fans have evolved. Consumers have evolved. Sports have become more diverse. And of course, digital economy and even commercialization of sports has come a really long way. And you're talking about a $50 billion number. We took out a report as Google, slightly larger number. We had a $130 billion number for 2030. Of course, that is core and allied, so it's slightly larger than what, say, KPMG has put out. But that's the big observation, and that's the big, recommendation in terms of for leagues as well. So coming to your question in terms of how do advertisers, how do leagues really take advantage, I think one is keep the user first. Today, we have 655 million sports fans on the internet, right? We've got almost 43% of them are Gen Z, and a large chunk, almost 1 in every 6 are actually, or maybe 6 out of every 10 are actually coming from the rural markets, right? So if you keep your user first, understand that changing consumer, I think as a league, as an advertiser, as a brand, I think you should be able to take a big advantage keeping them at the center.
Thanks, Siddharth. I'll move on to you. And yeah, I've been with sports for a long time. Just come off the biggest league of the country a couple of months ago. But currently, major revenue streams still seem to revolve around the playing field and viewership. Uh, so, is there more ground to cover in this domain in terms of leveraging fandom to create additional revenue streams? Your thoughts on that?
I think the fandom in sports has evolved so sharply. I mean, just taking from what Nikhil said, that technology has accelerated that journey for the fan. It's made sports more accessible. It's made sports more intimate, interactive, and immersive. I think these are the four eyes that we as a network live by, and been so fortunate to be at the forefront of watching this transformation and even acting as a catalyst on it, on a lot of things that we do. From the era where in '83, when the World Cup win was happening, there were people who would crowd around one television screen in a neighborhood, and there would be a collective cheer, to becoming television becoming ubiquitous and being in living rooms, and parents, fathers telling their kids how when Sachin Tendulkar takes a guard, before Sachin there was Sunil Gavaskar, there was Gundappa Vishwanath, that folklore of storytelling and building that fandom with the kids that started, to the point where while the television screen is still the king of the living room, but there is an opportunity beyond that this generation has found out, and we have capitalized on it, which is the second screen experience. And for some, a lot in this generation, it's become the first screen, where they're watching a match and probably interacting with the environment, with the match, with the players, fan battles, polls, camera angles, languages that they prefer, all of that is coming out of it. So as the landscape has changed, the fan wants to be the director of his own feed. He wants to drive his own experience. And that's what we are committed to. So we are just scratching the surface, and someone who's been part of the television ecosystem for more than 25 years now, I am very excited to have a vantage seat watching this transformation happen, and also to tell you that we are just scratching the surface. There's more that needs to be done. There's more that is getting to be done, and there are more unlocks that are going to happen as far as even monetization goes.
So we spoke about digital audiences, platforms, OTTs, but the center of universe for our discussion is the fan. So from your experience, how could one use technology? And when I say technology, how do you use agile technology and use it in agile manner to deepen fan engagement?
Good question. See, like Nikhil and Nikhil said, the okay, the expectations of the fans has been increasing a lot in the recent years. They just actually don't want to be a spectator, and he wants to be in the middle of the game. He wants to be immersed in the game. He wants to inform about the game. So because of this shift, there is a huge scope for the technology innovations as well. So especially like in the AI arena, the more towards we are taking more towards the control shifts from editorial to the fan. So that's where the real innovations are happening in the technology field. So especially see, so far we have lots of wealth of videos were available, and we are giving, say for example, we are giving highlights for the customers in general in the recently. But if you really see that, the fans are able to dictate about what the kind of video that they want. It means actually video on demand is shifting to video on prompt. This is the new technologies are actually evolving in the recent areas, and as like when it is going into that, there is a huge, it's like more than a hyper personalization. This is going towards that's the industry is going towards. It's not just there. And say for example, advertisements are also is changing a huge non-interruptive ads, non-interruptive streaming ads are actually going for hyper personalization into that. So there are a lot of these things are happening, which actually technology is actually taking a lead of it.
Thanks, Anish. Welcome. And incidentally, Anish and I went to the same business school, few years apart though. Anish, you had done some good work and had a varied experience with X and with the IOC. From what you have looked at, both in India and outside, how does one deepen fan engagement digitally? And how does one create innovative revenue models?
Thank you, Navneet. Thanks for having me, and thank you everyone for taking the time to stay with us during lunchtime. I actually want to start with a story. One of my mentees, Andrea, she's here on the first row. Say hi, every. Uh, Andrea, we were talking this morning, and she was telling me that she grew up in the Bay Area in the U.S., where cricket wasn't necessarily part of the culture. And 4 years ago, she ended up discovering Cricket Fever on Netflix, right? And ended up watching it with like great interest. Loved the episode around Ishan Kishan's story. Taught herself cricket. Now plays actively. Interned at the T20 World Cup in the US last year. And while doing her MBA right now in Switzerland, she's flown down to India all the way just to be at this conference and to explore a career in cricket over the next couple of weeks. And she's going to watch India play Australia in Chandigarh on Wednesday. So, you're talking about deepening fan engagement and sort of what you do digitally. I mean, this is in hindsight like, a story that maybe even Mumbai Indians would not have imagined when they commissioned like making Cricket Fever, right? And I think this is part of the point, which is being able to really understand what aspects of the story you want to tell, what mediums you want to use and when, is where I think these, let's call them moments of discovery, can begin for fans who may be there anywhere in the world. And hopefully then you take those moments of discovery, build some systems of loyalty over time, and then hopefully they translate into engines of revenue, right? Because I think starting with revenue sometimes is probably the wrong question to ask. We really want to ask, what assets do we have within our ecosystem? And I think especially with sports in India, the kinds of stories we have, especially of our athletes who come from across the country and are then able to inspire people around the world, that's where I think fan engagement starts.
If I can just also build on what Anish said, through our own research, we've also seen that, and towards Siddharth was also saying that 90% of sports fans today are actually consuming not more than actually 2 sports, right? And most of them are actually digitally active. I talked about a story. There's also a story of a very popular sportsperson, Neeraj Chopra, right? Actually, he started his entire journey on YouTube, for instance, where actually how he learned the sport, how he got global best practices, actually going out to winning the gold. So there are a lot of stories like just like the Andrea and of course Neeraj Chopra and many more who actually use digital and use the online ecosystem to learn, adopt, and actually even play.
Actually, related to that Neeraj Chopra story, what's interesting is that, when we were at the Olympics and working on highlights for Tokyo 2020, right, eventually we ended up having the highlights of the Olympics on the Olympics YouTube channel, about 67 countries. But back then we didn't know that when the highlights would come out in India, we'd also get our first ever gold medalist in athletics, right? And that story and that video probably ends up being one of the most watched, right, from that event on that channel for a while. So you never know what it's going to translate into.
So Siddharth, while the inspiring stories of people from outside coming here and being part of our ecosystem, compared to our football playing counterparts, what we seem to have done with the fan universe is arguably lesser. So what new opportunities exist and what can we learn from what the football leagues have managed to do elsewhere?
I think, the comparison in terms of fandom, I think is similar. I think the fandom that you see for a lot of sports, and you start from the top of the pyramid where cricket stands right now and the fandom that cricket enjoys, to the sports where, whenever India does well in one of those, the Olympics or the Asian Games, the kind of, the fervor and the backing that we give to our athletes, I think it already exists. We are now in the habit of churning out newer heroes and celebrating these new heroes from across the arena. I worked personally on building, and part of the journey that I had was with building a sport like Kabaddi, and how the transformation has happened in that arena and how heroes have come out of that sport. Interestingly, we also ran a Kabaddi junior program, which was televised, and only kids sport league that was created, curated, and telecast. And one of them ends up starting to play Kabaddi professionally. Right, so these are just some green shoots. But in terms of fandom, I think there is always potential. As a network, we are the crucible where all fans congregate. You could be a CSK fan, you could be an RCB fan, as a KKR fan, or a Kabaddi fan, or a Bengaluru Bulls fan, but you are all, or Haryana Steelers fan. I'm mentioning that Divyanshu is sitting here. He doesn't grudge the broadcaster. But, this is the crucible where all fans land in, right? And hence, there's a tremendous unlock that we are looking to do with a lot of these fans. I mean, this could start from incentivizing them for their fandom, right? This could be engaging them on various fronts. Could be an extension of all the franchisees that exist, that are active on the platform. So there is enough. It's probably even empowering the fans to cut their own highlights and share it, and build communities of their own, and be creators on the platform. So these are all opportunities that we are very excited about that exist. So I think fandom exists, is probably as strong or even stronger, and to varying degree with the sports that we have. But we are actively looking at capitalizing on this fandom that exists.
So while you touched on incentivizing the fan, and Anish, when we spoke earlier, you shared what I thought is fascinating about the journey and the destination of the stadium.
Yeah.
Would you want to share that, how travel was incentivized to go and watch games?
Yeah, sure. So we were just chatting earlier about the fact that the UEFA Women's Euro happened in Switzerland in July earlier this year. And one of the interesting things they did, which again, I think in the context of sports, which I look at as, it's one of the greatest public-private partnerships that can be there around the world. What they did in Switzerland was that along with your e-ticket for the Women's Euro, public transport across the entire country of Switzerland was free on the day of the match, right? Incredible. So if you think about the fact that tickets started at about $25 for a game, if you lived in the west of Switzerland, you're going up to the north, a train ticket may have cost you $75 to go and come back, right? But by making it accessible, by incentivizing everyone to come in, they not only made it really interesting, but also it served as a great activation platform for the partners, because you're sitting on the train, and then Lidl, which is a supermarket partner of the event, came in and served people fresh fruit, right? Because fresh produce partner. And so you can make these little moments of delight happen even in that vein. And I'm sure that, as things progress here as well, we have that perhaps at city levels, and then, making the entire experience sort of the URL meeting IRL situation a little better.
I found that fascinating. I wasn't aware of it. Veer, I'll come to you, and Nikhil, if you could add on to Veer's response.
Yeah, I think the closest to this is if you look at even smart stadiums, right? I mean, the role of technology today, you talk about democratizing access, education, talent scouting, even smart stadiums. I'm talking to a gentleman, I think, from the previous panel, and we were talking about the example of SoFi Stadium in California, right? It's not just, I mean, the stadium by itself is beautiful, but I think what they've created as an ecosystem around it, and very similar to what you were talking about, how do you get fans to come in, immerse themselves, and it takes away that boundary of, hey, am I home, I'm in a stadium, and that boundary line is actually only getting diminished over time. But how do you create a larger social upbeat around the fan engagement, immersifying themselves into everything that they want to do around sports? So SoFi Stadium is another really great example. Of course, Google had a role to play amongst many others, but I think that's another example to add on to what you just asked.
Thanks. We today with fan engagement on digital platforms and use of technology, it's become a two-way street as far as the fan knowing you and you knowing the fan. So my question is, how can teams and leagues in India harness the power of data analytics to engage deeper with fans?
See, overall, data, as he said, so overall, data analytics has been actually changed a lot as a technology. So now data analysis is actually democratized. So it means actually earlier data analytics is sitting with analysts only. So it is, I mean, analysts actually they look with the technology lens. Whereas now it is actually started democratizing. Even from the franchise owner or a business owner can actually write their own queries and get their insights out of it. So the one who has actually the business knowledge can get the insight out of the data. So this is the arena that we are in. So it is going to be a very good in the future, and also on that, I mean, it's need not be actually ask the questions like now there is actually a lot of things are evolving, like most of you know. It gives as a insights, it will get it as a CXO insights or POS insights like that. That is also is beautiful tools are actually in the market. So it just actually sports as industry needs to utilize all that and actually get benefit of it.
So Siddharth, any comments on that question?
I think an insight into what the consumer preferences and behaviors is now par for course, and that's something that all of us live by, work towards, embrace, action, and delight our audiences with. I think it's the approach as a network, as a broadcaster that we are. We are a sum total of looking at fans differently, and not many fans as one, but one fan as many. Right? It's not just that because we have the rights, then we just show them as the way that we think it's right. But we identify and present to him the opportunity of immersion and interactivity, where he chooses the language he wants, he chooses the angle through which he wants to watch. He can at call get to see any data or match related field plots that he wants, and a voice where he can interact with his peers on the platform while he's watching without having him without taking him away. And this could swing widely and oscillate widely from someone who enjoys the Nasser Hussain, Michael Atherton level of commentary, which is one end of the spectrum that we provide, to probably someone who's cricket light and entertainment heavy, have stand-up comics, having a unique take on a match, and tell a story which is far more relatable to an audience that does not understand or is not deeply entrenched into the structure of the play or the teams or player shifting alliances, allegiances over the course. They want to come, watch, and get entertained. So we have looked at how best can we service these fans and feature these offerings. We have 25 feeds on IPL across 12 languages, and if there are 12 languages, the others are other offerings that speak to different cohorts. That is because we are able to reach out to them and personalize this activity and make this more participative than prescriptive.
I actually just like to build on what Siddharth said there, because one of my favorite sports experiences was watching IPL on like Hotstar, being able to seamlessly switch languages and really experience the sport differently. And one of the questions I think about, especially for cricket, is what is the language of engagement going to be like for cricket in the future, and how does it get enabled with AI and technology, right? One example is thinking about the fact that cricket goes to the Olympics in 2028, right? You get the broadcast of the game in countries which have not necessarily had that language before. So what does cricket sound like in Mandarin? What does it sound like in French? What does it sound like in these other languages? Could be interesting, and hopefully some of that is inspired, and hopefully even from India to the world, sort of.
We are at the sharp edge of finding out what that sounds, and we are working towards it every day to arrive at a model that does this error free and consistently and live.
Because I think to add to that, like selfishly, I'm from Hyderabad, right? One of the things that I've always wished to like have in sports commentary, which by the way I randomly discovered the other day, there's a cricket game called Hit Wicket, right? It's probably the highest rated game on the App Store. Happens to be built from friends who are from Hyderabad, so they have Hyderabadi Hindi commentary in the game, which to me is great fun as somebody who like speaks the language. It's the dialect, right?
Pull back a little bit
Yeah.
and come back to the question of data, use of data and data analytics. And from your vantage point, I think you see data like very few of us do, and of course he does. So your take on how do we use data and analytics to deepen fan engagement?
I think, of course, Siddharth has equal amount of data as much as we do. I think, for us, we look at data very differently, right? I mean, today, and just to build on what some of the folks were saying, you take examples of, say, what RCB has also done. A lot of PKL, even India Hockey League, they've all set up really strong, say, YouTube channels. right? That gives a ton of data back to say leagues, and we've seen them really engage very differently. Like for example, RCB had a comedy linked back into sport, right? To see that how do we actually engage authentically with the fans. So just putting the fan at the center is where I'm going with this. The minute you put the fan at the center, understand what is that personalized experience really going to be, because today almost 4 out of 10 folks want a personalized experience, right? And at least 1 out of 3 are willing to pay for it. And the minute that is the case, then you put the fan at the center, you change the way you're going to evolve, you change the way you're going to approach them, and then you dynamically change the strategy to reach out to them.
Siddha, I'll come back to you. And one could argue, and one wouldn't be totally off the mark, that it's largely cricket that's shown the way to multiple monetization, new advertising and sponsorship deals. I know Kabaddi has made some progress. But have other sports reimagined newer revenue streams well enough?
I think the comparison with cricket is unfair. Largely, I mean the sport's been around for ages, and it's been a televised sports for such a long time, and the fandom runs deep because it's had the legacy. Kabaddi is a new sport that's again close to 10 years, 11 years, and I've been part of it. It's been around. It takes time to build fandom. It takes time to build communities. It takes time to build, the models around it, the broadcast models around it, the revenue models around it. So I think we as a nation, I think there is cricket and there is other sport, and the legacy or the birth of the alt cricket sport is just 10 years old, I would say. Right. So I think we should give it a longer gestation, and we should trust our audiences. And I implore, the more they watch, the more we show. The more monetization happens, more values the sponsors see. So I think it's still a long way to go, but there are plenty of opportunities, the green shoots that we are seeing, and we are hoping that there is 1 to 10 cricket, then 11 onwards at least. They are able to breach the top 10 very soon.
In the morning, I was having a conversation with the minister, and we were talking about. So I was asking, it's a bit of chicken and egg, right? Do you develop audiences first, or do you develop the game and ensure? So he had an interesting take. He said, in our country, audience to hai. There is an audience for everything. You just build the game and fans will come. Because his take, and I found that quite interesting. Veer, how can a little bit of crystal ball gazing, how can emerging technologies like AR, VR, and AI shape the future of fan engagement in Indian sports?
Even before this, I just wanted to add one line on the comment. Okay, so just now you mentioned it, right? We in this country we have lots of fans. It's all about the content, how you package the content, and how you make it as a commercialize. In the recent experience that I have, even the numbers that I have seen in the midnight matches of concurrency is phenomenal in India. That actually, it's not any other, though it is not a Indian famous sport, but I've seen that numbers is actually eye opener. So there is a huge potential. That and on the coming to your question, yeah, the in stadium experience in living rooms is actually a key, and most of the sports fans wanted that. Similarly, immersive experience and actually getting the customer into the stadium. These are actually, yeah, VI and VR and AR are actually there are a lot of apps are actually coming, but I would say at this point of time it would be really challenging because underlying infrastructure like hardware and all not penetrated thoroughly into the globe. So I mean, from a sports fans and the technologies, we are actually waiting to hardware penetration first. On top of it, actually, these technologies would actually come. Right now, I see them as a challenge.
I'll just flip that question a little bit, and anybody can take a stab at it. Obviously, technology is being used. Is tech being deployed better to solve for the athlete, or is it being deployed better to solve for the fan today?
I think it depends who's solving for whom, right? I think if you're solving for the fan, then again, as I said, you're putting that data at the center and you're personalizing the entire experience using technology, right? But if you're solving for the athlete, then we use technology very differently. Like you talk about talent scouting, you talk about fairness in a game, you talk about even athlete management services using AI, right? How do you get quickly getting the athlete to the sport quicker than anybody else? So it depends on who's solving for whom, but I think for both you can use the power of technology and of course AI being at the center of it.
I agree with Nikhil. I think it depends on what you're solving for. I think the other input that I would have is, there is opportunity to retrofit some to solving for the fan. For example, uh, the player analytics when he's playing, peak performance during the course of the game. Now, if I'll take Kabaddi as an example because there's something that we have tried. We put heart rate monitors on players, and as a storytelling tool, when the raider goes in to engineer a raid, what's his heart rate at, right? And that's another level of storytelling that you give. It's 30 seconds. In that 30 seconds, he's got to get his point and come back unscathed. And there are defenders who are ready, 7 defenders who are ready to pounce on him. So what does the heart rate look like? So I think there are ways to tell story, but it depends what you're solving for. And there are sweet spots that can solve for both, but those are rare.
Anish, I'll ask you one final question, then one common question to everybody. This has got to do more with the kind of partnerships you stitch together with with IOC. What opportunities exist for collaboration between teams, leagues, and other stakeholders for monetization and for fan engagement? If you could, in a couple of minutes, answer that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think depending on the stakeholder, right, you have a variety of partnerships that you can potentially do, right? So if you think about context of, there are content partnerships, product partnerships, data partnerships. I think a lot of those flow from what your overarching objectives are and then where you want to go with them, right? So for instance, in the case of the Olympics, working with digital platforms, a lot of it is bringing together, these are platforms being used by billions of people every day, right? And when the Olympics happens in those 2 weeks, there is engagement that happens that goes to the next level. So what exactly is it do you want to do together, right? There's a nice example with Google, for example, during the Olympics in Tokyo, where you're asking the question, if somebody searches for the Olympics on Google during the Olympics, what is the experience you want them to have? And sometimes you can have the experience be very data-led to say, here are the scores of all these events because you may not be following everything together. But there are also moments where you want to introduce them, for example, to athletes, right? So with Google, there was a partnership where there was an augmented reality version of athletes that would show up. Like if you search for PV Sindhu, for instance, you could have an AR version of PV Sindhu in your room playing the sport. It's a way to introduce someone that may not be familiar either to the athlete or to the sport, but these are little ways in which you make those happen. Now, overarching partnership, let's say when you do a collaboration with someone like a Google, you have to think about there are 7 different platforms perhaps where you have more than 1 billion users and what you actually do with each of those. And that's where you can go sort of into the detail. I think the most important thing in all of that was that those collaborations are actually complementary to the existing partnerships you have with your broadcasters and your sponsors. That's where I think the ecosystem lives in harmony, right? Because you're able to do it together.
Right. Thanks. We have hungry people. We have got Siddharth has to catch a flight at 4 o'clock. So we'll wrap up in the next 5 minutes. A quick question to all of you. If you could respond in a minute, I'll be grateful. What does the future of fan engagement and monetization in Indian sports look like? And what trends will shape the industry in the next 3 to 5 years?
Okay. I just give one example. I think one trend that's exciting to me personally is to see the emergence of the highlight reel athlete, right? You know, Nike used to say, if you have a body, you are an athlete. Here today, you say, if you have a phone, you can make a highlight reel. And I think you have a lot of technologies that make it possible, both for professionals and for amateurs, to create content that gets people excited. Like if you're actually playing a sport at a good level, perhaps you can even be scouted. You don't actually need a scout because you're building that case for yourself. But equally, it's entertaining, and sort of the idea of people playing sport and sharing it with others is nice in society.
Nikhil, Siddharth, and David, you could look at it from the perspective how your companies are thinking from that lens as well.
Yeah, no, I think I can go next. Firstly, I think a big trend which we've been seeing is women in sports. Of course, you took the example of Andrea, but in India alone, we're seeing 36% of sports fans are actually women, right? And as Google, of course, for us, the culture of sports is extremely important. You talked about one partnership. We just did a recent one with ICC for the Women's World Cup, and that a lot of it is actually say that how does technology really drive sports expansion, consumption, and as well as drive the culture of sports. And it brings the power of Google Gemini, which is AI, of course, Pixel, Android, and GPay. And how do you interlink different parts of the ecosystem within Google across the value chain of sports for a large event like the ICC? So that's how we look at partnerships, which are very long term. Of course, many more that will come into play.
I think sports is a deeply emotional experience, and we see that experience transcending because he would want a sports fan, he or she would want, a convention, a tradition, sticking to tradition, as well as technology along with it. It could be a community watch as well as individual. And it could want, and they could want all of it together. So I think it's building the experience of many for one, and giving them the power of choosing, shaping the way they want to want their experience to look like. So the more you empower them, the more deeply their engagement is going to be. And like I said, beyond the traditional fandom that we see for the sport that we all know ranks the highest, women's cricket, other sports, I think there's a lot of opportunities that are going to unlock there.
Yeah. So basically, the two things is going to drive in the future. One is hyper personalization. The fan, what they wanted to see, what they wanted to choose is if it is a live match is happening, what the language that he preferred, or the captions that he wants to see at this, and so slowly actually the control should go to the fan. This is going to be the future. This is where we also focus. And second is from the monetization aspect. So get the context from the live feed and actually show the advertisements for the fan. So that is how actually, and give you a second screen experiences like he said. So in both these things, one, the advertisers will benefit and will get a monetization, and also fans will get a better future.
Thank you, lovely panelists, and even more wonderful audience. Sometimes staying hungry hopefully helps. So that's a wrap. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And before anyone leaves the stage, I'd request a small little token of appreciation to be brought out for all our panelists here. And I request Alvi and Avneet to kindly do the honors and present the mementos to our esteemed panelists. Now, interesting, some of our speakers here on stage represent organizations that become the final touch point of how people consume sport, and not just consuming sport the way it's done, but also the taste or tastes in which it gets consumed. So really, very enlightening discussion there. Thank you very much to our panelists, Siddharth Sharma, Veer Damaraju, Anish Madani, and Nikhil Bansal. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And thank you, Alvin Avneet, the CEO of the Hindu Group, for doing the moderation for this session. Big thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and thoughts. Thank you. And as Napoleon once said, even armies cannot march on an empty stomach. So my humble request to all present here is, please let's disperse for lunch, but with a gentle reminder that I'd request everyone to be back in the hall by 2:45 p.m. so that we can continue with our planned panel discussions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a short breather for lunch and be back by 2:45. Thank you.
Hi, I'm the whole crew. I'm Dr. Protein, and why don't you tell me what protein you want? Well, something with no artificial sweeteners, random chemicals, or amino spices. Just green protein. Oh, you want protein of conscience? I got it. Introducing the cleanest, lightest whey protein by the whole.
ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਅਗਵਾਈ ਵਾਲੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੇਡਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਮੀਰ ਵਿਰਾਸਤ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਿਜਾਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਨਿਰੰਤਰ ਉਪਰਾਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ 4 ਭਾਰਤੀ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਖੇਡ ਕਪਤਾਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੇ। ਹਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਰਮਨਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ, ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਭਮਨ ਗਿੱਲ ਤੇ ਹਰਮਨਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਕੌਰ ਅਤੇ ਬਾਸਕਟਬਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਲਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਰਾੜ। ਹਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਕੀ ਏਸ਼ੀਆ ਕੱਪ ਜਿੱਤਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 10 ਖਿਡਾਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਸਨ। ਖੇਡ ਪੱਖੀ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਸਿਰਜਣ, ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਨ, ਇਨਾਮ ਦੇਣ ਅਤੇ ਨੌਕਰੀਆਂ ਦੇਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਨਵੀਂ ਖੇਡ ਨੀਤੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਤਿਭਾ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਨਾਖਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਣ ਦੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਪ੍ਰਦਾਨ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਖੇਡਾਂ ਵਤਨ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀਆਂ ਉਲੀਕੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਜਿਸ ਦੇ 3 ਸ਼ਾਨਦਾਰ ਸੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਚੌਥੇ ਦੀ ਤਿਆਰੀ ਮੁਕੰਮਲ ਹੈ। ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਵੱਡੀ ਨਕਦ ਇਨਾਮ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਪਿਛਲੇ 3.5 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 100 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਦੇ ਇਨਾਮ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਪੈਰਿਸ ਓਲੰਪਿਕ ਦੇ 19 ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 12.5 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਹਾਂਗਜ਼ੂ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਗੇਮਸ ਦੇ 58 ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 29.25 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਇਨਾਮੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ। ਬਰਮਿੰਘਮ ਕਾਮਨਵੈਲਥ ਗੇਮਸ ਦੇ 23 ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 9.30 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਇਨਾਮੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ। ਖੇਡਾਂ ਵਤਨ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀਆਂ ਦੇ 3 ਸੀਜ਼ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇਤੂਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੁੱਲ 25 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ। ਗੋਆ ਤੇ ਗੁਜਰਾਤ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਗੇਮਸ ਦੇ 283 ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 12.28 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਿੱਚ 3000 ਖੇਡ ਨਰਸਰੀਆਂ ਅਤੇ 10,000 ਖੇਡ ਮੈਦਾਨ ਬਣਾਏ ਗਏ ਨੇ। 11 ਖਿਡਾਰੀ PCS ਤੇ DSP ਭਰਤੀ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕੋਚ ਭਰਤੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਕੋਚਾਂ ਲਈ ਬਲਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਅਵਾਰਡ ਅਤੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਤੇ ਜੂਨੀਅਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਜੇਤੂਆਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਬਲਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਵਜ਼ੀਫਾ ਸਕੀਮ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਕੀਤੀ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਇੱਕੋ ਨਾਰਾ, ਖੇਡਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ, ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ।
और लोग का तो नहीं है ना।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope there's some food that's gone into the belly. And I hope that food has fueled the fire in the belly for some more interesting conversations that we're going to have. And I'm sure you're all looking forward to it. So am I. So my request is to everyone who's outside the hall, kindly do join us in the hall. We'll be starting with our panel discussions in just a short while from now. Thank you very much. I knew it was a bit of a challenge, but I'm sure you've all overcome that. So hoping to see you all back in the hall very, very quickly. Thank you. I think I just let that one seep in and soak in before I move on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into our post-lunch session on day one. We're talking about sporting aspirations, and they can go nowhere without the means to fuel those dreams and aspirations, which is why those investing in sport become such a key stakeholder in India's success nationally and internationally. And that's the reason why we're heading into our next panel now, which is going to be Moneyball India, where capital meets competition. And we've got few believers like that who I'd like to invite on stage. We'll start with Mr. Satyam Trivedi, CEO GMR Sports. May we have you join us on stage, Satyam? I was just looking around for you in the hall. Good to see you again, Satyam. Always a pleasure. Please join us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Satyam Trivedi, CEO GMR Sports, with 20 plus years experience in sports administration. He's overseen marquee properties like the IPL, WPL, SA20 and ILT20, and led GMR's investments in cricket, kabaddi and rugby, including ownership of Delhi Capitals and Hampshire. Pleasure to have you here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Sanjay Adesara, the CEO Adani Sportsline. Good to have you here with us, sir. A market leader with 16 years at Adani Wilmar, he now drives grassroots sports development and talent pathways through Adani Sportsline's growing ecosystem. Good to have you here with us. Pleasure. Also inviting on stage another young dynamic individual, Divyanshu Singh, CEO JSW Sport. A former pro tennis player turned sports executive, he scaled JSW's franchise, he's grown the Inspire Institute of Sport and doubled revenues in the agency vertical, shaping one of India's leading sports firms. Good to have you here, Divyanshu. Thank you so much. And may I invite on stage Udit Vanudas, AVP House Play. With a decade in sports marketing and business development, he's worked with JSW Sports, Rajasthan Royals, ProCam International and Berman Sports, bringing wide experience across leagues and events. Good to have you here with us, Udit Vanu. Pleasure. And to moderate this session, may I invite on stage Kalahan, Director, KPMG Sports Advisory. Good to have you here, ma'am. 2 decades in strategy and business development. She's got and led major sports global initiatives from governments and corporates, and now heads KPMG Sports Advisory practice in India. It's over to you.
Thank you. Where capital meets competition, for some, it's going to be how this conversation is going to beat the curry outside. So let's see how that plays out. And we just hope we have better conversation than what's happening in the hallway. But thank you so much. This is quite the power panel for sports business. Thank you for being here. You know, I had a little bit of introduction you had to these people, and it's interesting as well how diverse the sports industry is. So Satyam, Sanjay, Divyanshu, and Udit Vanu had some conversations on the sports and the sports person you admire. And Udit Vanu, you said Formula One and Federer. Divyanshu had Neeraj Chopra, favorite athlete, and tennis, the sport that you like. Sanjay nominated snooker and Dravid. Yes, it was Rahul Dravid. And it's interesting how Satyam picked the sport and the sports person from the same domain, which is cricket and Dhoni. So it's interesting how this is really the challenge of sports itself, that your sports person may not necessarily be from the sport that you love, and that's how diverse exciting that this makes this industry from a business perspective. I'm actually glad Ion picked Moneyball as, leading up to this session, so thanks for that hint. I mean, it definitely, Moneyball, the book redefined how sports business was actually discussed as well. There is one line of that book that had always fascinated me when I started working in the sports business and the book came along, was managers tend to pick a strategy that is least likely to fail than pick a strategy that is most efficient. That's something that the book actually talks about, and somehow the sports industry has been looking to survive, not to fail, than being more efficient, and we've spent about the last 15 years really discussing that bit. So I want to start with this. There's three threads of this conversation. The first round really is around how are we defining financial success in the sports business, and I wanted to get some of your perspectives. So with the constant new revenue streams, with new cost items that that we see every day, the market influences, domestic and international, the financial regulations, how are you in each of your businesses, how has the definition of financial success changed? In short, I want to know that Excel sheet that you'll see every morning, how is that shape shifting? What new surprises is it thrown to you in the last 5 years, and what are you going to see in the next 5? I'm happy to start with you, Divyanshu, if that's all right.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Sessions after lunch are the toughest, so we'll try to entertain as much as we can. The question here, I think I would like to streamline that. Whenever, be it businesses, I think you're looking at sport, you end up looking at it from two lenses, either a public good or pure play business from an investment standpoint. And this particular question, I think, falls in the latter. So to answer your question, here sport needs to be looked at purely from a business perspective. What is the ROI? How does the P&L look? What are our EBITDAs? Are we growing? What is the kind of growth that we are seeing? And it is very, very important, I think, for the growth of the sport industry right now where we are in India, that we start looking at sport as a serious business. And this industry will, I think, only grow when we start imbibing innovation a lot. And I say that because over the last decade, we've seen, on the back of phenomenal success that I think cricket has shown us, that success has been tough to replicate in a lot of other sports and in a lot of other disciplines. And that has been the case because I think we've not taken innovation seriously. We've maybe tried to assume that what has worked in a particular sport on a top-down model, I think will work in other sports. And hence, right now where we are at a juncture, new innovations, new business models, solving complex problems in Indian sport is what will lead to the next era of growth for me.
Thank you. Satyam, if I could get your reflections, please. What's changing in the way you're measuring success now?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I see a lot of empty chairs and low energy after the lunch. So hope we fuel some energy after the lunch.
Totally
this
need
is the
to.
most challenging time to get into a session post-lunch.
And we challenged ourselves, we'll beat that. Let's go for it.
So we'll try and make it a little more interesting. Since we are talking about sports here and we're not talking about franchise only, franchise-led business. So let me tell you more from sports industry point of view and not limited to franchise league level investment. So you broadly look at sports, you have investment coming from CSR-led initiatives. You have investment coming from branding and sponsorship. Then there are business initiative and then athlete endorsement, right? So each of these businesses, when you look at business model, is going to be very, very different. And I want to be very specific. Let's say when you talk about franchise or league level investment, you go with a very long-term mindset because you know that it's going to take at least 3 to 5 years for you to establish a property minimum, to break even, to do that value creation, to attract that many fans. But manufacturing is very different from that, right? Manufacturing is literally like any other FMCG business. So when you get into sports good manufacturing, the way you're going to look at that business is going to be very different from your investment in franchise. And likewise, your talent management. But bottom line, if you look at any property that we evaluate, is financial discipline. That's I think the core of any investment that we'll look at, because ultimately it's a business and it has to make business sense. So yeah, that's the core mantra.
That's pretty much the mantra. Udit Vanu, you are in a different sort of space with have us play here, and you're dealing with a lot more in a different frame of sports business compared to the three other businesses. So when you talk about financial success for any of your sporting properties, how have you seen that being redefined?
Thanks a lot for that, Kala, and good afternoon, everyone. I think, and just building off what Divyanshu said and what Satyam has said as well, I don't think it's that different because financial discipline is something every brand is looking for. It's not just about cutting a check and saying, hey, I'm sponsoring a team or hey, I'm sponsoring a sport. It is what is that ROI that I'm receiving on that investment. So that is something that we need to again look at as to how that plays out. The second part really, and this is again going back to what is the bottom line for any sort of investment, for any sort of property, is the impact that it creates, right? Impact that it creates not just in terms of winning success on the field, but also in terms of the kind of fan base that it creates, the kind of scale that it has. That's what brands are really looking for, and therefore it redefines what ROI or an ROCE on the capital for any sport investment is.
Sanjay, if we could just pass that on to you, please.
Thank you. Kala, I'll take you a little back, around 80s when the country opened up the open market, the economies was open up and the industrialization kicked in the country. Any industry will start with a heavy capital investment, and the gestation period typically is not less than 2 decades to it starts giving you a money. That was the understanding then. After the last couple of decades, that understanding has started that first 10 year you invest, business should start making money. After that understanding came that first 3 years, business should give you money. So I think yes, sports is a high capital intensive business, and coming from a group where we work with businesses like port, power, cement, this kind of businesses, you keep on investing at least for a decade, few decades, and after that it starts giving you results. And what Divyanshu said, that as a country we are currently at a juncture that we are trying to replicate of a success of a particular sport to anything and everything. I think that is something is a problem. Otherwise, at a country level, financial discipline and then the success ROI will come. ROI will may differ for all of us, maybe at a corporate level, but I think at a business level, at a or corporate level, all four of us, the organization will be mindful and define the ROI definition for the relevance, right? But slowly and gradually that we have started that journey, I think, which is good. So yeah.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Just to add to what Sanjay said, I mean, you look at typical traditional businesses versus sports, investment in sport. Look at top PE companies today. 6 of them have invested in sport because especially league level investment, IP level investment, team level investment. This is one investment which is going to give you a very quick ROI because you are not very heavily investing in hardcore infrastructure, and the valuation, the 2x, 3x valuation that you get if property is successful is much faster in sport compared to any other industry. Yeah.
So are we hinting at some stage that the gestation from investment to outcome is kind of rapidly reducing? Has that break-even point started?
I'll take that question, which is my favorite. Currently, India is from an economical point of view, Kala. We are at a 2,800 per capita income of a USD, right? The same situation of China was in the year 2008. The moment at a country level, if you cross 3,500, 3,700 per capita income, the amount of extra money this economy will generate is gonna huge. The kind of money each sport, each fashion, each experience, what this next generation will spend is huge. You are already at started of the inflection point. The gestation period, the long waiting in the queues, I think will come to end very soon. The next decade will belong to this country for sure, but even this country, the sport will be one of that sector for sure.
Interesting. I want to move to, from the way you define to the next, which is really looking at sports economics as the pillar and the dynamics around that, So this whole economic survival is going to define how this industry will scale up, right? So, and then everybody talked about return on investment. Somehow, the broadcasting numbers, whether we like it or not, whether we think they are overestimated, but they get the lion's share of all discussions out there. But we take that out, there's going to be cost of infrastructure, cost of talent management, hiring, diversifying into new businesses. So are we in some way saying that this economic survival is not necessarily of the fittest, but the richest? For instance, are we going to need deep pockets here? For instance, also, let's go back to whenever there is a new landscape like this, you go back in ancient Sanskrit called the Matsya Nyaya, where the big fish actually eats the small fish. So, and then these little consolidation happens in the industry. So, if we are kind of hinting more towards the ones with deep pocket and capital are going to will be able to sustain losses for a long time, and hence will be able to build assets, and this consolidation is happening, is that going to happen? Are you going to see something different from there?
I'll take that one. I think if I if I look at a macro trend, and I've seen this trend as an athlete and now on the other side in the industry, the truth is that 90% of all our revenue streams, be it media rights, sponsorship, endorsements, continues to be dominated by cricket. Now that trend has not changed. The expectation, say like a decade back, was that some of the other sports would grow in its market share, but it's been tough. It's been an uphill battle, and with us also moving towards now a sports broadcast monopoly, it's getting a little tougher as well for non-cricket sports, which means that they are having to invest a lot on, I think, looking at innovative business models. I'll just take an example here. Deepak is here. High Rocks is a great innovative business model, which is kind of unlocking value in so many ways for a single day event, right? And I don't think that, yes, I think capital has a role to play when it comes to scale, but the room for innovation, and I'll just, I think re-stress this, that you are looking a lot of this happening. The talent management industry right now is getting fragmented. Individual athletes are going in, setting up their single unit shops. A lot of innovation in sport tech is coming from, I think, people who are able to solve complex problems in Indian sport. It doesn't require a conglomerate to invest that kind of capital. So I would not say that that kind of cornering will happen. Leverage of capital that is able to unlock that.
Yes, Satyam, go ahead.
So what you asked, I'll put this into two buckets. One is the consolidation cycle, yes, and one is big fish, small fish. So consolidation is a typical economical cycle that you see in every industry. In our country, we have seen surge of banking, consolidation, surge of telecom, consolidation. Yes. It happens in every industry. And likewise, when there is a surge of, let's say, leagues and franchise in cricket, let's say there are domestic leagues and there's IPL and there's a lot happening. I think you can say that some point in time some consolidation will happen, but it has nothing to do with big fish and small fish, because when this is happening, there are so many opportunities. There's so much of investment coming in, and it creates a lot of other opportunities. So you see that in this entire process of too many leagues, too many franchises coming in, it is creating so much of employment. There are event agencies, sponsorship agencies, technology agencies, sports science, products. So the entire process is only going to help the economy. And we were looking at the data which was given by KPMG, 19 billion to 50 billion. This is like one of the top industry that everybody, the youth should look at. Every startups who are looking at opportunity should look at investing in. So yeah, I mean, consolidation, yes, that might happen. And big fish, small fish, I don't know, good or bad, but it's going to help the economy.
Yeah, it's not good or bad. While I have you there, Satyam, and you talked about, let's say the tail is getting longer, I'm sorry, but is that also going to then prompt a lot more businesses to, again, to stay relevant and economically viable, to start adding and backward integrating into all of this as well? Are you going to see that happen?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you see, right? I mean, the way, for example, I will give you an example of IPL because that was the first successful franchise-led competition in the country. The way IPL team is managed now and the way it was managed in 2008, right? There's so much of backward-forward integration, whether it is about sponsorship or it is about fan engagement or what you do on field or off the field, right? So what it does is it is creating that many opportunity.
Yeah.
There's a lot of innovation technology coming in. That innovation and technology, surge of social media, surge of digital media, that is only adding to what we can gain as a business.
Fantastic. It's adding to the landscape of the business. Udit, did you have a reflection?
Yeah, just to build on what Satyam was also saying, right? I think the opportunity is that there is a lot of headroom for growth. The thing is, it's not just about who has the deepest pockets. So as of now, if you think about it, and I like that he mentioned IPL, yes, that is a sport that sees the biggest spends. But brands are not just chasing those opportunities to make the biggest spends. They're looking at the moments where they can have those curated experiences. They're looking at those unique moments where they're able to catch their cohort.
Yeah.
Whoever their business cohort is, whatever the business objective is, if that is being met through a sport, it doesn't matter if there's 50 people watching that sport or there's 5 million. That's what they're looking at. So I think from a consolidation perspective, there is still room, and we keep seeing this, right? Whether it's sports like pickleball that have come up, whether it's paddle, whether there's various things that keep coming up. And I think the more active that Indians become, right? Indians traditionally have not been that active, right? We've always been more education driven. But sport is now becoming a serious business, even at that junior level, even at that school level. The more streams that we can create from there, we'll see the outcome coming up across as a snowball effect.
Thanks. Yeah, Devansh.
Kala, I'll give you the answer in a different way. See, I think capital or the market will be for a big fish or everything. I think I'll tell you the real story also. Take all four of us from the corporate where we are, the way other businesses are functioning and the way sports business is being operated is very different. If today there is a tech startup, I think most of us are running our businesses in our group as a startup business. It's not the port business in Adani Group will operate. I'm running my sport business. No, it is in the umbrella so that I will be always overshadowed by the weightage of a group. Number one, if you so that was about the big fish, small fish. If today, like any product, any services, like we are discussing, that it's not about a franchise ownership or everything. It had become the huge industry out of it. If anyone today in the country or anywhere in the globe, if ideation, a product is solid, be it a service, A, B, C, D, anything, I think capital, they'll get a capital. In today's world, raising capital is not a big deal. The solid idea is something I think the market will always appreciate upon.
Fantastic. I'm going to come through some individual questions on your businesses, and again, sorry I can't take Moneyball out of the equation, which is, again, as part of that, this is if you challenge conventional wisdom, you will find new ways of doing things, right? That's an interesting, especially in sports, we've got to kind of clean the canvas of the last 15 years and see what's the next 15 or 20 going to look for us. So this kind of for Harvest Play, particularly as allocations of budgets for your brands and sponsorships on other, where the investment is largely on brand visibility. But then how do you then, what are some of the new ways in which brands are now looking to stretch that dollar, that rupee, sorry, to see the impact on their finances, particularly?
Sure. So to answer your question, Kala, and this is something that we are seeing very often, right? Brands are redefining what it means to own share of wallet. We are now talking share of mind. So when brands are looking at properties, this could be sporting, this could be entertainment, this could be content, this could be anything that you're watching on your devices. Brands are trying to understand as to, am I getting this finite resource from my customer. If I'm getting a certain value of this finite resource from my customer, that's where the attribution happens in terms of spends. So yes, of course, you have traditional metrics like GRPs, like TVRs that will tell you from a media perspective what you should look at investing in, what is performing, what is not performing. But especially from a sport perspective, I think the exciting bit is that because this is a passion point, brands understand that to play into that passion point, you need to find those moments that you matter. We keep talking on something, and I'm sure the team here also knows sponsor congruence, right? Sponsor congruence is when in a fan's mind, a brand's presence on a jersey with a sport, with anything, is so synonymous that it doesn't feel out of place. The moment that happens, the salience that you get from that association, that's what brands are chasing, because that then creates advocacy, that creates loyalty, and hopefully that leads to a path to purchase.
Yeah, interesting. We come back to any of you with reflections on that. Talking about unconventional decisions in capital, I want to direct to you, Satyam, your whole foray into rugby, right? So where does a decision like that come from? Because you take the broadcast metric, not so much in India in terms of or the way or talent, or is it played? Is there enough knowledge of the game? You kind of had lots of more odds stacked against you than in favor. And how do you then make a capital investment into something like rugby?
Yeah, so obviously GMR Sports as a group, we started with IPL 2008, and then followed by IPL. We had multiple cricket franchise in India, outside India. Our investment in Hampshire, Kabaddi, Kho. So over a period of this 17, 18 years, I think managing different franchises, we developed good in-house competency, and we thought that now is the time that we want to move up the value chain. And when you want to move up the value chain, you want to become an IP owner, you want to become a league owner from a franchise owner. And we were evaluating opportunities, various opportunities, and we came across rugby. Why we chose rugby, coming back to your question, is before we took a decision to invest in rugby, we went to Hong Kong, we went to Singapore, and we saw rugby sevens. Rugby sevens is not a television product.
Yeah.
Rugby 7 is an on-ground entertainment product, and it's a great on-ground entertainment product. Having said that, I'm not saying that we don't want to make it a television product. We want to make it a television product. It'll happen eventually. It's a byproduct. But year on year, what we want to do is that we want to make this a great on-ground entertainment property. 15 minutes format works very well for the youth. Today, my son, who's 10 years, he doesn't have patience to watch 2020 entire match. I mean, we've grown up watching test match.
Yeah.
I can't imagine him watching test match. He doesn't have patience to watch 2020 also. He looks at highlight. So in this scheme of thing, where attention span is going down, I think rugby is a perfect product. 15 minutes game, starts, finishes very quickly. And whatever feedback that I've got from young fans who saw it for the first time, they loved it. A lot of action. So we saw great potential, one, because of the format. Second, it's an international game. 140 country plays rugby. So amount of interest that we have got internationally was huge. We never expected that we are going to get so much of viewership from Rugby Pass, which is a global rugby channel, from Australia, from New Zealand, from UK, from South Africa. All rugby playing nations were watching it.
Yeah.
So that worked very well. And I think the most important thing for a success of any property is that you can't be someone. And when I'm saying that you can't be someone, I can't be IPL, right? IPL, I can't replicate IPL model. So the financial model that we had was very lean, keeping in mind that every stakeholder in my ecosystem should make profit over a period of time. And who are my important stakeholder? Broadcaster, franchise owner, Rugby India and GMR as one partner, right? All of us, it is collective success or a collective failure. One party will succeed and other will not. I think it'll not fly. So I think when we looked at all these elements together, we thought that rugby is a fantastic product to invest in.
Thank you so much. I mean, and I'm glad. I mean, and as OG Chennai, I'm glad Chennai won the first season. And good hint on that, because my favorite sports person is Gundappa Vishwanath. And not to say how old I am, but it's really, coming back to the original format of the technique and the format of the game. So very interesting that story around the investment in rugby. Sanjay, just a bit around for Adani, you talked about financial discipline and very actively in terms of the business that's there. But when you want to keep financial discipline, but also go into unconventional spaces, what is that risk threshold, and what are some of those risk mitigation guardrails that you kind of alert yourself into as a business to keep going?
I think at our group, we filter it with the intention part of it. And then the group like ours has been always very non-conventional in any businesses, not in sports. So we have little bit advantage of that DNA as well. But I think risk mitigation nowadays is generally the rules, regulation, policy level clearance. Federation now becoming a lot of, clarity should be there at a federation level. And then I think these are the main issues at which we consider.
Understood. Divyanshu, I mean, JSW Sports, you have never shied away from unconventional. You all have kind of always tried to redefine the space and always challenge new spaces. So when you're actually looking at going global more, and you also kind of ventured into these international formats like squash tournaments in India, and you're kind of exploring all these domains. So as the way you look at the industry, are you also seeing it being geographically agnostic? Because are you kind of seeing that today I'm not talking about sports in India, I'm really talking about India in the world of sport? And is that the conversation that's actively happening?
Very good question. When you look at sport, we always try to first solve for India, because I'll just take a business lens that if any business is able to crack India, then it becomes very easy for it to scale to international level. So now, whether it is sports IPs, I think, or whether it is sport businesses, I think solving India is an extremely tough and complex market. If you take the consumer, if you take the pace at which we are growing, I think cracking India gives you that immense power. You're seeing it with IPs, and definitely it's an India focus that we have. And I feel that the next era and decade will also see a lot of IPs from India going ahead and capturing the imagination of the world. I am not a big fan of, I think, yes, global IPs are welcome, come here, but I think you will see now that in the next decade, it would be Indian IPs first capturing India, then capturing the global market. The way you are seeing in a lot of other conventional businesses, I think that is the exciting opportunity that the sports sector has.
Fantastic. It is time's up, and I want to come to the final pillar, and I'm just going to take one line from each one of you. On one end of the imagination of sports business is Moneyball, and on the other end you have Invictus, which is nation building, right? So you've got to map the both. Where's the public good syncing with the profitability? And that's always this kind of the fuzzy world that we live in sports. So again, taking a line of Invictus, it says rugby is a very rough game, and so is politics. So it's not very different. So if I was to take from each one of you, if there was, for public and private companies to come together to make this super successful, for the industry to be successful, for India to be successful in sports business, what would be your top line item where you see government and us can work together to change the game?
Can I go first?
Please.
Okay. I think it would be bringing in that sense of professionalism. And if our sport federations, I think taking inspiration from the largest sports market, which is America, where each and every sport federation runs like a private corporation and company, be it its revenue stream not dependent on the government, and which means that the focus that you have, be it on developing sport, be it on growing communities, be it in commercializing, I think that is the biggest opportunity that is lying. That how is it that all the other sports in India grow from the ground up with solid foundation? I think that's one big area that will unlock value for Indian sport.
Fantastic. Satyam?
I think PPP is the answer. There are things that government can do, and it's not very easy for a private organization to do. And there are things that private organization can do very efficiently. For example, let's take an example of infrastructure. Government can create infrastructure like in months, right? But then when it comes to creating center of excellence, producing next heroes in different sports is where there is an opportunity of partnership. So PPP is the
Your
way to go.
top on the agenda. Sanjay?
I think federation's clarity, which I think the new bill has to an extent brought that.
Yeah.
Policy level clearance, because today most of the athletes they belongs to federation at large. Even if a corporate end up investing, building, nurturing, growing a talent, I think some flexibility around it will help a private investment in it for sure.
What's it, Bana?
I think everyone's just pretty much said one, like, I think core thought, which is collaboration. At the end of the day, when public-private comes together, public can provide a stage, private provides the platform to take it and sustain that entire growth. So that's really the way forward.
Thank you. So yeah, absolutely. Professionalizing and unlocking PPPs, play, platform, fantastic buzzwords out there. I think we'll see a lot more collaboration. Thank you so much for your thoughts. And we will leave there for maybe one question, because we are about 3 minutes over, but I know this is a very powerful panel who've got a lot of insight. So could we raise to one question, please, that's not been touched upon by the panel so far? Anything? Did somebody raise their hand? Okay, there's one gentleman at the back, please. If you could stand up, it'll be easy to identify. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm just curious, since there's a lot of different organizations working on developing sports, but there's only a limited number of players with potential in India. So how do you guys ensure that you're not overlapping your efforts?
How do you optimize for the industry as individual players? Do you actually talk to each other at all?
Yes, we do.
Each one of you, just some quick reflections. Any of you, yeah.
I think you can look at it both ways. One is that it's good to be competitive with each other, because that, I think, brings out the best. And at the same time, I think this industry is also at a juncture where we all need to, I think, collaborate with each other, create value, share best practices. What we learned from their, I think, first season of the rugby league, or how franchises do marketing. I think, yes, I think both things happen. There is growth that happens because of being competitive, and we equally realize, I think, the importance and value of being collaborative when required. As honest and diplomatic as I could be.
There's no differing answers. We will pause there. Did you have anything to say?
Yeah, just to add, really, I think, see, the opportunity, like I said, headroom for growth is great. So the choice that everyone here has is that either you fight for the same piece of pie, or you expand the pie so everyone gets that much more.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. And thanks, audience. We hope that left you with some thoughts on how we are shaping the sports business. Thanks again.
Thank you, Kala. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. Before you leave, I would request Kala to please present a small little memento of gratitude from our side to you. Can we have the mementos brought out, please? And I was not really surprised when there weren't too many questions when you threw it open to the house, because maybe just in jest, but a lot of times money does solve a lot of problems, answer a lot of questions, doesn't it? An interesting session there, of course, Moneyball India, where capital meets competition. Thank you very much to our panelists, Satyam Trivedi, Sanjay Adesara, Divyanshu Singh, and Udit Vanudas. And Kala, thank you so much for moderating the same. Thank you very much, all. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, there is an important announcement that I would like to make at this moment, and this is regarding all those who've registered and have been accepted for that workshop for the day by Anish Madani. For all those who registered and were accepted into that workshop for the day by Anish Madani, I'd request you all to please head to meeting room number 20 on level 1. This is only for those who registered and were accepted into that workshop by Anish. Please head to room number 20 on level 1. Right. While we will head into our next session for the day. And it's time for that session that celebrates the lead actors of a sporting system. We're talking about the athletes. Joining us on stage are path-breaking stars across the Olympic and Paralympic spectrum, ladies and gentlemen, and of course those with an entrepreneurial mind as well, backing them all. Time for our next panel to come up on stage. May I invite Nirav Tomar, CEO and MD, iOS Sports and Entertainment, to come up, please. Nirav, can we have you come up on stage? He's definitely been one of the pioneers of this ecosystem, no two ways about it. iOS, of course, founded way back in 2005, has built and nurtured this ecosystem of non-cricket Olympic sport. Really credit to the path-breaking effort that they've managed. Of course, they've managed stars like Marikom, Vijender, Lavlina, and have driven 150 plus crores in sponsorships for the IOA. Right. May I also invite on stage Sumit Antil, Paralympic champion in the javelin throw, double Paralympic gold medalist and world record holder. He's one of India's most dominant para-athletes with titles across the Paralympics, the World Championships and the Asian Para Games. Good to have you here with us, Sumit, bringing the athlete's perspective. Thank you. May I also invite on stage Rani Rampal, please. Rani, can we have you come up on stage? Olympian and former captain of the Indian women's hockey team with 250 plus appearances, 200 plus goals. She was captaining the Indian side that finished fourth, a historic fourth at the Tokyo Olympics 2020. Narrowly missed out on what would have been another medal for the Indian contingent there. Pleasure. Of course, she's a mentor and coach in the Women's Hockey India League. And may I also invite on stage Mirabai Chanu, ladies and gentlemen, Olympic silver medalist and world champion. Mirabai Chanu has been the face of Indian weightlifting on the global stage. She has brought laurels galore to the Indian weightlifting scene. Good to have you here with us, Mirabai. And of course, cannot forget the exploits of Tokyo 2020. Moderating this session, may I invite Nandini Kumar, Senior Partner, Wordsworth Communication Consulting, 17 plus years in sports communication. She's led PR for global events like the Hockey World Cups, Laureus Awards, F1 India, and multiple Olympic campaigns for the Indian hockey contingent. Over to you, Nandini.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor it is to have athletes on stage who won 4 Olympic medals for India. Now, I'm sure you're wondering how 4. Sumit, of course, won gold in Tokyo and Paris, double Olympic medalist. Meera, of course, won a silver in Tokyo for India. And Rani, I know, has given me the looks because the Indian women's hockey team finished 4th in Tokyo. But let me tell you, that performance was nothing short of a gold medal. Her team won 1 billion hearts in India and abroad, and it was indeed the most historic performance in the sport of hockey. So let's begin with Rani. That Olympic performance, Rani, historic. किसी ने नहीं सोचा था कि women's hockey team सिर्फ अपने second Olympics में जाके सबसे बड़े teams को हराएंगे और क्वार्टर फाइनल्स पहुंचेंगे, उसके बाद मेडल राउंड पहुंचेंगे और दे फिनिश्ड 4th। उसके बाद जो हुआ देश में, आई थिंक everyone felt the heartbreak. Prime Minister, of course, called you all and spoke to you people. And we had people from every walks of life reach out, extend their support, wanted to financially also support the team. Can you take us back to that moment? How crucial that was for women's hockey, and उसके बाद जो हुआ women's hockey के लिए, उस थोड़ा जर्नी के बारे में हमें बताइए।
आई थिंक वहाँ तक पहुँचने की जर्नी बहुत लंबी थी, बिकॉज अगर आप मेरे से पूछोगे, मैंने अपना जो डेब्यू था नेशनल टीम में एट द एज ऑफ 14 2008 में किया था, जहाँ पे मेरा फर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट भी इंडिया के लिए ओलंपिक क्वालिफायर था। उसके बाद हम 2008 में क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए। देन 4 इयर्स लेटर 2012 में अगेन इंडिया में क्वालिफायर हुआ। एक ही टीम क्वालिफाई करनी थी, वी लॉस्ट टू साउथ अफ्रीका इन द फाइनल्स। अगेन हमने 8 साल के साइकिल में क्वालिफाई नहीं किया, सो दैट वाज रियली टफ, फिर अगेन 4 साल का साइकिल जिसमें आप बहुत अगेन सेम उसके साथ ट्रेनिंग करते हो डेडिकेशन के साथ। फाइनली 2016 रियो ओलंपिक्स में हमारी टीम ने फर्स्ट टाइम इन ओलंपिक गेम्स हमने क्वालिफाई किया। एंड समटाइम्स वी डोंट इवन वांट टू रिमेंबर दैट ओलंपिक्स, क्योंकि ऑफ कोर्स फर्स्ट ओलंपिक्स था, बहुत एक्साइटेड थे, सबका सपना होता है देश के लिए, मतलब अपने देश को ओलंपिक्स में रिप्रेजेंट करना, मेडल जीतना। बट हमने किसी को भी एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था ओलंपिक्स का। टीम में 18 प्लेयर्स थे, सबके लिए फर्स्ट ओलंपिक्स था। हमने 12 टीम्स में जो 12 फिनिश किया, सो डेट वाज नॉट रियली अ ग्रेट ओलंपिक्स, बट लर्निंग बहुत थी, क्योंकि एटलीस्ट एक एक्सपीरियंस मिला कि ओलंपिक्स का प्रेशर क्या होता है, उसको कैसे हैंडल करना होता है। बट टोक्यो वाज टोटली डिफरेंट। अगेन वो 5 साल का साइकिल था कोविड की वजह से, उसका एक डिफरेंट चैलेंज था, डिफरेंट सर्कमस्टांसेस थे उस ओलंपिक्स को खेलने के लिए। बट आई थिंक जब हमने फर्स्ट 3 गेम लूज किए लीग में, सो एवरीवन लूज द होप कि ये टीम कुछ नहीं करेगी ओलंपिक गेम्स में, क्योंकि पहले 3 मैच लीग्स में हार चुके हैं। बट आई थिंक हमें पूरा बिलीव था एज अ टीम कि लास्ट की जो 2 मैचेस बचे हैं लीग में, हम वो मैचेस जीत के स्टिल क्वार्टर फाइनल में पहुंच सकते हैं। एंड वी डिड दैट एज अ टीम, एंड आई एम रियली प्राउड ऑफ दैट टीम कि हमने एज अ टीम वो किया कंट्री के लिए। एंड बीटिंग ऑस्ट्रेलिया इन द क्वार्टर फाइनल्स, जहाँ पे ऑस्ट्रेलिया टॉप करके आया था अपने पूल में, सारे मैचेस जीत के आया था। सो आई थिंक मैंने पहली बार हिस्ट्री में देखा था, क्योंकि हम सोशल मीडिया नहीं चला रहे थे, फ़ोन्स यूज़ नहीं करते थे, फ़ोन्स बंद करके रखे हुए थे। बट इंडिया में आने के बाद जब हमने देखा, मैंने पहली बार देखा कि पूरी कंट्री लाइक विमेंस हॉकी के मैचेस सुबह 6 बजे उठ के देख रही थी आफ्टर क्वार्टर फाइनल्स ना। सो दैट वाज द चेंज हमने वुमेन्स हॉकी में देखा, जो इतने सालों में मैंने कभी नहीं देखा था, कि लोग क्रिकेट को छोड़ के 6 बजे वुमेन्स हॉकी के मैचेस देख रहे हैं। तो एंड उसके बाद कंट्री में एक लहर आया वापस आने के बाद, जैसे लोगों ने नीरज चोपड़ा का वेलकम किया, एक ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल के साथ, हमें भी लोगों ने वैसे ही वेलकम किया। प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी वैसे ही हमसे बात किया कि आप लोग ने जो देश में बाकी लड़कियों को प्रेरित किया हॉकी खेलने के लिए, उससे बड़ा मेडल कोई नहीं हो सकता, तो आपको रोने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, और आपको रोना नहीं चाहिए। जो आपने किया है उससे मतलब पूरा देश आप पे नाच करता है। आई थिंक वो बहुत एक ड्रास्टिक चेंज था वुमेन्स हॉकी के लिए ना। एंड होपफुली मुझे लगता है कि शायद आने वाले कुछ सालों में हमें वो चीज़ दोबारा देखने को मिले, नॉट 4th फिनिश बट डेफिनेटली ऑन द पोडियम।
Bilkul, absolutely. Meera, I want to come to you now. That Tokyo medal was historic, of course. हम सब ने देखा मेडल के बाद आप डोमिनोज पिज्ज़ा खा रहे थे, हम सोच रहे थे कि भाई ये क्या हो रहा है, right? We will come to that. I'm going to ask Neerav also about what the story behind that Domino's pizza was. But मैं आपको पेरिस ओलंपिक्स में लेके जाना चाहती हूँ, जहाँ पर मेडल नहीं आया, और हम सबको पता है कितना स्ट्रगल होता है विमेन एथलीट के लिए परफॉर्मेंस उस लेवल पे करने के लिए, राइट? एक्सपेक्टेशंस तो काफ़ी है, बट व्हेन अ मेडल डजंट कम, पीपल डोंट रियलाइज what went wrong. that story sometimes never comes out, they don't realize. तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा हमें बताइए.
सबसे पहले तो सबको नमस्ते. हाँ, बहुत मुश्किल होते कि चैम्पियनशिप से ओलंपिक तक पहुंचना, और सबसे अच्छी बात भी होती है कि ओलंपिक में पार्टिसिपेट करना, ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात होते हैं. तो इससे कि और ज़्यादा हमको ऐसा सोचते हैं कि हाँ मैंने ओलंपिक में पार्टिसिपेट किया है, तो हमको ऐसा लगता है कि मुझे इंडिया के लिए मेडल देने हैं. वो थॉट में आते हैं कि मुझे कुछ भी करके इंडिया के लिए मेडल देना है. पर कभी कभी ऐसा होता है ना कि ऊपर से मैं एथलीट, वुमेन एथलीट हो, तो बहुत सारी चीज़ों में हमको फाइट करना पड़ता है. क्योंकि मैं टोक्यो ओलंपिक में भी मैं बहुत ही ज़्यादा मुश्किल हुई थी, क्योंकि उसी टाइम में मेरा पीरियड्स हो रहे थे. मैं सीधा सीधा ही सबको बताना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि एक वुमेन एथलीट ट्रेनिंग के टाइम में भी जब ऐसा आते हैं तो हमको बहुत सारी चीज़ों में हमको फाइट करना पड़ता है. सबको सब पता है कि जब होते हैं तो हम कितना मुश्किल होते हैं. नॉर्मल पर्सन में भी वो क्रैम्प की वजह से कई दिन पेन होते हैं और कुछ काम भी नहीं कर पाती. पर हम स्पोर्ट्स है, हम प्लेयर्स हैं, तो हम हर दिन वो लोड देना पड़ते हैं, हर दिन ट्रेनिंग करना पड़ते हैं. तो आप लोग सोचो कि हम कितना मेहनत करना पड़ते हैं और माइंड कितना स्ट्रॉन्ग रखना ज़रूरी होता है. तो ऐसा था, वे सर हर प्लेयर्स, वुमेन प्लेयर्स के साथ होते हैं. तो इस बार पेरिस ओलंपिक में मैं भी बहुत ज़्यादा कोशिश किया था, और इंजरी भी थी. आप सब ने देखा होगा एशियन गेम्स में मैं स्टेट्स के ऊपर ही इंजरी हो गई थी, मेरा हिप जॉइंट लग गई थी. क्योंकि मेन का बॉडी और फीमेल की जो बॉडी है ना, वो अलग अलग चीज़ होते हैं. ट्रेनिंग में भी अलग अलग सिखाते हैं कि मेन की ऊपर में हम कितना लोड देना है, फीमेल की इसमें कितना लोड देते हैं. तो हम ऐसा कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है कि हमको मेडल चाहिए होते हैं, इंडिया के लिए कुछ करने का मौका मिले तो हम उसी टाइम दिखाने के लिए कोशिश करते हैं. और सबसे पहले बात, मैं इंडियन वेट लिफ्टिंग के लिए मुझे कुछ करने का मौका मिल रहा है, तो मैं ऐसा लगता हूँ कि मुझे मेडल देना है. तो इसकी वजह से हम कभी कभी लोड ज़्यादा ले लेते हैं, तो इसकी वजह से हम इंजरी कभी बहुत चांसेस होते हैं. और ऊपर से वुमेन एथलीट है. तो पेरिस ओलंपिक में भी ऐसे ही सेम था कि मैं बहुत ज़्यादा कोशिश किया था कि इंजरी होने के बावजूद भी मैं इतना माइंड को स्ट्रॉन्ग रख के मैंने सोचा था कि इस बार भी ज़रूर मैं ओलंपिक में जाके मेडल ज़रूर देंगी. पर उसी टाइम में भी मेरा थर्ड डे था, तो ऐसा लगा था कि मेरा बॉडी कुछ काम ही नहीं कर रहा था. कि सोचा, सभी ने होप किया था कि इस बार भी फिर मेरा भाई ज़रूर मेडल लेके आई. मैं पूरा होप किया था, सबका जो ड्रीम है मैं पूरा कोशिश करने के लिए कोशिश किया था. पर अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं नहीं कर पाई. बस ये पीरियड्स की टाइम में हमारी बॉडी बहुत ही ज़्यादा लूज होते हैं. पर मेरी तरफ से मैंने पूरा फाइट किया था कि मैं ज़रूर इंडिया के लिए कोशिश करेंगे. पर ऐसा ही है कि फीमेल एथलीट बहुत कुछ अंदर सहन लेते हैं कि हमको ट्रेनिंग करने पड़ते हैं, तो उस सब को पेन को हम दबा के हम इंडिया के लिए करते हैं. तो वही है कि फीमेल एथलीट को शुरू से ही हमको बहुत सारी कुछ फाइट करना पड़ता है. तो जब भी हम मेडल लेके आते हैं तो सब लोग अच्छा रहते हैं. जब मेडल लेके नहीं आती तब कुछ न कुछ बोलते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी से या ये जो सोच है उसको चेंज करना बहुत ही ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. और भी ज़्यादा फीमेल एथलीट है, अभी यंग बच्चे हैं, उसके ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करना ज़रूरी है कि फीमेल एथलीट में कैसे ट्रेनिंग करना है. तो उसी टाइम में हमको क्या क्या और इम्प्रूव करना है, कैसे उनको ध्यान रखना ज़रूरी है, वो सब का बहुत ही ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. तो प्लीज़ जब भी हमको अच्छा होते हैं तो सबको हमारे साथ, या अच्छा नहीं होते तो हमारी ऐसा होने नहीं चाहिए. उन सबको चेंज होना बहुत ही ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. और यंग जनरेशन को भी बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करना ज़रूरी है, खास फीमेल को. थैंक यू.
And I was there, during her final, मीरा का जब वेट लिफ्टिंग का फाइनल था, और she was there, and of course, I mean, she had an issue, and the Chinese lifted an Olympic world record that day. But hats off, it was it's like a medal only. आपको निराश होने की जरूरत नहीं है. अभी दोबारा आप वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में जा रहे हैं. आज ये टाइम निकाल के लास्ट मिनट पे आए हैं हमारे लिए. Thank you, Veera.
Thank you so
And,
much.
She's coming straight
US
from
में-
training, in fact.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
she's just coming straight from training, and we all hope and will pray for your world gold.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So this is really about the kind of effort our Indian athletes, the Olympic athletes, put in to their careers, everyday training. And interestingly enough, yesterday Rani and me were speaking, and she told me an interesting observation, if I can say. So she was saying that, यार हम विराट कोहली से तो कम effort नहीं डालते हैं, है ना? But हमें क्यों उनसे ज़्यादा या उनकी तरह endorsements या commercial deals नहीं मिलता है? Rani, can you tell us why you feel like that?
मुझे
थोड़ा
नहीं पता-
controversial है, संभल के बोलना, पर it's okay.
मुझे नहीं पता था मैं आपसे कैजुअली बात करूंगी, आप उसको स्टेज पे ले आओगे ऐसे.
मीडिया ऐसा ही है भाई.
या बट आई थिंक आप सब यहाँ पे बैठे हो, आप सब उसको कोरिलेट करोगे, एंड हम सब एथलीट्स भी यहाँ पे बैठे हैं. वी रिस्पेक्ट एवरी एथलीट, नो मैटर वो किसी भी स्पोर्ट से हो, बिकॉज हर एथलीट मेहनत करता है, हर एथलीट जिस लेवल तक पहुँचता है मेहनत करके पहुँचता है, एंड वी रिस्पेक्ट क्रिकेट एथलीट्स ऑल्सो. बट आई थिंक सीरियसली मुझे आज भी लगता है, ये फैक्ट भी है कि सच में क्या क्रिकेटर्स हमसे ज़्यादा मेहनत करते हैं क्या? जो मीरा ने स्ट्रगल बताया अपना अभी ओलंपिक गेम्स का, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि उन्होंने वो स्ट्रगल ऐसा देखा होगा, मतलब या इतनी एफर्ट इतनी मेहनत उनके स्पोर्ट में लगती है. बट स्टिल हमारे ऑल द जितने स्पॉन्सर्स, इंडोर्समेंट्स एंड एवरीथिंग फिर भी क्रिकेटर्स को ही जाते हैं. वाई, मतलब अदर स्पोर्ट्स को क्यों नहीं जाते हैं? एंड अगेन आई नो कि शायद बाकी, क्योंकि क्रिकेट एक ऐसा स्पोर्ट है जो हर दिन दिखता है, हर दिन उनकी एक्टिविटीज़ दिखती है, हर जगह पे दिखती है. बाकी स्पोर्ट की उतनी नहीं दिखती, बट स्टिल आई थिंक हमारी जो फेडरेशंस, गवर्नमेंट्स, जितने हमारे कॉरपोरेट हेड्स, एवरीवन अगर मिल के चाहें तो हम बाकी स्पोर्ट को भी उतना ही, उनकी प्लेयर्स की एक्टिविटीज़, उनका स्पोर्ट उतना दिखा सकते हैं, उनको भी बाकियों को भी उतना स्पॉन्सर्स, एंडोर्समेंट्स सब ला सकते हैं. क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली होता क्या है, हर पेरेंट्स का सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन यही रहता है कि मेरा बच्चा अगर स्पोर्ट खेलेगा उसको मिलेगा क्या, राइट? सब क्रिकेट के पीछे भाग रहे हैं, खेलना है खेलना है खेलना, बिकॉज दे नो कि अगर एक रणजी ट्रॉफी भी खेलेंगे उनकी लाइफ सॉर्टेड है. एक ओलंपिक एथलीट जो होता है वो ओलंपिक खेलने के बाद भी उसकी लाइफ सॉर्टेड नहीं है. आई एम सॉरी टू से, बट उसकी लाइफ स्टिल सॉर्टेड नहीं है ओलंपिक खेलने के बाद भी ना. स्टिल ही और शी स्ट्रगल्स फाइनेंशियली, उसकी फैमिली स्ट्रगल करती है. एंड आई स्टिल रिमेंबर, यू नो, कितनी बार हम सुनते हैं, कई लोग किसी एथलीट्स को बोल ही देते हैं या पेरेंट्स ही बोल देते हैं, बेटा ये जो खेल है ना ये तेरे को रोटी नहीं देगा कभी, तो तू पढ़ ले. इमेजिन उसको कितना हर्ट होता होगा कि क्या एक स्पोर्ट खेलने से एक इतने कैपेबल भी नहीं हो सकते वहाँ तक जाने से कि वो फाइनेंशियली इतना स्ट्रोंग हो पाए कि उसकी फैमिली एक सिक्योरिटी फील करे. सो आई थिंक या इट्स अ हार्ड फैक्ट, एंड बट आई डोंट डिनाई कि ये है एक डिस्क्रिमिनेशन तो है क्रिकेट एंड बाकी स्पोर्ट्स जो नॉन क्रिकेट स्पोर्ट्स हैं.
Nirav, this is where I want to bring you in. You are a former national level squash player. You established iOS Sports with a motto to elevate India's sporting ecosystem focused on Olympic sports. So in that sense, over the last 20 years, we've seen remarkable growth in athlete management and representation. Earlier, it mostly used to be restricted to cricket and cricketers, but now we see almost every Olympic athlete backed by an agency, backed by a manager. So in that sense, you know, tell us a little bit more about the kind of commercials that is coming into Olympic sport and athletes.
Thanks, Nandini. So Olympic athletes are not backed by agencies now. There are multiple agencies after these Olympic stars now. You know, that's a huge change in the last 20 years. I was, you know, a young squash player out of college when I set up iOS in 2005. There was no market that time. I mean, there was a cricket market which was developing. Now cricket is developed already. I would say Olympic sports has risen many folds, but then cricket, has also grown many folds. Uh, and nobody expected that kind of a growth for cricket as well. I mean, when we were all in the same space, I was talking to a dear friend Divyanshu, and we said, "Abhi bhi kahan hai?" In 20 years, things have changed, but a lot more can happen. And मैं रानी के आंसर को देना चाहूँगा रानी आपको कि बहुत डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है अब, बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट बहुत सपोर्ट कर रही है। आजकल आप देख रहे होंगे कि फाउंडेशंस आ गए हैं, गवर्नमेंट आ गई है, देयर इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ CSR कॉर्पोरेट्स बैकिंग। आपने भी देखा होगा डिफरेंस कितना जब आप लोगों ने सक्सेस टेस्ट किया टोक्यो में, जब मीरा का मेडल आया। सो देयर वाज अ लॉट ऑफ चेंज। आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स इट इज़ अनफॉर्चुनेट दैट still cricket dominates 85% of the market. If I just give you an overview of that, the athlete commercial athlete space market in India is about 1,800 to 2,000 crores, out of which 85% is with cricket. But still there is a good pie, and out of that big pie again is top heavy. In cricket also 6 से 8 खिलाड़ी हैं। विराट कोहली जिसका नाम ले रहे हैं, वो 150 से 200 करोड़ रुपए साल के, his portfolio is around 150-200 crores. And then you have Rohit Sharma, you have MS Dhoni, and you got the legends like Sachin Tendulkar. But now, with Mira's medal and your performance, and with Sumit's, 2 gold medals over there, I'm sure you all are poster images, in your own sport. And there are a lot of brands which are participating right now. So, if I take you through the last 20 years, I mean, let's go back to 2004. We got 1 silver medal through राघवेंद्र राठौर साहब। उस टाइम कोई मार्केट नहीं था, कोई ब्रांड का कोई इंगेजमेंट्स नहीं होती थी, तो उस टाइम nobody used to come forward. I don't think so he got any endorsement deal, or there was no digital era that time. But our breakthrough year is the 2008 Olympics, wherein India got the first gold with Abhinav Bindra. Then there was Vijender's medal. Vijender became the poster boy because of the good looks, personality, and he was walking the ramps and doing a lot of ads himself that time. And it was Sushil Kumar. All 3 of them saw brand engagements, from Samsung to Pepsi to Bajaj Allianz to Eicher tractor was being endorsed by Sushil Kumar. So I think that was a breakthrough. That was a start point for Olympic stars to come up, and the brand world out there, the corporates, the sponsors came forward. Uske baad we had 6 medals, with women athletes breaking in, Mary Kom, Saina Nehwal. Then there was a dip, but still again 2 more women athletes came up. It was Sindhu and Sakshi Malik. And I think India arrived in Tokyo with Neeraj Chopra getting that gold, 7 medals. And if we compare the commercials, Neeraj Chopra is rubbing shoulders with A-listers right now. I mean, in terms of cricket, I would not say the elite Virats and Dhonis, but he's right up there with a 40-50 crore rupee kind of a portfolio with 20 odd brands, and he's the flag bearer. But then again, that segment is also top heavy. There is a huge drop over there. The next in line would be PV Sindhu, Saina, Mary, Mira, Rani. So then that comes into another segment of it. But there's been a tremendous, growth in the last 20 years, I must say. And because of the change in the landscape, from just an old school plain vanilla endorsement where it used to be shoots, appearances, activations around it, it's gone to a hybrid model of digital world, and a lot of digital activities are happening. Because of that, even athletes who are not much known and are upcoming emerging players are getting influencer campaigns, and that's great, for the whole ecosystem.
Very interesting points there, Sumit. मैं आपसे कुछ कंट्रोवर्शियल नहीं पूछूंगी, विराट के बारे में भी नहीं पूछूंगी, पर क्या मैं पूछ सकती हूँ कितना करोड़ आपने बनाए हैं आफ्टर 2 ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल्स? Not to be disclosed. Neerav's telling you don't disclose it. अच्छा बनाया, चलो ठीक है। पर I know you're preparing for the World Para Athletics जो यहाँ पर दिल्ली में हो रहा है in the next couple of months, right? थोड़ा अपने preparations के बारे में बताइए, और how important is it, to ensure performance is consistent ताकि जो भी एंडोर्समेंट आने का पोटेंशियल है, that interest remains.
सभी को नमस्ते। तैयारी काफ़ी अच्छी चल रही है वर्ल्ड पैरा एथलेटिक चैम्पियनशिप की, और जो इस साल दिल्ली में ही है, फर्स्ट टाइम इंडिया इतना बड़ा इवेंट होस्ट करवाने जा रहा है वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप। तो सारे एथलीट्स काफ़ी एक्साइटेड है और सभी ने अपना 100% दिया इनकी प्रिपरेशन में। और कंसिस्टेंसी की बात करें तो जब मेरा टोक्यो में फर्स्ट गोल्ड मेडल आया तो उसके बाद में मेरे को सच में नहीं पता था कि किस लेवल पे मेरा गोल्ड मेडल आया है। मतलब ये तो पता था कि सबसे बिगेस्ट स्टेज है पैरा स्पोर्ट्स की, बट उसके बाद क्या होगा ये बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता था। जैसे ही मेरा गोल्ड मेडल आया 10 मिनट के बाद में ही मेडल सेरेमनी होगी। उसके 5 मिनट के बाद में ही हमारे जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी उनकी कॉल आ गई। तो उस टाइम पे मेरे को पता ही नहीं लग रहा था कि क्या हो रहा है मेरे साथ में। तो जैसे मैं घर पे आया इतना ग्रैंड वेलकम हुआ मेरा। हमारे जो हरियाणा स्टेट के सीएम मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी थे उस टाइम पे मेरे गांव में आए। मेरे गांव काफ़ी प्रेरित किया हमारे जो जूनियर एथलीट्स हैं उनको भी। जब ये सब खत्म हो गया तब एनालाइज किया कि ये क्या हुआ मेरे साथ में। गोल्ड मेडल आ गया और अवार्ड्स मिलने लगे। उसके बाद में फिर जब जो भी जब मेरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ था तो इतनी अवेयरनेस नहीं थी पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को लेके। बट मेरे मेडल के बाद में जब टोक्यो में 19 मेडल आए पैरा स्पोर्ट्स के, तो गवर्नमेंट ने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया उस टाइम पे पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को लोगों में अवेयर करने के लिए लोगों को। तो उस टाइम पे जब मेरे को मैसेज रिसीव हुए मेरे सोशल मीडिया की, सर मैं नहीं चाहता किसी के साथ में ऐसा कुछ हो, बट अगर जो हो भी जाता है तो आप उसके दुख को बहुत ही कम कर देते हो अपनी परफॉर्मेंस दिखा के इतनी बड़ी स्टेज पे। क्योंकि जब मेरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ, डॉक्टर्स को जब लेफ्ट लेग एम्पुटेट करनी पड़ी, तो सबसे पहला यही सवाल था कि क्या मैं दोबारा चल पाऊंगा, क्या दौड़ पाऊंगा। तो आई थिंक जब हम अपनी वीडियोस डालते हैं वहाँ पे तो कहीं ना कहीं उनके जो 90% सवाल है उनका आंसर हम अपनी वर्कआउट वीडियोस से दे देते हैं। तो ये एक स्पोर्ट से हट के भी आप एक किसी इंसान को, मेरे को लग रहा है कि दोबारा जीने की चाह उनके अंदर डाल रहे हो। कंसिस्टेंसी की बात करें तो जब टोक्यो ख़त्म हो गया तो उसके बाद में जब खुद को एज ए पैरालंपिक चैंपियन जब शीशे में देखने लगे और जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ उसके बाद में फील हुई कि हाँ अभी एक बार तो आ गया बट उसको रिपीट भी करना है बार बार, ताकि जो लोग मेरे से उम्मीद लगा रहे हैं वो मेरे को उनकी उम्मीदों पे खरा उतरना है। एक जो चीज़ हुई जब इटली में 2019 में मैंने 60.45 का वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाया था, तो वहाँ पे एक जर्नलिस्ट थे, उन्होंने मेरे से पूछा कि नेक्स्ट आपका टारगेट क्या है। तो मैंने उनको बोल दिया कि 70 मीटर मैं टच करूँगा कभी ना कभी। तो उन्होंने ऐसे ही बोल दिया कि नहीं यार, पैरा स्पोर्ट्स में 70 मीटर तो नहीं लग पाएगी कभी भी, मतलब ऐसे बोल दिया कि दिस इज़ काइंड ऑफ रिडिकुलस थिंग। तो उस टाइम पे मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया कि क्या जवाब दूँ। टोक्यो में 68 मीटर लगाई थी मैंने, तो वो मैं 70 मीटर के मार्क के पीछे भाग गया कि अगर जो ये बोल रहे हैं कि ये नहीं हो सकता, और उसी चीज़ को करने में मेरे को लग रहा है कि सबसे ज़्यादा मज़ा है। 1 साल के बाद ही मैंने इंडियन ओपन में 70 मीटर फर्स्ट टाइम किसी भी इंडियन एथलीट ने पैरा स्पोर्ट्स में 70 मीटर टच किया था। बट उसके बाद में फिर खुद से ही ये हुआ कि इससे आगे कितना जा सकते हैं हम। खुद से ही जब भी मैं डेली उठता हूँ सवाल खुद से ये होता है कि इससे आगे कितना जा सकते हैं। मतलब वो तो ठीक है कि चलो वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड हो गया, 73 मीटर हो गया, बट एज ए पैरा एथलीट हम कितनी आगे जा सकते हैं, ये आई थिंक इस सवाल का जवाब मैं रोज़ ढूंढता हूँ अपने आप में। तो वही एक आई थिंक कंसिस्टेंसी की वजह है, और कोशिश करेंगे कि इसका जवाब यहाँ पे वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में मिले मेरे को।
Absolutely, and I also want to ask you one thing, which I would like Neerav also to weigh in here. जब भी मेडल आता है, ओलंपिक्स हो या एनी वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप, देयर इज़ एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू मीट द ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर। पर्सनली मीट करते हैं, आप लोगों से बात करते हैं, तो ये कितना मायने रखता है आप लोगों के लिए, एंड ऑल्सो टू लिफ्ट द प्रोफाइल ऑफ द स्पोर्ट ऑफ पैरा गेम्स इटसेल्फ?
बिल्कुल, देखिए मैंने पैरा स्पोर्ट्स 2017 में स्टार्ट किया था, बट उसके बाद में 8-9 साल में मैंने बहुत चेंज देखा है। जब टोक्यो में गए उससे पहले भी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमसे बात की थी। हम क्योंकि इतने बड़े इवेंट से पहले एथलीट नर्वस होता है, उसके मन में हज़ार सवाल होते हैं कि क्या मैं वहाँ पे अच्छा कर पाऊँगा, बाई चांस नहीं कर पाया तो आस पड़ोस के लोग क्या बोलेंगे मेरे बारे में, डर गया, ऐसा भी कुछ होता है। मतलब तो जब वो हमसे बात करते हैं और ये बोलते हैं कि तुम आगे बढ़ो, मैं देख लूँगा बाकी सब चीज़ें। तो एक मन में अंदर से होता है कि हाँ, जब हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री इतना सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हमें, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो नर्वसनेस बहुत ही कम हो जाती है। और जब मेडल लेके आते हैं, इवन सिर्फ मेडलिस्ट से नहीं, पूरे ही कॉन्टिजेंट से मिलते हैं। मेरे को सबसे अच्छी बात ये लगती है उनकी कि पूरे ही कॉन्टिजेंट से, चाहे आप मेडल लेके आए हो चाहे नहीं लेके आए हो, पूरे कॉन्टिजेंट से वो मिलते हैं। तो सभी एथलीट्स का एक सपना होता है कि हम प्रधानमंत्री जी से मिलें, उनके साथ में फ़ोटो खिंचवाएं। मैं खुशकिस्मत हूँ कि काफ़ी बार मिल लिया मैं बट ये जूनियर एथलीट्स के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा एक आई थिंक इंस्पिरेशन के रूप में निखर के सामने आया कि जूनियर, जब भी मैं बात करता हूँ किसी भी जूनियर एथलीट से, तो उनका ये होता कि भैया मैं भी मेडल लेके आऊँगा आपकी तरह, और मैं भी सबसे मिलूंगा, प्रधानमंत्री जी से, राष्ट्रपति जी से। तो ये किसी भी एथलीट की प्रोफाइल के साथ साथ मेरे को लग रहा है पूरा ही पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को लिफ्ट करने में बहुत ही मदद करता है।
Bilkul, Neerav, I want to bring you in here. Of course, we understand that when the Honorable Prime Minister meets an athlete or their parent, it completely changes their image. Like, I know Rani was telling me when she won the Padma Shri, her father, only an ordinary card puller from Shabad, he got to meet the Prime Minister. What a huge moment for him. And when he went back home in Shabad, he's become the most popular person in Shabad, and everyone knows that he's the man who met the Prime Minister, and this is the same man who received a lot of criticism maybe 15 years ago when Rani chose to play hockey, and the stereotype there was like, how are you letting your daughter play hockey? You should be ashamed. But now that same man, is an icon in Shabad because he's met the Prime Minister. So we get that, the image, of an athlete, it raises up. But does this also impact commercially? Does that work in terms of also kind of elevating the sports profile?
Of course, salute to the Prime Minister and the government for all the involvement and the initiatives right now. There is a huge backing by the Government of India. As we know, Commonwealth Games should be coming to Gujarat, followed by the bid for Olympics. The government is backing, and in terms of athlete imagery over here, I mean, PM welcoming athletes the way he's been doing, that's a huge PR. And of course, PR with success backed by big PR pushes your image up, and of course your reach in terms of your value commercially as well. So it makes a huge impact, and you become, I mean, especially in the Olympic sports, that's the only, I think, platform where overnight you will see stars and superstars. Like Neeraj Chopra became a superstar, mega star overnight, like one day. Like, I mean, I think 99% of India would not know Neeraj Chopra, or 99.8% of India, and everybody knew him. So these are the platforms. Unfortunately, Olympics comes once in 4 years. There is no consistency. Hockey also is played quite regularly, but again, there are only a few big tournaments. Recently, India did well in the Asia Cup, so there's been a good buzz around it. But for like for para sports, we got a world championship coming up. Again, there's a chance for athletes. But there has to be more events in India, which the government has initiated to bring world level events in India right now. So we'll see more stars coming out of other sports, which is great, for the whole ecosystem. Yeah.
I want to bring Meera back here. We were also talking earlier where we want to understand motivation kya rehta hai, because endorsements aane ke liye somewhere we feel like Olympic का performance कहीं ना कहीं भूल जाते हैं, right? Tokyo में silver आया, उसके बाद maybe good performances that came after that is forgotten very easily. तो आपके लिए मोटिवेशन क्या रहता है? इज इट ऑलवेज देश के लिए बस मेडल लेके आना है? क्या वही एक मोटिवेशन है?
बिल्कुल, हम हर कंपटीशन में, हर गेम्स में सिर्फ उसी मेडल को हम नहीं देखती। तो जब मेडल मिलते हैं तो हम आगे के लिए हम प्लान होते हैं, तो इसी में से हमको मोटिवेशन मिलते हैं कि इस बार मैंने मेडल जो भी है, गोल्ड है, सिल्वर, ब्रॉन्ज है, तो नेक्स्ट टारगेट का हम ऐसे दिखते हैं कि हाँ, इसी मेडल से हमको और ज़्यादा मोटिवेशन देते हैं कि ऐसा भी सोचती हूँ कि हाँ, मैं अगले कंपटीशन में या अगली गेम्स में मैं ज़रूर इससे भी ज़्यादा और परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा दे के इंडिया के लिए मेडल फिर से देने के लिए हम कोशिश करते हैं। तो जो भी मेडल मिलते हैं तो इसमें से हम मोटिवेशन होते हैं कि और हमको आगे जाना है और इंडिया के लिए हम हर टाइम में कोशिश करते हैं कि ज़रूर मेडल देने के लिए।
Right. And Rani, speaking about the hockey team, of course, Neerav mentioned the men's hockey team winning the Asia Cup. I'm not sure how many of you know, but this is the first time in the history of the sport where the Indian men's hockey team have retained Asian Champions Trophy, Asian Games Gold, and Asia Cup. So this is a huge feat for them. A round of applause. Manpreet was supposed to be here today, but he was not able to join us. But that is a huge performance for the men's team, and as a consistent performance chahiye to stay relevant, I think, even in people's mind and also in brands' mind. But at the same time, we've seen the women's hockey team. There was a high after Tokyo. You guys did well at the Asian level also. A small slump right now, and then they are looking to win the Asia Cup and qualify for the World Cup next year. So tell us about this journey of women's team. You know, now what should they do in terms of lifting their performance and looking at that LA 2028?
डेफिनेटली जितनी भी हमारी इंडोर्समेंट्स स्पॉन्सर कमिटमेंट्स होती हैं उसके लिए सबसे की एलिमेंट होता है कि आप एक कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस चाहिए बिकॉज जितनी अगर परफॉर्मेंस कंसिस्टेंटली रहेगी तो स्पॉन्सर्स को भी एक इंटरेस्ट रहता है स्पोर्ट में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। आई डोंट डिनाई कि यस वीमेन हॉकी का लाइक एक हाई पीरियड था, देन कुछ लो आया, अभी अगेन दे आर ट्राइंग कि एशिया कप में अच्छा करें एंड वर्ल्ड कप के लिए क्वालिफाई करें। बट एक ट्रांजिशन फेज भी होता है हर स्पोर्ट का ना, एक ओलंपिक साइकिल के बाद स्पेशली एक टीम स्पोर्ट में जब काफ़ी सारे प्लेयर काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर बाहर होते हैं, न्यू प्लेयर्स आते हैं, अगेन उनको वो एक्सपोजर मिलना, उसके बाद वो एक्सपीरियंस गेन करना, ओलंपिक जैसे लेवल पे वो प्रेशर हैंडल करना, वो एक ट्रांजिशन फेस डिफ़िकल्ट होता है। और उस हम सिर्फ और सिर्फ मेडल्स की ही बात करते हैं लेकिन प्रोग्रेस की बात बहुत कम होती है कि हमने 4 इयर्स में प्रोग्रेस क्या की है। सो आई थिंक यस कंसिस्टेंसी होनी चाहिए परफॉर्मेंस में, स्पॉन्सर्स को जो है अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए उस स्पोर्ट के टुवर्ड्स। बट हमें ये भी देखना चाहिए कि उस ट्रांजिशन फेस में जो एथलीट्स आ रहे हैं हम उनको ग्रास रूट्स पे कैसे हेल्प कर सकते हैं, नोट टू वेट कि वो एथलीट जब ओलंपिक मेडल जीतेंगे उसके बाद हम उनको हेल्प करना शुरू करेंगे, बिकॉज तब तो सभी लोग आ जाते हैं करने के लिए ना। बट जब वो ओलंपिक तक उसका जाने का सफ़र है, उस सफ़र में जैसे ऑलरेडी काफ़ी सारी ऑलरेडी एजेंसीज काम कर रही है, IOS है, काफ़ी सारे एथलीट्स यंग एथलीट उनके साथ हैं, गो स्पोर्ट्स है, JSW है, OGQ है, जो उस जर्नी में काफ़ी सारी हेल्प उन एथलीट्स को ऑलरेडी कर रहे हैं। बट यस डेफिनेटली हमें वो चेन को मेंटेन करने के लिए ग्रास रूट्स पे और ज़्यादा ध्यान देने की बहुत ज़रूरत है कि ग्रास रूट्स पे हम प्लेयर्स का नॉट ओनली सिर्फ कि स्पेशली वीमेंस की बात करो, वीमेंस का जो एक स्पोर्ट करियर होता है वो छोटा होता है कंपैरेटिवली टू मेंस। तो क्या हम जो वीमेंस की ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स एंड ऑल ग्रास रूट पे उस हिसाब से ट्रेनिंग कराएं कि बाय द टाइम दे रीच टू द नेशनल टीम एंड ऑल वो इतना बर्नआउट नहीं होना चाहिए कि उनका करियर या इन 22 और 24 में ख़त्म हो रहा है या वो इंजरी का शिकार हो रहे हैं कि जिसकी वजह से वो दोबारा वो लोड ले ही नहीं पा रहे। तो बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं जो हमें दिमाग में रख के उन एथलीट्स को ट्रेन कर मतलब कराते हैं। वही आप देखोगे न्यूट्रिशन का अगर बात करें, जिस एज में एक एथलीट इतना ज़्यादा ट्रेन करता है बिकॉज उसमें जोश होता है, एक अगर अंडर 15-17 के किड की बात करें, प्लेयर की बात करें, वो जोश में बहुत ट्रेनिंग करता है, बट उसको अगर उस टाइम पे राइट न्यूट्रिशन नहीं मिल रहा, उस टाइम उसको वो नहीं पता चलेगा, वो हैंडल कर लेगा क्योंकि उसको बॉडी हैंडल कर पा रहा है। बट बाय आफ्टर 5 और 6 ईयर्स उसका बॉडी रिस्पॉन्स करना शुरू करेगा जब उसको इंजरीज एंड ऑल आना शुरू होगा।
Neerav, I want to bring you in here. She spoke about progress and grassroots and all of that, but brands are not looking at that, right? They are looking at Olympics and Olympic performance. So in that sense, how are you convincing sponsors to come on board? we have glamorous athletes now. They look fantastic on the field. We've seen Sumit. Sumit's a good-looking boy. We've seen him being photographed. Everyone wanting a picture with him. So tell us how this works.
So I think there are two types of mindset, in corporates. One is about the Domino's effect. Domino's pizza effect is Rani, I'm saying Meera, when she won the silver, and on television, I think she was giving an interview and she was having a pizza, and Domino's got after us for a moment marketing deal. They just did a deal for 2 weeks. So there are brands who just want to capitalize during the success and want to ride on it, and there are loads of them because that's what they want, the eyeballs, and they're hardcore into the ROI aspect of it. Then you of course have long-term players who want to be part of the journey, be part of the narrative, of the growth of the athlete. Like, I'm just talking about for Indian Olympic Association, we've been involved with them, and we've got long-term deals from, big giant brands like Reliance and JSW, and likewise Adani has participated. So their mindset is to contribute as well, in the whole journey of athletes. And of course, they are also looking at ROI, but in a different way, on a long-term narrative that way.
Interesting, Sumit. I want to ask you this. सबका understanding ये है कि अभी government का support बहुत है sport के लिए ना, para sports and Olympic sport. But what is the real financial struggle, that you may face, even though there is some funding coming from ministry, SAI and all of that, and your training is taken care of, but उसके अलावा क्या financial दिक्कत होता है?
मेडल से पहले की जर्नी में अगर जो बात करूं किसी भी पैरा एथलीट के लिए, क्योंकि हर एक पैरा एथलीट्स की नीड्स अलग होती हैं। जैसे मैं अपनी बात करूं तो 2019 में मैं टॉप स्कीम में आया था। उससे पहले जो प्रोस्थेटिक लिम्स होते हैं वो काफ़ी महंगे होते हैं। एक एक लिम 4-5 लाख रुपए के आसपास कॉस्ट होती है, जो किसी भी मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के लिए एक तरह से बहुत ही मुश्किल होता है इतना बड़ा अमाउंट एक तरह से इकट्ठा करना, और जो टूट भी सकती है, और एक ही दिन में वो जो लेग टूट भी सकती है। तो इस चीज़ पे इन्वेस्ट करने में भी वो काफ़ी बार सोचते हैं, वो वेट करते हैं कि कोई एनजीओ आए, कोई कॉरपोरेट आए और उनकी हेल्प करे। तो उस उम्मीद में वो टाइम खो देते हैं जो उनको ट्रेनिंग का टाइम चाहिए होता है। मैंने बहुत सारे जो अच्छे एथलीट्स जो जूनियर में काफ़ी अच्छा किया है, उन्होंने वेट करने के चक्कर में बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ खो दी। तो मेरे को लग रहा है कि काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं जिनमें सुधार हो सकता है, स्पेशली जो हमारा ग्रास रूट लेवल का जो पैरा स्पोर्ट्स है उसमें सुधार करने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत, क्योंकि इक्विपमेंट्स की कॉस्ट ही इतनी महंगी होती है जो नॉर्मल स्पोर्ट्स को ज़रूरत नहीं होती। या व्हील चेयर हो गई या रेसिंग चेयर होगी, वो भी 8-8-9-9 लाख की आती हैं। प्रोस्थेटिक लिम्स भी 10-10, 15-15 लाख तक पहुँच जाते हैं। आई थिंक वो किसी भी मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के एथलीट के लिए बियर कर पाना बहुत ही मुश्किल होता है। आई थिंक वो चीज़ें और हो जाएंगी तो हमारे पैरा एथलीट्स और अच्छा कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि रियो में हमारे 4 मेडल आए थे, टोक्यो में 19 आए और अभी पेरिस में 29 आए। तो हम काफ़ी अच्छे एक ग्रेड से बढ़ रहे हैं, बट उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में जब LA 2028 होगा तो हम वो मेडल टैली में भी फिनिश करने की ट्राई करेंगे।
Right. Just one last question. We started with a little bit of a controversial question. Maybe we should end with one too. Rani, again for you, I know you feel very strongly about this, and Neerav, you could maybe add into what she says. Cricket now is part of the Olympic Games. Do you somewhere fear that there will be more struggles to draw sponsors to non-cricket sports now that cricket has made an entry into LA Olympics?
डेफिनेटली आई थिंक क्योंकि एक ओलंपिक ही ऐसा इवेंट था जहाँ पे लोग बाकी स्पोर्ट को ज़्यादा देखते थे कि क्योंकि हर ओलंपिक्स में नए रिकॉर्ड्स बनते हैं, नए एथलीट्स आते हैं, नए मेडलिस्ट बनते हैं, नए टैलेंट आपको देखने को मिलता है। बट इस बार ओलंपिक्स में क्रिकेट भी शामिल है। डेफिनेटली वो होगा, उससे फ़र्क तो काफ़ी पड़ेगा कि स्टिल लोग लाइक क्रिकेट को ज़्यादा फॉलो करेंगे। बट मुझे ये भी उम्मीद है कि लोगों को अभी शायद ये तो समझ में आ गया कि एक ओलंपिक इवेंट क्या होता है बाकी स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन के लिए ना, बिकॉज अभी तक लास्ट काफ़ी सारे ओलंपिक्स में हमारे एथलीट्स ने ओलंपिक में इतने मेडल जीते हैं, और जिस जिस लाइक सिटी में स्टेट में वो गए हैं, उन्होंने इतने बच्चों को इंस्पायर किया वो मेडल्स के साथ, वो स्पोर्ट खेलने के लिए. सो आई ट्रूली बिलीव कि हमारे फैंस जो हैं वो स्टिल बैकअप करेंगे हमारे जो बाकी नॉन क्रिकेट ओलंपिक स्पोर्ट है उनको, ताकि हमारे जो बाकी स्पोर्ट हैं वो ओवरशैडो ना हो जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ क्रिकेट.
Quickly your thoughts, because you guys marketed them as Olympic sport, right? So
आई थिंक रानी मैं थोड़ा व्यू अलग है कि क्रिकेट बहुत कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट करेगा इधर पे, क्योंकि हमारे पास अब 15 ब्रांड एम्बेसडर क्रिकेट वाले हैं ओलंपिक मूवमेंट बढ़ाने के लिए. तो क्या होगा कि क्रिकेटर्स और क्रिकेट अगर ओलंपिक में आ रहा है तो हमारा जो ओलंपिक एज लाइक द होल फेस्टिवल ऑफ स्पोर्ट इन द वर्ल्ड इज गोइंग टू ग्रो. और इंडिया में, हिंदुस्तान में मुझे लगता है 80%, 80% पीपल वुड नॉट नो कि ओलंपिक्स भी होता है, बिकॉज उन्हें कोई इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं है. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द मिडिल एंड द लोअर स्ट्राटा. अब बिकॉज क्रिकेट है ओलंपिक में तो उनका इंटरेस्ट बढ़ेगा, क्योंकि वो देखेंगे बाकी भी. और हमारा ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे बहुत सारे मेडल आते हैं. आई होप इस बार ही हमारे 10, 12, 15 मेडल आए, बट क्रिकेट यहाँ पे काफ़ी ऐड करेगा. और कमर्शियली ऑल्सो आई थिंक क्रिकेट की वजह से दिल बी अ मच लार्जर पाई, एंड द ओलंपिक athletes will be rubbing shoulders with the cricketers as well, and I'm sure cricketers will be supporting the Olympic athletes. So it is going to be a cross effect.
Interesting, but I'm with Rani on this. That's about it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience, and I hope you enjoyed this panel. I think we can do a louder round of applause for these incredible athletes, right? Thank you.
Not one to shy away from asking controversial questions. Nandini is there for you. Thank you very much, Nandini. And a big round of applause to our panelists. जब मैं इन एथलीट्स को देखता हूँ तो मेरे को वो कहावत याद आ जाती है कि खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से पूछे कि बता तेरी रजा क्या है. ये जो एथलीट्स है ना यहाँ पे, इन्होंने वो अपनी तकदीर लिखी है और इसलिए इनके लिए सराहना बनती है. Let's have a round of applause for them. On a personal note, I would like to add one more thing. When Mirabai Chanu won that silver at the Tokyo Olympics 2020, I was in the Hindi commentary box calling that moment. When Rani's team were playing for that medal and playing that the third, fourth playoff match, which unfortunately we, despite leading at one point of time 3-2, went down 4-3 to Great Britain. I was there in the commentary box. There was heartbreak. We were literally shedding tears at that minute. The only thing that assuaged the tears was the next day when the men's team played and the men's team went on to win. So there were really contrasting emotions. I still remember those moments and I'm kind of getting a little emotional. But those are moments I'd like to share with you. Some personal experiences of calling some of the historic moments of Indian sport from the commentary box. It made me relive those moments. Thank you very much. And before you all leave, Nandini, I'd request you to please present a memento as a token of appreciation from our side to our esteemed panelists here. And I'd also like to remind everyone that this special session that we've had, the athlete economy and influence nurturing India's Olympic movement, well, it's come to you courtesy iOS Sports and Entertainment. Thank you, Nirav, for all of that. Can we have those mementos brought out, please? Yes, they're coming, Nandini. Time for that one photo op now. Thank you very much. This was an enjoyable session and brought back lots of memories. Thank you very much. It's inspired a lot of people as well. And again, a quick reminder that this session, of course, is powered by iOS Sports and Entertainment. Now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another very interesting session coming up. And for our next discussion, and of course, a special stage showcase, I would like to invite some very esteemed guests on stage. May I request Mr. J. Meghnatha Reddy, IAS, Member Secretary and CEO, Tamil Nadu Sports Development Authority, to come up on stage. Sir, it's indeed a pleasure to have you here with us this afternoon and requesting your presence on stage. May I also invite on stage Dr. Atulya Mishra, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to Government Department of Youth Welfare and Sports Development. Sir, an honor to have you here with us. Thank you very much. And of course, may I also invite on stage Mr. Prashant Santakumar, Partner and Head of Sports Sector, KPMG India. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, states play a very key role in fostering sporting success with important infrastructure, interventions and funding, and a whole lot more that comes with it. One such unit that has used sport as a vehicle to drive social change and better youth outcomes is Tamil Nadu. And in this state showcase, we look at the strides Tamil Nadu is making with sports leading the way. Sir, I leave it to you, Mr. J. Meghnatha Reddy. Sir, the podium is all yours. We'd like to see that presentation from you as well. Thank you so much for being here.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Good afternoon, everyone. Think sports, think Tamil Nadu. At the outset, I'd like to thank Sportstar for giving states a platform to showcase as to what we are doing. And it's an honor from Sports Tamil Nadu to be telling you this evening as to what we are doing in the world of sports. Before I dive deeper, a short story on where we stand in the world of sports. Tamil Nadu is home to 34 of India's 89 chess grandmasters. The only 2 world champions in the world of chess comes from Tamil Nadu. Paris Paralympics, 29 medals to India, 4 medalists are from Tamil Nadu. 12 Olympians at Paris Olympics are from Tamil Nadu. Hangzhou Asian Games, a major contribution in both regular as well as para games. And most importantly, the biggest, interesting fact, in just 1 year, our Kelo Para medal tally, Kelo India Para medal tally increased by a mammoth 75%. And at national games, edition to edition, 20% increase. And from a pure business perspective, our budget has increased over 1,000 crore comparative in a 4-year period. So last 4 years cumulative budget stood around somewhere 2,000 odd crores compared to around 800 crores in the previous 4 years. So as we stand here, I'd like to take you as to what we do to achieve this. What do we do? Tamil Nadu has adopted a 3-pronged approach. And the philosophy that drives our approach is simple. A budding champion anywhere in your state, anywhere in your geography needs 2 things. 1, a good and accessible field of play and schemes that will fuel his dreams. Basically, you finance him or her in the right way. So the first approach is how do you imagine and reimagine your sports infrastructure from field of plays to global sports cities. Second is what we call STAR approach, the talent identification and recognition. How do you fuel their dreams by financing them at the right point of time? And third and most important, how do you create a vibrant sports ecosystem by playing host to marquee sports events? Let me take it further deeper. One of the biggest grouses that we have in sports infrastructure everywhere is that stadia are white elephants. We see it in a different perspective. We want these white elephants to dance. How do we make them dance? Simple. There are 2 ways of looking at it. States normally have an urge to create mega stadia. Yes, we are also into mega stadia. Chennai is coming up with a 125-acre spread global sports city in the next 3-4 years, including water sports facilities. That's on one end of the spectrum. On the other end, almost all states will have a decent sports infrastructure. All you need to do is put in the right equipment, modernize them, and then you will see the results. We have certain examples to show here. We call them high performance centers. our high performance centers are discipline specific. Some examples as we see here is, as the title says correctly, these are simple, these are sustainable and with spectacular results. Chennai Olympic Academy, for example, a multi-store building, government granted grant building worth 17 crores, where we have converted that into Olympic Academy and are training students and sports persons in close to 7 to 8 disciplines, including your para sports, volleyball, basketball, fencing, judo and all. On a daily basis, out of a single facility, we're training 400 elite early budding championships from a single facility. So that's the kind of impact that we are looking at. Home of chess, a very interesting example. I've told you the contribution of chess, to India from Tamil Nadu. We created a 700 square feet facility, a very small facility, but a modern facility where we train specific training groups of around 20 sports persons, young chess champions, and also from there take chess to around 12,000 schools in a hybrid model. So from a very small facility, you nurture champions and champions. So that's another approach. And table tennis, we have Sharat Kamal, the legendary table tennis player. What did we do? There is a government facility, a mega table tennis facility, invited him on board as a sports advisor, created the infrastructure, and now the training will begin another 1 month where we'll have table tennis as 2036 Olympic dream. And again, Hall of Weightlifting. This is a very fine example. We had a very normal looking Hall of Weightlifting. Kelo India Games happened. We hosted Kelo India 2023. We put in a legacy plan where the equipment we bought for Kelo Games were shifted to this place, modernized the place, spruced up a bit, and now we have Hall of Weightlifting, a dedicated center, very low cost center, but churning us out champions in each national games. Next. This is not working. Yeah. So another example of this high performance approach is our Water Sports Academy. You'll be happy to note that this is the first of its kind high performance center for water sports in the country, coming up in Ramnad district, which will be a high performance center for surfing, sailing, kayaking and windsurfing. And why do we do this? Almost all the sailors represented India in Olympics are from Tamil Nadu, and out of 12 Indians who participated in the recent Asian Surfing Championship at Mahabalipuram, 8 come from remote villages of Tamil Nadu. So the solution is create a high performance center and create more champions. So while this is our macro approach, it is also important that you focus on the micro aspects. How do you bring out talent at the grassroots? And what do we do for that? Some of the examples. Chief Minister's mini stadia. Many states are doing it, many states are speaking about it, and here we are implementing it. To promote grassroots sports talent, you create mini stadia in each block, in each tehsil, in each assembly constituency. As we speak, almost 100 of them are under construction in various parts of the state, and the cost is only 3 crore. You create in a small 3 to 4 acre facility in 3 crores, facilities that provide you modern gyms, athletic tracks, football facilities, volleyball facilities. For example, one small example you can see. And another beauty of this is we have made them sustainable. It's tough to make them sustainable at a micro level. But what did we do? For example, in Chennai, at a constituency called at a block called Chepak, along with gym, we created box cricket. Normally from any stadium at that level, you don't earn more than 25,000 rupees per month in the form of memberships. But thanks to box cricket and gym, we are earning around 2.5 lakh, which is making this stadia self-sustainable in each and every way. And another, modernizing gymnasiums is another component. We all speak of Fit India and Fit Tamil Nadu. Most of the states have gyms in their districts, in their blocks and taluks, but in a state of huge neglect. What did we do? A simple scheme where we modernize these facilities and make them AC facility with modern equipment. In fact, the photo is from a place called Virudhunagar, where I happen to be the district collector. The first one is when I was there, went one fine day there, found nothing, no equipment, no AC, no decent facilities. In 2 years, we changed that to an image that we are showing downstairs in the down, where it's a modern gym, very well equipped, and you have membership open for everyone. And another area we are working on is rural sports arenas. Converge MG and RGS. There is a scheme, converge those elements and create rural sports arenas in each rural panchayat of the state. And this is another element where we take a lot of pride in. When I said that we had a 75% mammoth jump in just one edition of para games, it just doesn't come out of thin air. It's because Tamil Nadu has adopted a policy of encouraging para sports persons. We are the only state probably in the country to have 11 dedicated para sports arenas anywhere in the country. Because as a para sports person, you don't have a space to go and play. You can't enter into a space which is meant for other players. So here you are, you can see images from the top where these are spaces designed only for them, where in a small space you can even play close to 8 to 10 games. And second approach is how do we do? We showed you what we do and how we do. The approach that we have is STAR approach, which we call sports talent and recognition. Our motto is catch them young and watch them grow. As I told you, the biggest need for any sports person, apart from a good FOP, is finance. We strongly believe in this. Finance is the fuel that drives their dreams. Full stop. That's what we understand, and that's where we support our sports persons. 400 sports persons are supported by Tamil Nadu government at any point of time under various schemes, as we see here. In fact, most Tulisimati, elite sports person, where we support her to the tune of 30 lakh rupees per annum, no questions asked, for her training, for her anything connected to sports. Likewise, we have various schemes. This is how we tell them that we have got your back. And high cash incentives, another important component. One of the biggest grounds for sports persons in this country is we win medals, but the government of India doesn't recognize us. The state government doesn't recognize us. Here you see with statistics, in the last 3 years, 4,600 sports persons who won medal for Tamil Nadu have been given cash incentives worth 152 odd crore. That means on an average, we give high cash incentives worth 50 crores to our sports persons every year. National games got over in somewhere in February in Uttarakhand. In less than 1 week, by the time these sports persons won medals and landed in Chennai, we had a ceremony where Honorable Deputy Chief Minister gave away the cash incentives. And many of them, are in tears. They're like, this is the first time we have been getting such, kind of support from government. And another aspect which we cover, someone was speaking in the last session that, the biggest, tension that you have is you're an Olympian, you don't have a job. You're an Asian Games medalist, you don't have a job. Tamil Nadu government says, don't worry, your future is secured with us. We have a specific government order and government policy in place where achievements ranging from Olympics to state games are given a matrix of jobs. These are government jobs, permanent jobs. In last year alone, in 1 year alone, we have given jobs to around 114 sports persons, including para sports persons. Record of sorts for any state. And another way we encourage grassroots talent is, and from a business perspective, last year we supplied kits to all the rural areas in the state. This year we are supplying sports kit to all the urban areas. Each kit is almost 30 sports items, including gym equipment. And another way, a pride event for all of us is Chief Minister's Trophy Games, which we conduct every year. We proudly call it the Olympics of Tamil Nadu. As you can see here, 30,000 athletes come to state headquarters to participate in them, covering 168 events and 36 sports disciplines. This year, registration alone touched 16 lakh across the state. So of which 30,000 come to the state, and we provide them a fantastic platform to showcase their talent, send them back with cash incentives, and once they win medals here, we take them back into our scheme. So it's the cycle that we set in motion. Snapshot from the games management system which we introduced for the CM Trophy Games. And one of the reasons, one of the greatest stories that came out of Gukesh World Championship winners, he told one of the most inspiring things for him was him watching Viswanathan Anand play World Championship in 2013 in Chennai. Gukesh was 10-year-old, so there was this mega event hosted by Tamil Nadu government, and Gukesh saw Viswanathan lost. That's a different story, but Gukesh took inspiration, from that event and said that one fine day I'll become a world champion. So that drives Tamil Nadu's interest in hosting marquee events. As a statistics, in the last 4 years, we have hosted over 40 major national and international tournaments, because somewhere some young Gukesh would be watching our events and become a future Gukesh. Taking you through some of the examples: Chess Olympiad, Squash World Cup, World Surfing League. India's first World Surfing League was in Tamil Nadu. Chennai Chess Grandmasters, which made Gukesh qualify for the candidates. HCL Cyclothon, Asian Hockey, Kalo India Games, Prime Volleyball Leagues, Cyclothon. We are the second home of Cyclothon now. National Track Cycling Championships, South Asian Athletics Championship, Para Athletics Championship this year, Asia Cup Triathlon, Red Bull Motor Jam, And most importantly, the only city in the entire South Asia to do a Formula 4 night race, is Chennai. We are bringing Track Asia this year, WTA. And to end with, why do we do all this? Why do we try to tick every single box across the spectrum of sports? I'll tell you through a real and inspiring story. This boy Manoj, hailing from a small town in Madurai, a dwarf para athlete, knocked our doors 2 years ago exactly. He was working in a garment firm at a temporary job of rupees 12,000. A brilliant para athlete wanted to go to World Dwarf Games at Berlin. How much it costed him? 2.5 lakh. The obstacle, Sumit was right. The obstacle, you don't have funds in the regular system to go. You'll have to really beg someone or go and ask someone. We started Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, another triple P partnership, which will be my last slide. So we took the application. Honorable Deputy CM said, let's support this boy with through Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation. So we gave him a check of around 2.5 lakh. We later realized that there were 7 such dwarf people in Tamil Nadu, including 2 girls. So we called all of them. We are giving you 2.5 lakh. Go to Berlin, play and come back. All of them while receiving the check told us that we'll come back with medals. We thought it's another emotional outburst that how can all of you come back with medals? But trust me, 1 week later, all 7 came back with medals to Tamil Nadu. So our boy won a gold. He won the gold there and went to other competitions, won medals there. And what did we do? We have high cash incentive. So he has been winning medals. We have been giving him high cash incentives. So from a boy who knocked our doors and was working for 12,000 rupees a month, received high cash incentives worth 25 lakh and more in just 2 years. And it did not end there. He won World Dwarf Games. He won medals at World Ability Games. Then we have this policy of giving government jobs. We asked him to apply. Today, this boy is a Category 2 permanent government employee at Tamil Nadu Newsprint Limited, which is one of the major PSU of Government of Tamil Nadu. And his salary, around 1 lakh rupees per month. So from 12,000 rupees per temporary job, knocking our doors for a competition, to participate in a competition, to a man who is now, got a permanent job. And also, he's got married. He told me, sir, whenever I used to go around in my, street, everyone used to ridicule me and would say that, this fellow will be like useless in life. Today I have, 25 lakhs cash. I've invested in land. I've got a government job. I'm earning rupees 1 lakh. And then I've got a lovely girl, that I married. In fact, Deputy CM all the way went to his house to wish him on his marriage. So whatever efforts we put in, these stories tell us that there are many, many, many players out there, and all that you need is simple intervention from government, just to listen to them and then should give them what they require. Either could be a field of play or a cash support. And all this was also, from a very triple P perspective, many speakers was, were focusing on. This is a shining example. I leave you, leave the stage with this thought. 2 years back, we came up with this thought. State governments cannot have the money to fund every player, but private parties would be interested to do it. So bring their money, create a company, Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation. We did not invest in big ticket projects. We did not use CSR money to build big stadia. We invested in human resources. We invested in individual sports persons. What did we do? Many people like Manoj would apply online on our website. All that you need to, just give us, evidences. We process it, give you the cash, and make you go. We support them in each and every way. Almost 4,000 plus sports persons directly have been benefited through Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation in the last 2 years. You can see some examples there. Sumit was mentioning that each para equipment would cost you 8 lakhs. The cycle there, specially made cycle, is worth 8 lakhs, given to a girl who applied. She's in a home in Chennai. She met Deputy CM one day and said, sir, I need this. It was given, and she won 2 medals in Kalo Para Games. So a boy who wanted to go to Cricket World Cup, Blind World Cup, was given cash incentive. So you ask for equipment, we give. You ask for legs, we give, artificial legs. You ask for training purposes, we give. So whatever is your need, we are here to provide. So it will be a great opportunity for all of us to come together and collaborate. This reinforces just one faith. Together, there's a lot that we can do to this, to the sector of sports in this country, and it is, really possible to achieve our Olympic dream when we all join hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Of course, I'm going to hand it over to you only, Prasanth. That's the only reason I was coming up on stage, because you saw that presentation. Of course, now for that little fireside chat that we're going to have.
Yeah, I don't know what to ask after the presentation, but fascinating thing to learn about what Tamil Nadu. I think there is a lot of talk of Orissa doing significant investments in sports, but your journey has been fascinating. And I remember me and Kala coming to visit your place, the multi-sports facility, and what you have done there is amazing. Actually, it is good to see that. I think one thing maybe to Dr. Mishra sir, do you want to add anything on top of this in terms of what is this driver behind all this investment in sports? I think there is two things. One, typically you want to get more people to play the game. Health is a different one. In fact, I always say that if you get the sports budget high, the healthcare budgets can go down. So that is one. Second is if you look at from a viewpoint of medals, like Olympics, Asian Games. So what is the motivation behind this? And it's a fascinating journey, but if you can add on that, it'll be good.
Actually, Megnath has already given you the entire canvas of activities which we are doing. But there are one or two things which is happening in Tamil Nadu. We did some analysis. The number of players each state sent for Olympics, Asian Games, Commonwealth Games, many of them return with medals. If you see the number of medalists, then there are many states which are having large number of medalists. But if you see a player sent and the medal which we win, Tamil Nadu is by far the biggest achiever. In a sense, we send one player for squash in Asian Games, that person comes with gold. We also send a team where each one gets a gold, but India gets only one gold. So the number of golds and silvers which we are able to contribute to our national kitty has been very high. And this has happened because there's a scheme called Olympic Quest which was initiated by the government. Megnath has combined many aspects of Olympic Quest, but there are three major things in it. One is you bring foreign coaches wherever necessary. Wherever we are doing extremely well, bring foreign coaches, pay them the kind of remuneration they need, and train our people so that we can get Olympic and Asian Game and Commonwealth Game glories. Second thing is put up Olympic academies. You know, me, Megnath, and our team of officials were sent to Paris Olympics to study where we are faulting. You know, of course, Government of India is doing its own efforts, but we found that at least there are 10 to 15 games in which India is not represented at all. The game is itself not played in India. We don't play BMX. We don't do, for example, dancing.
Fencing.
We don't do climbing. We don't do trampoline gymnastics. There's so many games. Then, of course, there are other games in which our presence is very, very fragile. Rugby 7, softball, handball, all those games are also there. So we thought, let us at least create some base facilities for all the games. So when Megnath is building up his sports city, he's building up BMX. There'll be a climbing wall which will be built up, so that at least there should be some initiative by our country, and we can at least have some exposure to these games. Then, of course, wherever we are doing well, we are trying to do better. And this Olympic Quest, which is coming up, providing high cash incentives, providing jobs, bringing the best of the talents, giving them the right kind of coaching, providing them facilities, all this is a part and component of our Olympic Quest.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask one area, that is corporate support for is a significant portion. So if there are a lot of corporates in Tamil Nadu and others, they are investing sponsorship, like you said, a lot of schemes. How is that panning out for you? Is there a good support from a corporate angle for?
No, I think corporate sponsorship, I should say, is not at the level that we, expected it to be at. There are good, corporates, who are
adopting academies, high performance centers. But at the same time, while high performance centers are good, they'll cater to elite athletes. More corporates, should come into areas of grassroots talent development. Your talent is at the grassroots. There are many players waiting in their wings to fly, with requirement for equipment and finance. So that's why probably corporate sponsorship will be more helpful. That's the reason Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation focuses primarily on individual sports persons rather than taking a very big approach of creating mammoth structures. It's about catering to each and every player. I'll just tell a small example, in this how it really makes difference. There is this girl Kazima from Chennai who is into carom, a daughter of auto driver. She wanted the World Cup carom last year was being held at USA. Quite a few of them got selected. Again, needed financial support. Somehow approached us. All it costed was only 1.5 lakh for us to fund that trip to USA. I think from Tamil Nadu, three or four players went. Kazima became world champion in carom, world singles champion in carom. The difference, 1.5 lakh. Probably in a corporate world, very, very minimal. And government of Tamil Nadu gave her a cash incentive of 1 crore rupee for coming back with a medal. And today she's coming from a Muslim family in northern Chennai, backward Chennai. She is a star. She is a champion. She's a inspiration. So where I look at it is, investing in big ticket things is fine, but corporate should look at grassroots talent development.
That's good. Now, another angle is there is a lot of other states. Whom do you see as benchmark in the sports side? Is there some state that you kind of refer and say this guy, like Odisha, for example, or Haryana from a medal perspective? Who do you see as a reference, or is your own ambition driving it? Just want to hear from you.
Actually, when we started our journey, we did look at the best practices in other states. Our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, he led a delegation to Odisha. We went and saw how they work. One interesting thing which we found in Odisha was that don't request the corporates to build the infrastructure. Infrastructure is compliance oriented. It takes time to build. You require land. Build the infrastructure yourself. Let the corporate provide the soft power. Let them get the best coaching. Let them run the infrastructure. Let them bring the best of athletes and best of coaches from the entire country, if possible from some international experiences also. Make these center of excellences do well under the corporate patronage. And also try to link one big star, one icon. Odisha is doing it. We are also more or less following it. But the budgetary support which is being provided by Tamil Nadu government is in many magnitude more. And I think we are learning from, for example, from Bhopal we learned that how academies are run. They have a very good academy for shooting. We have built a similar kind of academy now. We learned that they had an equestrian academy. Now we are building up because our strength and forte is in water sports. So we are building a similar international academy for water sports. So it is necessary to come with center of excellences and academies by state governments so that we can supplement each other's efforts.
And one more sport, if I'm correct, is fencing. No, which what is the story behind that actually? Fencing, yeah.
Fencing is another sport which Tamil Nadu is investing very heavily in. The only Olympian of India at fencing comes from Tamil Nadu, Bhavani Devi. A very interesting story. I asked her, how did you pick fencing? Because she used to study in a corporation school, a government school. Apparently, there was some initiative by government to enroll all children in 5 or 6 sports. She was the last one standing in the line. So 5 sports got distributed amongst everyone. The teacher said, you have only fencing left, take fencing. Bhavani did not know what fencing was. Bhavani took up fencing, but in 2 years from that, she became junior national champion. So, so that was one inspiration. And fencing we are doing really well in fencing. In fact, very recently, we have a medalist at a satellite tournament. The only medal, women medal for India came from a fencer called Kanagalakshmi from Tamil Nadu. So at the national level and international level, we are doing really well. We have a dedicated high performance center for fencing. You would have seen it, in Chennai. And also we are roping in a foreign coach for fencing to build on this momentum.
That's one. My last question is more on the sports bill, and maybe your views on how it'll spur the investment from a state standpoint. Maybe any views on that? Yeah.
Now it's no longer a sports bill, it is a sports act, so we are just a part of that system. There's no debate left now. There are two aspects of it. One is strengthening governance, but there are some, murmurs whether, sports being a state subject, how will the state governments fit into this? But I think, as in any other act, all these things will be, these are teething issues of any act and they'll be settled. Ultimately, the Sports Act mainly talks about the governance of the federation, and associations are sports associations of the state government are associated with the federation, so there'll be some dispute resolving methodology. But anything which is done with good spirit, which is athlete centric, which is centric to the last man who's playing the sport, I think it is welcome. But I have a feeling that there will be some governance issues which will be settled over a period of time.
Thank you very much. I'll open for a couple of questions if anybody has any question to both the gentlemen here. Yeah, please. It's going to be a cycling question.
Yeah, of course, that has to be centric. No, but Meghna ji, congratulations on the wonderful presentation that covered, I think, almost everything. There'll be no room for questions. My question would be to you, but it'll be for everyone who's listening in. Since you have come closest to cracking the code of how a sport should be from the state perspective. Now my question is, how would you rank the deliverables, or I would say the layers that leads to making a champion? Governance, athlete management, the financials, the corporate engagement, or the role of the government. So just to list them down to what is more, which should be the priority in that list. Thank you.
For me, athlete, engagement and, managing an athlete is always the first priority, because that's our bread and butter. Unless you cater to an athlete, you don't win. You can have great stadia, you can have great sponsorship, you can have great finances, but you have to listen to what an athlete really needs and caters for. So athlete management, obviously, and finances. But one thing what I've learned in the last 2 years, is you don't need big finances, to bring change in the sector. You need targeted financing. You should know where you should put your rupee in, to ensure, great return on investment. Nothing like, corporate, sponsorship. See, whatever success stories of Champions Foundation is because, some good corporates, decided to, give us. So I think all three, four, that you mentioned are extremely important. In fact, the federation and association engagement, we always see them as big partners. You're from cycling. I remember Tamil Nadu hosted first ever national cycling after, your federation came into picture. I think it was 66th national. We could never have had a chance, before that. But, our engagement ensured that, we hosted a national cycling, and we are on our way to host Asia track cycling next year. So all these are important, but first and foremost will be athlete engagement and managing an athlete.
Thank you. I think with that, we have come to the end of the session. Really thank Mr. Sir and Meghnad Reddy. Fascinating presentation and what you have done from Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and we'd request you to stay back on stage for the felicitation, please. I request Prasant to kindly do the honors, present mementos to our two eminent guests on stage. Of course, Mr. Atulya Mishra and Mr. Meghnad Reddy. Thank you very much. Grassroots to glory, Tamil Nadu's Olympic dream. An interesting little fireside chat that we've seen and witnessed. Thank you, Prasant, for doing the honors. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an action-packed day, and well, the action's going to continue now. Our next panel for the day deals with a key arm as far as Indian sporting economy, made in India, and the manufacturing muscle is concerned. So it's going to be an interesting topic. And to talk more about this, I'm going to invite on stage Mr. Vivek Kohli, owner Stag International. I'd request Mr. Kohli's presence on stage, please. Here he comes. Pleasure to have him here with us. Former India junior table tennis captain of the side as well, now co-chairman of Stag International. Mr. Kohli blends tradition with innovation in global sports. He also chairs the Commonwealth Table Tennis Federation, drives grassroots development, and has revitalized heritage brands like Masita. And beyond sport, his ventures span lifestyle, jewelry, and luxury wines. An interesting combination, sir. Right, may I also invite on stage Dr. Kanishka Pandey, Head, Center for Sports Research, IMT Ghaziabad. May we have your presence on stage. Thank you very much. A former badminton player with an MBA, an LLB, and a PhD in sports philosophy. Dr. Pandey leads IMT Sports Research Center and chairs the FICCI Sports Subcommittee in UP. He's pioneered the sports literacy mission and also filed a PIL to make the right to sports fundamental, authored 12 plus books. Great to have you here with us. And to moderate this session, may I invite on stage Mayank Goel, Partner, Trade, Customs and GST, KPMG India. With 20 plus years of experience in indirect taxation, Mayank advises leading Indian and global companies on trade, customs and GST. Over to you, Mayank. The session's all yours.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to all the lovely audience here. First, sir, before we start, I think I would like to say I'm very overwhelmed to meet you. Mr. Kohli, I've been a fan of Stag right from my school days, and it's been a privilege, to use Stag rackets. Always been a brand, right from our school, right from our parents, right from our PT coaches when we used to play tennis. But I couldn't play really well, so I shifted to badminton, and then I think that's where I connect more with Dr. Pandey here. I think he's also a good badminton fan and been playing badminton right from my school days. Coming to a lot of sports equipment, and I would like to moderate this in segmenting this in two sections, wherein we are going to talk about more on a business side of you with you, Mr. Kohli, and we are going to talk about more from a sustainability and cultural point of view of sports with Mr. Pandey. So I would like to start with you, Mr. Kohli. You have built a astonishing brand, Indian-based brand Stag, and I know you're right now sponsoring more than 90 teams worldwide, and that's something. And we are, as a India market, I would say close to a $53 billion in sports. But somewhere I see that from a manufacturing point of view, we are hardly at 10% of that number. So I would like to understand, how did you actually bring Stag to where you are right now? And what are some of the challenges which you faced building this brand, and also for our young audience who are trying to do the same?
Thank you so much. It's a big question actually, but you see, passion is the driver for anything. So our passion for sport, as a player, I was born in a sporting family, so it started from the beginning. But then when I entered business, a lot of people said, apni brand bechna impossible hai. You can't sell your brand, you put other brands and just be happy with it. So I said, no, that's not my domain. I would love to take my brand international, global. And that's what I started. So the first step is to have the product which is capable of doing that. So you need a strong product. So if you don't have a strong product, and that because of our sporting background, so table tennis, we took it as the challenging thing. So we got the international approval, and then we started slowly entering the international market. So today, like you said, we have 90 national teams. We have the largest share in the world of national teams in table tennis, and in no other sport, any other brand, nor Nike, Adidas, or Puma, nobody has crossed ever 50 national teams in any sport. So we have been able to do that purely from the passion perspective. And that's, of course, the products were very good. So you can find, like we did events in Japan, we did in US, we are part of the US Open, Australian Open, Qatar Open, Oman Open, and Commonwealth Championships, Commonwealth Games, Asian Youth Olympic Games. So we did almost every event. And today I was just in the car talking to my son that we should say from the remotest corner of the world to the largest city of the world, you can find a stack table. You can find practically stack table in 216 countries today, which is, I think, what we did was a passion driver. Then, of course, manufacturing strength is a major issue in India. So quality was our domain. So we made the quality which is acceptable in Japan, which is acceptable in Germany, which is acceptable everywhere. And since we come from India, we understand value for money. So I always did 5-star quality, 3-star pricing. I never did, I don't want to be a brand which is a luxury brand, but I want to be a brand which is sports for all.
So I would try to bring it more from a governmental perspective in your journey, right? Our PM has a lot of focus on boosting manufacturing in India. There are numerous policies. There's an Atmanirbhar Bharat mission, which is pronounced centrally everywhere. But maybe in my view, it's more driven in electronics. It's more driven from an auto. It's more driven from an industrial manufacturing. I don't see largely sports play out there, and I would like to hear what your views are on that.
Yeah, see, the most important sector in India is MSMEs and small and cottage industry. So sports primarily is a small industry. It's not even an industry. It's like a cottage industry or a medium-sized industry. In Meerut itself, we have over 1 million people who are earning their livelihood from sports, from the factories, from the smaller factories. We have more than 1,000 factories in India, in Meerut itself. Similarly in Jalandhar. So this sector drives a lot of jobs. And the problem is that this sector, which needs the support of the government, it's very difficult to get that support. You get support to billion-dollar companies in India. They are welcomed, for Make in India and stuff, which is of course also good. But I believe in Made in India rather than Make in India. Made in India is that Indian brands strong enough, making things here and exporting to the world. I would prefer Made in India and Make in America, or Make in some part of the world with an Indian brand. Not the other way around, that Apple is being made here or Samsung is being made. It's good. It's not bad for the industry. But I would love that Indian brands, Mahindra goes tomorrow somewhere, or SG in sports goes international production, or Stag goes, or Costco goes, or Nivea goes. All the Indian brands can go international, and also their own products made in India go abroad. So we could seek help from the government to promote the brand, nurture the brands. Like we can have a India stall in everywhere. Like we have some Indian pavilions, but we don't have brand pavilions. If we do brand pavilions like in Olympics, we did a Indian pavilion, but we didn't do Indian brands from pavilion. We didn't recognize our own sporting companies. We are using a lot of foreign products, whereas our own companies have that strength that it can be used internationally. So we have to, embrace the Indian product quality if they are at that level. I'm not saying just use Indian product because it is made in India. Use Indian product if it is capable of challenging Japanese, if it is capable of challenging German, if it is capable of challenging American products. So that is the strategy we need, and that is where we need the help from the government. You see, the Beijing Olympics in 2008, the Chinese government decided that all the products which will come into China in Beijing Olympics, doesn't matter if it is made in Sweden or it is made in Netherlands or it is made anywhere, it will come under the Chinese brand umbrella. So they supported the Chinese brand, like you see Li Ning and yeah, Taishan and some of the brands, they got support from the government,
Right.
and they bought equipment from everywhere, and they put
Across.
the Chinese brands.
Yeah.
Similar opportunity if we have now, okay, I suggested it in the past Commonwealth Games, but I'm
Right.
saying if we are bidding for the Commonwealth Games, we should build not just brand India, we should build sportsman India, we should build manufacturers India into that same program, because that will bring impetus to the whole industry, the whole ecosystem. So the sporting ecosystem needs the strength and the muscle of the government, along with, of course, the technology which we are able to, let's say, get. So if we have that kind of thing, I suggest to the government, now we are number one in the population, we should do everything which is number one in the world. We should not stop thinking, okay, this we are number 50 in this. We should strive for top 10 slots in every category, and sport is one of them.
And I think maybe the way to go about, and we see how it is happening for other sectors, is like governments coming up with a new production linked incentive schemes for these sectors. I think those schemes should be also imbibed for the sports manufacturing area. And one more question before I come to you, Mr. Pandey. So what's your view in terms of, like, we have smart cities, right? But we have our sports manufacturing hub largely centered in Meerut and maybe in Jalandhar. But if today you want to spread that sort of manufacturing areas across India, like we do with smart cities, what is one view which you can suggest to that?
I think we should be near the ports. We
Yeah.
are very far away from the ports.
Exactly.
So one of the challenges is, like, I thought a lot of times that why not set up a factory right near the port, because you are there in, let's say, couple of hours.
Yes.
And the
And
shipping
it makes
cost.
logistically better.
See, from Meerut to the port, it cost us almost more than what it cost from Dubai, from Mumbai to Dubai,
Yeah.
or Mumbai to Europe.
Right.
You pay the same cost from Meerut to Bombay.
Right.
So that is a challenging thing. So I think it needs, like, you can have it in Gujarat, you can have it in near Mumbai or Maharashtra, so that you are near the ports, or in Chennai, wherever the sea is and wherever the port is well defined.
That
So
will definitely help in basically spreading those supplies and also help logistically.
Yeah.
And when you are near the port, it always help in boosting exports.
Yeah.
With that, I'll come to you. Can check. We are talking about more from a supply side, that we have to promote uh, sports equipment manufacturing here. But at the same time, I want to talk about consumption. And I'll come up from my own story. When I was playing badminton, maybe some 15, 20 years back, it was an expensive sport for me. It still may not be now, but for many other people, it's still an expensive sport. How do you drive that culture to bring in more, or maybe motivate more talent in our industry, in the entire Indian footage, where we can build those talents which will ultimately lead to boost in consumption of this equipments?
A very pertinent question. See, for me, culture is everything. Culture is something which can ultimately drive up the performances, and at the same time, culture is something which can, in a way, drive up the demand. So I'll give you two different paths forward. One is how to drive up the performances. See, increase in sports culture leads to increase in sports literacy. Increase in sports literacy leads to increase in number of participants. Increase in number of participants leads to increase in competition, and where the competition increases, so does the talent pool. And once we have a big chunk of talent that is there, and of course with the right set of infrastructure, the right set of guidelines in place, you can actually end up creating more talented sports persons. So this is one way of how culture can drive up the performances. And at the same time, as far the same thing goes for consumption too. I mean, imagine a situation wherein the number of participants increase because of this increase in sports culture. This means more people participating in sporting activities. This in turn means more demand. More increase in demand will mean, industries will have to produce more. The supply has to be increased, and in order to do that, there will be increase in each and every segment related to the sports industry sector. So that's why I say you need to promote sports culture in India if you want India to be a sports manufacturing powerhouse. Again, a very small example could be there was this initiative which we launched in 2020. We called it the Model Sports Village Initiative, wherein IMT Ghaziabad adopted two villages in the state of Uttar Pradesh. These were in Muzaffarnagar districts, the Bahadurpur and Khedi Vinan village. Now, what we did was we provided very elementary sporting facilities to the population there, and we also requested. He was a very simple shop owner to provide basic sports equipment to the children. That was a few couple of months after. So once we started providing these sports facilities there, the children somehow developed an interest in athletics. They wanted shoes, they wanted track wear and everything. And that's where we approached this shopkeeper. He said, yes, well, okay, fine, so I'm going to help you. So from there, the demand in 3 years down the line, it raved up so much that one fine day, the shopkeeper, he approaches us. He says, I'm actually willing to set up a shop over there. So that's in a way how culture triggers the consumption, and at the same time how culture can rake up the performances.
No, exactly. And I think we were having just talks with Mr. Kohli outside where you were sponsoring a UP football team, and that team came to be a national competition, won the national competition team just because of sponsors. I think that's how you're going to basically bring in more talent. I think there's a need of more people to come in and put that contribution towards of scouting talent. And I think I should go right from the school. Uh, we see a lot of gold medals India wins in Olympics, but when you compare the tally with say China, when you compare the tally with Australia, when you compare the tally with US, they are far ahead, and when we go and see those countries and their infrastructure, they're right from maybe class 5 or class 6, a student has been basically been trained in terms of becoming a sportsman. It's been not played as a hobby or a passion only. It is played that he's going to make a career into that. Maybe I think that sort of education imbibed sports culture needs to come into maybe our schools.
No, exactly. See, sports is not just about organizing competitions, distributing medals. It's actually a way of life. There are so many things which can be achieved, which can be learned through sports, which normally we don't understand. So my entire study focuses on how sports can help build or develop 16 values in a person, and how those 16 values they can help people to lead a better life. How sports can be a catalyst for social change, how sports can help in community building, in personality development, and in fact resolving conflicts. So we need to see sports from a larger perspective if we want sports to be at the grassroots level. At the same time, that's why with this thought process, we launched something known as the Sports Literacy Mission way back in the year 2017. Because I have a very firm opinion that if a child can learn A for apple, B for boy, then why can't the same child be taught A for athletics and B for basketball? It will do two things. Firstly, it will make the child alphabetically literate, and at the same time open a whole set of sporting avenues for the child, because normally our children, they do not think beyond cricket, or barring few other sports like volleyball, football, and a few more. They need to be told that there are so many sports which exist. They need to be told that there are so many opportunities that are there in sports. So with this thought process, we launched the Sports Literacy Mission. It's still there. It's still ongoing, and it needs to be taken up at several levels.
No, exactly. And with that, I'll come to you, Mr. Kohli. Uh, how do you make the sports, varied equipment? And I'm not talking about cricket because cricket is played at every corners of India. But like Kinshuk said, that there's a need to change the definition of sports beyond cricket in India. How do you make the actual equipment which is required accessible to say a tier 3 or tier 4 cities in India?
Yeah, so basically we do cater to about 20 sports. and cricket is not one of them actually. So maybe from brand perspective, we'll do cricket in a future timelines. But we do wrestling a lot. So we did like from Hanuman Akhada to the Safai Wrestling Academy to many academies. Now we have academy with Alka Tomar. She's a Commonwealth champion in a village near our. So there we have two sets of wrestling mats. So we do wrestling, judo, gymnastics, table tennis, volleyball, basketball, many different categories, even judo uniforms, apparels, and technical sports for all sports like tennis, soccer, all the equipment. So we were actually, my grandfather started the sport, so we are a 103-year-old company. So we had 2,500 schools as customers when my father they were working. So we catered to almost everything, including band equipment at that point of time, because the school needed band. So we even made blackboards. So our factory is a very versatile factory. Our employees are trained to do almost everything in metal, everything in wood, everything with fabrics. So we can practically create everything. But the thing is, the major problem is the budgets. So I was talking to my school, which I was studying, it's 3 months ago. How much is the budget for the government college in Meerut for sports person per student? It was 24 paisa per year per student. So how do you buy from 24 paisa? What do you play? What do you give them? Even now, like Khelo India, of course, is a very good scheme. The name is brilliant. But 650 crores for a population of 1.5 billion or 1.45 billion. So it's like 5 rupees, 4 rupees actually per year. If you per person, if you take it,
you calculate annually.
yeah. And then we have also, like, we have 3,000 crores as Ministry of Sports, but 80% of that goes into salaries, or 70% of that goes into salaries. So the budget is the key factor here, whether it is for the state government, whether it is for the central government. If we don't have budget, forget sports. The culture will never come. The reason I'm saying this, if you have, let's say, if you have in every school just one sport, I'm not talking about every sport in every school. One sport, there are maybe, I don't know how many schools we have, couple of 100,000, yeah. If one sport has one school with one national level facility and a coach of that sport, that means if you have a biology teacher, if you have a table tennis teacher, if you are a badminton teacher, if you have a boxing teacher, so imagine these 150,000 jobs will be created, because each school has one expert and the kid will learn from the expert.
And the number of students basically getting
Yes,
this talent.
and then parents can say, okay, there are jobs in sport.
Yeah.
Because government cannot give those many jobs.
Right.
But the schools can.
Right.
You have so many teachers. Let's say in IMT, for example, if you have 4 faculty members who just teach cricket, table tennis, badminton, soccer, whatever sport. So if you have 4 faculty experts, or you have a athletic coach, who's a top guy. So all the institutes, like in Delhi, for example, there are so many schools spending millions and millions on some extracurricular activities. Sports can be part of that extracurricular.
Yeah.
But bring that job to the sports person.
Exactly.
How will a sports person survive after? Like, I just met a boxing champion. I was just talking here only. He said he left boxing because there was no scope further. Because even I ran an academy for we support 65 academies in India of table tennis. But the questions I'm not able to answer always is when the parent come, what is the future? The future, I tell him, okay, if he becomes, let's say, a national champion,
yeah,
or in the national, maybe he gets a job in the petroleum,
yes,
because that is what PSPB, or in railways,
yeah,
or maybe in some other place, because even our services don't have, let's say, table tennis.
Yeah.
Services, we have other sports, but not table tennis. Yeah. So it's a very, very difficult question, and it is a very difficult decision for a parent to put the kid into sports. So that's why we have lot of medals. If you see, India has a lot of medals below 16.
Yeah.
And the moment they cross 15, 16, chhod do. go look for a career
No,
opportunity.
definitely the probability of winning and getting into that race, becoming 1 in 100 is obviously very very less.
Yeah.
And that's the scare factor in I think it was there in my parents.
Yeah.
When even if you're playing good, they always say that the probability of you making it to the top or maybe to the Indian national team is slightly it's next to impossible.
Yeah.
Right? So interesting point, but I really like the
I'll,
fact
I'll,
that if one school does one sports in India, I think it can make a huge and huge difference in our faculty. Yeah, please.
I'll just add on to your point. So, see, there are two things. One is about accessibility of these sporting equipments, whether they are there in schools or not. But secondly, we also need to consider the fact that are the people who are being provided with these sports equipments, are they even qualified to handle them? So, for example, UP government took an initiative to distribute, they gave 10,000 rupees to every school, then they distributed numerous sporting equipments in each and every government school. But we did a survey after a couple of years. We found that most of the equipments were lying unused because the teachers hadn't been trained on how to use these equipments. At the same time, there's a beautiful program called FIFA for Football for Schools program, which is being run by FIFA and implemented by All India Football Federation. But the question is, can merely by distributing footballs in the schools, can you actually develop a footballing culture? The football ultimately is going to be handed over to the PE teachers. And once again, are the PE teachers qualified enough? Have they even played football in their life to be able to, teach basic footballing skills? So one is accessibility, and second is the fact that these people are not empowered enough to use the sporting equipments that are lying with them.
So, Kanesh, I think I'll come up with one last question because before that we open the round for a Q&A for the audience on the sustainability aspect. Okay, we have talked about supply, we have talked about manufacturing, we have talked about creating demand in terms of talent, growing our people in terms of creating more consumption. But what about, I saw your program you were running with called as Playing with Planets. Can you just talk very quickly on what and how sports sustainability means for you?
See, it's something which is not very high on the agenda of either, I'll say, either the government or the different federations, because we have numerous other things to worry about than think about the climate at this moment. But we need to understand that sports is very intricately linked with environment. Sporting activities are somewhere down the line leading to and contributing to climate change, and at the same time climate change is in a way affecting sporting activities. So all kind of winter sports, winter games, they are being affected due to climate change. We have seen how the football FIFA World Cup went in Qatar. We have athlete performances being affected by climate change, and at the same time we are building huge infrastructure which is contributing to climate change. Is our sporting infrastructure that we are creating, do we have projects on sustainability on that? Are we even considering them? So these are very important aspects which need to be considered, which need to be debated, which need to be discussed, but again they are not very high on the agenda of anybody because we have numerous other things to worry about than think about sports and climate change.
So before we open the rounds for Q&A, I'd just like to summarize we had some good talks about how we are able to, making a brand which is an Indian brand go to overseas like Stag. I think there's a requirement of additional budgets coming in from the government, new incentive schemes coming up from the government. Schemes like PLI, schemes like state incentives should be there in order to boost. And again, from from actually from sustainability and culture, I think we need to have a more robust education in terms of our mid-tier schools. With that one school, one sports, I will open that questions to audience if there is any Q&A for our gentlemen here. We have one here.
Thank you. Content-wise, fantastic. Thanks, Mayank, for doing that. I did have a question for Mr. Kohli and kind of taking off with the last bit around the sustainability end of it, right? Now, as global sporting organizations, like let's take the Olympics for instance, that's going into deeper into the mandate of sustainability, deeper into the mandate of that the footballs need to be going through a process of, you know, what the material is a material sustainable, are the turfs sustainable material, and all of that. So with this trajectory that the world is going to, how equipped are we in India in terms of our R&D, in terms of our manufacturing process to catch up on this? Because if you have some sort of global organizations like the Olympic Committee says this is how it needs to be done, then we lose our battle if we are not ready for it. So how are we getting prepared for some of those global mandates? And will we lose the war to Europe, for instance, who are far ahead in some of that thought process?
Yeah, I think whoever is exporting today in Europe or America or Japan, or so they have to do the REACH compliance. There are some compliances which you have to follow, and which are with sustainable materials, which are with, you know. So the first step is of course being export compliant, and that makes you compliant with the other aspects. So sustainability is coming because Europe and many countries of the world are forcing the federations. It's not coming from the federations. The federations are just adapting to what is being told, and that has been told to the manufacturing industry already. So we are well aware of that, and we are on track with that. But of course, the whole industry need to be, like for example, there are phthalate free plastics, or you know, phthalate free materials, cancerous, carcinogenic, or lead free materials. So they already exist in Indian market, but it's only being used by exporters or some few. It's not being used by everybody. So we are lacking that in the sustainable, let's say, processes of procuring those materials. So we have to specify or get those materials made. Even like nut bolts, it's a small thing, or the tubes. When you buy the tubes, it cannot have those kind of contents which are carcinogenic. So you have to do that testing. So if you are REACH compliant, if you're complying with the European norms, then you are capable. But of course, it's a very good question, but it is not being pushed by the federations. It is just being pushed by the countries, or some countries, and that is being adopted by the international federations, and they are showing it like, okay, they are sustainable model. But it will take some time, but already the materials exist which are using the sustainable methods of production.
Thank you.
And just to add on, so Mr. Kohli, is the BIS, this is the Bureau of Industry Standards, which India levies on their products as a quality standards. You know,
so BIS, I think, is evolving.
Yeah.
Because there are ISO standards,
Yes.
which is of course there, but there are sporting federation standards, because
Okay.
there are a couple of sites. If you want, let's say, a table tennis equipment,
Right.
which has to, like a company like me, if it has to export to Japan,
Yeah.
or to, let's say, Germany, so there are safety compliances.
Right.
So sometimes those compliances are even more tougher than the normal industry standards.
Okay.
So what I told BIS, I'm
Yeah.
also a member of the BIS committee, is that you should adapt, which is the highest standards from the international federation. That
Right.
should be the first step, rather than creating the whole system yourself.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first step should be adopt from the international federations, and then of course there are some regulations which you can put in, but don't create the whole thing by yourself. That what already exists, take that knowledge.
Yeah, leverage the expertise.
Yeah, because that is very important, because you can't just create your own testing. Okay, this is not BIS approved, but it is CEN approved, but you want to create it a bottleneck.
Yeah.
By creating that this is not BIS certified. If it is approved by an international certification program already, adopt that. Absorb it into your system. Don't make restrictions everywhere.
Exactly. Well, I think that there are no many questions. I would like to, once again, thank you, Mr. Kohli, and thank you, Mr. Pandey, for beautiful insights that you shared today.
Thank you, Mayank. Of course, before they leave and before you get off stage, we'd request you to please present a memento to our esteemed guests, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Pandey, and thank you so much, Mr. Vivek Kohli. Thank you, Mayank, for doing the honors. Many thanks, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long and fruitful day. We head into our last segment of the day today. We're almost reached the end of proceedings for the day, but we've got something special. This segment involves another unveiling. Of course, this is Sportstar's latest magazine edition dedicated to the upcoming World Para Athletics Championships, which will be held right here in Delhi later this month. So that's what we were talking about. And at this point of time, I would invite Shri Arvind Singh Sani, Chairman, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, to join us on stage. Requesting him to come up on stage and say a few words. Remember, Indian Oil, they've been a very long-standing supporter of India's para-sports revolution. And really, we can think of no better ally to come up on stage for this unveiling and speak with us and, of course, unveil this. Thank you so much, Mr. Sani. We'd love to hear from you.
Dear friends, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indian Oil, our belief has always been that sports go far beyond only the pursuit for medals and glory. They nurture talent, they instill discipline, and empower the youth with confidence and serve as a powerful source of inspiration, carrying India's spirit ahead and pride into the world stage. That is what Indian Oil believes in when we get associated with sports. Indian Oil is very proud to have supported or having been associated with para athletics at the Asian Para Games 2022, World Para Shooting Championships 2024, and Paris 2024 Paralympics, resulting in and we are very happy that our association has been kind of lucky for Paralympics, and we have got historic, India has got historic medal haul in all of these associations. So we are very happy about it. We think that we are lucky, or they are lucky for us. Both of us are very happy to be associated with each other. In Paris Paralympics 2024, it was a crowning glory for the country with 29 medals, including 7 golds, 9 silvers, and 13 bronze medals, plus the world and Paralympic records also to crown it over. A story of pride is of our own IOCN, our own Indian Oil employee, Miss Sheetal Devi, the world's first female armless archer, who won 2 golds and a silver at Paris Paralympics 2024. In addition to that, we have been a consistent supporter and consistent participant or associates with the sports at large. A very significant contribution, I will say, is Indian Oil Divya Shakti program, a first of its kind scholarship for 100 para athletes across 16 sports, with 50% of the scholarships earmarked for women athletes only. 8 of these Divya Shakti athletes have already qualified for 2025 World Para Athletics Championships commencing this month in Delhi. So that is our strike rate. And apart from this, Indian Oil also nurtures nearly 350 athletes today with a structured support system. Our ACER sponsorship program backs 200 young talents, and half of them being women athletes. And 12 of Indian Oil athletes represented India at the Paris Olympics out of the total 117 athletes. So we were at least 10% of the total athlete delegate came from Indian Oil. So that is a very proud moment for us. And our own IOCN, that is Sharat Kamal, he led the Indian contingent in Paris as a flag bearer. And it was a proud moment for Indian Oil there. We, as Other than athletes, we have always been associated, and we are very proudly associated with the other sports also. Very recently, we had sponsored the Durand Cup, and this has been the 4th consecutive edition that we have been working with Durand Cup, and we are very happy to get the results that we have got from the Durand Cup in terms of our sponsorship, in terms of performance, in terms of development of newer breed of players, footballers that are coming up at the smaller centers. That is very important. We are very proud to inform that Indian Oil is collaborating with Paralympic Committee of India, right from World Para Athletics Championships 2025 beginning at New Delhi this month up to Los Angeles Paralympics 2028. So we will be there for next 3 to 4 years with the committee, and we will be supporting and cheering India's para sports in both national and international events. Our initiatives have been given recognition across various channels, across various events, across various associations. We are very proud and we are very humbled by those recognitions that have been given. But we are not doing it for recognition. We are doing it for the country. We are going for the youth. We are doing it for the stated target of developing a great, young, talented, and active Indian sports arena. Recently, Sportstar and Indian Oil have also collaborated to bring out a coffee table book chronicling the history of sports in India and Indian Oil. This coffee table book is a good example that this partnership not only highlights the achievements of Indian Oil sportspersons, but also amplifies the company's association, the company's belief that sports serve as a catalyst for nation building, social transformation, and inspiring the next generation. Today, it marks yet another occasion where our fruitful partnership turns a new page with an unveiling of the Sportstar Special World Para Athletic Edition. And we are very proudly associated with this edition. We are very happy to be here. And Indian Oil presence in Sportstar's flagship initiatives, special editions, and events underscores our commitment to empowering athletes, encouraging diversity, and building a stronger sporting culture for the country. With these words, I once again thank Sportstar. I again thank the organizers and everyone who is associated with this event. And thank you so much. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sani. And I request you to stay back on stage, please, because we'd like to have your presence on stage for the unveiling. And to do the honors, may I also invite on stage Mr. Ayan Sen Gupta, editor Sportstar. Can we have Ayan join us on stage? I'd request Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, the Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu Group, to kindly join us on stage. And may I also request Mr. Drivendra Jajaria, multiple Paralympic medalist, to kindly come up on stage as well. Devendra ji, requesting your presence. Thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, not only is he a multiple Paralympic medalist, but also the President of the Paralympic Committee of India. Warm welcome to you, sir. And may we have that special edition brought out for which we want the unveiling done. It's Sportstar's latest magazine edition dedicated to the upcoming World Para Athletics Championships, of course, that are going to be held right here in Delhi later this month. Prasant joining us. Here he comes. Thank you, Prashant, for being with us on stage for this. May we have a copy each for all our esteemed delegates on stage. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's the latest edition that we're talking about of the Sportstar magazine that's dedicated to the upcoming World Para Athletics Championships. Thank you very much, gentlemen. One more photo op, yeah. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You got the right spread. Devendra Jhajaria ji, we'd request you to stay back for a moment and come here on the podium and say a few words, please. Thank you very much. President of the Paralympic Committee of India, of course, a multiple medalist himself. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. चाहेंगे कि आप कुछ कहें, कुछ शब्द कहें. आप ये podium mic से.
Everyone, good evening. आज जो बुक लॉन्च हुई उसमें जो खिलाड़ियों का जो फोटो देखा, ये सभी मेरे साथ खेले हुए खिलाड़ी हैं. और जब मैं देखता हूं किसी भी पैरा खिलाड़ी को सम्मान मिलता है तो इस देश में सबसे ज़्यादा खुशी मुझे होती है. उसका मैं कारण बताऊंगा. 2004 के अंदर जब मैं खेलने गया था एथेंस पैरालंपिक में, और मैं कॉलेज का स्टूडेंट था, उस समय पे किसी ने खबर चलानी तो दूर की बात थी, गवर्नमेंट ने भी एक पैसा नहीं दिया उस समय में. खुद की जेब से लगा करके मैं एथेंस पहुंचा था. और उसके बाद रिजल्ट जो रहा, उस एथेंस पैरालंपिक में मैंने गोल्ड मेडल ही नहीं, नया वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक किया. ये 21 साल पहले की बात है. तब मैं यहाँ देश में वापस आया, सबसे पहले मेरा यही निवेदन था कि किसी भी पैरा खिलाड़ी को जेब से खर्चा लगा के ना जाना पड़े. आज मैं देख रहा हूँ खर्चा लगाने की तो दूर की बात है, आज कॉरपोरेट घराने आ रहे हैं. आज हमारे साथ इंडियन ऑयल हमारा टाइटल स्पॉन्सर है, उनके चेयरमैन साहब हमारे बीच में हैं. और जो स्पोर्ट्स स्टार ने जो ये बुक लिखी है, इस बुक को मैं 100% पढ़ूंगा. उन खिलाड़ियों के बारे में मैं जानूंगा. लेकिन मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, जो विश्व पैरा एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप हो रही है न्यू दिल्ली में, 100 से ज़्यादा कंट्रियां इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रही है. इंडियन हिस्ट्री का कंट्री वाइज ये सबसे बड़ा इवेंट होने जा रहा है. तो हमें एक इंडियन होकर के हमें सबसे बड़ा प्राउड है ये कि इंडिया में ये इवेंट होने जा रहा है. हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी हमेशा कहते हैं भी ये बदलता हुआ भारत है, ये नया भारत है, अब हमें लीडरशिप करनी है. तो अब लीडरशिप के तहत ही दुनिया की बेस्ट ट्रैक मोंडो ट्रैक पे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप होने जा रही है. ये अपने आप में बड़ी बात है. वार्म अप ट्रैक भी मोंडो रहेगी, मैन स्टेडियम की ट्रैक भी मोंडो रहेगी. और मेरी सभी से एक जो खिलाड़ी होकर के एज ए PCI प्रेसिडेंट, लेकिन मैं जब मुझे कोई भी खिलाड़ी मिलता है तो मुझे खुशी होती है. मुझे कोई प्रेसिडेंट नहीं बोलता, मुझे सब भाई साहब कहते हैं. और मुझे अच्छा फील होता है कि मैं एक प्लेयर हूँ, इस देश का खिलाड़ी हूँ जिसने 3 पैरालंपिक मेडल जीते. सुविधाएं विहीन थे उस समय भी जीते. लेकिन लास्ट 10 साल में जो इंडिया में जो बदलाव आया स्पोर्ट्स में, वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. चाहे वो टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम हो, क्योंकि मैं सच्चाई बताना चाहता हूँ, हिंदुस्तान में ज़्यादातर 80% जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो किसान, मजदूर, गरीब के बेटे हैं, क्योंकि ग्रास रूट पे गांवों से प्रतिभाएं ज़्यादा निकल रही हैं, तो उनको जो फैसिलिटी मिलती है, टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम आपको एक फाइनेंशियली स्ट्रांग ही नहीं बनाती है, आपको फ्रीडम भी देती है। फ्रीडम इसलिए देती है कि उसमें आपको पास फ्रीडम होती है, आप कोई भी कोच ले सकते हैं, आप चाहें तो कोई फिजियो ले सकते हैं, यहाँ तक कि आप चाहें तो इंडिया में ट्रेनिंग करें या विदेश में जाके ट्रेनिंग करें, सबका खर्चा भारत सरकार उठाती है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। खिलाड़ियों को इसके अलावा भी पॉकेट मनी भी मिलती है। हमने तो ज़िंदगी में सपने में नहीं सोचा था कि ऐसा भारत होगा, लेकिन आज ये मेरे सपनों का भारत दुनिया में आगे बढ़ रहा है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। और आज इस प्रोग्राम में जितने भी आए हैं, मैं उनसे एक अपील करना चाहता हूँ, आइए हम सब मिल कर के पैरा वर्ल्ड एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप को सफल बनाएं और दुनिया को हम दिखाएं कि इंडिया दुनिया की सबसे बेहतर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप करवा सकता है। यह वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप ही नहीं है, मैं आज बता रहा हूँ आपके मंच के माध्यम से, ये 2036 के ओलंपिक की हमारी प्रबल दावेदारी मजबूत करें। ये इवेंट इतना अच्छा होगा हमारा कि दुनिया जो देखेगी वो कहेगी कि इंडिया सबसे बेस्ट इवेंट करवाता है। और मुझे उम्मीद है 2036 की ओलंपिक पैरालंपिक की मेजबानी करेंगे, हमें मेजबानी मिलेगी और हम आने वाले समय में इस देश को स्पोर्टिंग राष्ट्र बनाएंगे, स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर डेवलप करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका देवेंद्र जी। जैसा आपने कहा, क्योंकि खुद एथलीट रहे हैं तो हम आपको भाई साहब ही कहेंगे, इसमें कोई और दो राय नहीं। थैंक यू वेरी मच। Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, it's been an action-packed day, it's been a long day, but it finally draws to a close. I would like to thank all our speakers, our delegates, and guests who are present here in the hall today. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow because, as they say, we've only just begun. And there's something I read a while ago. I'm not going to claim over this quote, but I read this and it stuck with me in my head. And these lines went that practice like you've never won and play like you've never lost. So I think that's the motto that I'd always like to carry with me. The preparations have been fantastic. The event's been even better. We're looking forward to another great day tomorrow. Thank you very much for being here today and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
ਮੁੱਖਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਅਗਵਾਈ ਵਾਲੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੇਡਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਮੀਰ ਵਿਰਾਸਤ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਿਜਾਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਨਿਰੰਤਰ ਉਪਰਾਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ 4 ਭਾਰਤੀ ਟੀਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਖੇਡ ਕਪਤਾਨ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੇ। ਹਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਰਮਨਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ, ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਭਮਨ ਗਿੱਲ ਤੇ ਹਰਮਨਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਕੌਰ ਅਤੇ ਬਾਸਕਟਬਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਲਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਰਾੜ। ਹਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਕੀ ਏਸ਼ੀਆ ਕੱਪ ਜਿੱਤਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਟੀਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 10 ਖਿਡਾਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੋਂ ਸਨ। ਖੇਡ ਪੱਖੀ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਸਿਰਜਣ, ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਕਰਨ, ਇਨਾਮ ਦੇਣ ਅਤੇ ਨੌਕਰੀਆਂ ਦੇਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਨਵੀਂ ਖੇਡ ਨੀਤੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਤਿਭਾ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਨਾਖਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਣ ਦੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਪ੍ਰਦਾਨ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਖੇਡਾਂ ਵਤਨ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀਆਂ ਉਲੀਕੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਜਿਸ ਦੇ 3 ਸ਼ਾਨਦਾਰ ਸੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਚੌਥੇ ਦੀ ਤਿਆਰੀ ਮੁਕੰਮਲ ਹੈ। ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਵੱਡੀ ਨਗਦ ਇਨਾਮ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਪਿਛਲੇ 3.5 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 100 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਦੇ ਇਨਾਮ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਪੈਰਿਸ 올림픽 ਦੇ 19 ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 12.5 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਹਾਂਗਜ਼ੂ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਗੇਮਸ ਦੇ 58 ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 29.25 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਇਨਾਮੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ। ਬਰਮਿੰਘਮ ਕਾਮਨਵੈਲਥ ਗੇਮਸ ਦੇ 23 ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 9.30 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਇਨਾਮੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ। ਖੇਡਾਂ ਵਤਨ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀਆਂ ਦੇ 3 ਸੀਜ਼ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇਤੂਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੁੱਲ 25 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ। ਗੋਆ ਤੇ ਗੁਜਰਾਤ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਗੇਮਸ ਦੇ 283 ਖਿਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ 12.28 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦੀ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਵੰਡੀ ਗਈ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਿੱਚ 3000 ਖੇਡ ਨਰਸਰੀਆਂ ਅਤੇ 10000 ਖੇਡ ਮੈਦਾਨ ਬਣਾਏ ਗਏ ਨੇ। 11 ਖਿਡਾਰੀ ਪੀਸੀਐਸ ਤੇ ਡੀਐਸਪੀ ਭਰਤੀ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਕੋਚ ਭਰਤੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਕੋਚਾਂ ਲਈ ਬਲਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਅਵਾਰਡ ਅਤੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਤੇ ਜੂਨੀਅਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਜੇਤੂਆਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਬਲਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਵਜ਼ੀਫਾ ਸਕੀਮ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਕੀਤੀ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਇੱਕੋ ਨਾਰਾ, ਖੇਡਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ, ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ।
160 एथलीट्स पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं। ये पहली बार वर्ल्ड एथलेटिक की तरफ से हमें अलॉट किया गया है ब्रोंज लेवल कंपटीशन।
Athletics is a mother sport, and if you can run, jump and throw, then you can definitely take part in any sport.
उड़ीसा ही एक ऐसी स्टेट है जिसने एक इंडोर स्टेडियम तैयार किया है। ऑल ओवर इंडिया में ऐसा कोई स्टेडियम नहीं है। मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ स्टेट उड़ीसा का भी, कंपटीशन को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए हर एक तरह का सहयोग दिया।
Hi, I'm the whole truth. I'm Dr. Protein, and why don't you tell me what protein you want? With something with no artificial sweeteners, random chemicals, or amino spices, just clean protein. Oh, you want protein of conscience? I got it. Introducing the cleanest, lightest way protein by the whole.
ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਅਗਵਾਈ ਵਾਲੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੇਡਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਮੀਰ ਵਿਰਾਸਤ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਿਜਾਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਨਿਰੰਤਰ ਉਪਰਾਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ